Chapter 2578 The Second Tribulation. Yi Futian looked toward the others. They could even see the smile in his eyes gleaming like the stars. 28 years ago, the Divine Prefecture Alliance charged in with Tianyan City. They came with the Imperial Arm in an attempt to wipe out the Ziwei Segmentum, which was the great tribulation that the Ziwei Segmentum had met. Now, 28 years had passed. They had overcome this tribulation. They did it. Today, they could finally be considered to have won this war. From today onward, the people who should panic weren't the Ziwei Segmentum anymore, and it was the powers of the Divine Prefecture. "Welcome back, Palace Lord." Lord Qin bowed and greeted Yi Futian. "Welcome back, Palace Lord." The cultivators bowed and greeted Yi Futian one after another. Even the powerful cultivators, previously from the Ziwei Segmentum Imperial Palace, revered and submitted themselves to Yi Futian now. Just moments ago, they saw the manifestation of Ziwei the Great. Yi Futian was the true heir of Ziwei the Great. He fought the Divine Prefecture all alone with his power and saved the Ziwei Segmentum. He had awoken the will of the great emperor and obliterated the Imperial Arm. At this moment, countless cultivators were cheering in the Ziwei Segmentum. They bowed and prayed to the celestial skies. Ziwei the Great had manifested himself and descended upon this world to resolve the crisis. He had destroyed the menace that hovered above their heads. It was a threat that lasted for 28 whole years. Now it had finally dissipated. "Thank you for your hard work through all these years," Yi Futian said with a smile. For 28 years, his consciousness had fused into the celestial skies, and his spiritual soul had also fused into the stars above. His life no longer just belonged to him. He actually saw everything inside the Ziwei Segmentum. As for everyone who arrived here, every word that they spoke, he heard all of it. He couldn't respond to them. But he saw all of it with his own eyes. "Don't worry about it, Palace Lord. You've stopped the Imperial Arm all by yourself to protect the Ziwei Segmentum. How can we be considered the ones who put in the hard work?" Lord Qin said, "For 28 years, I borrowed the will of the great emperor to block the Imperial Arm, but all of you were also working hard for the development of the Imperial Palace. Throughout the years, the Imperial Palace was continuously getting stronger. I saw it all." Yi Futian smiled at all of the familiar faces. Many of their cultivation levels had become stronger, and it wasn't by a small margin. Without looking at the others, his 4 students from the Four Corner Village were all Pikrenhuang Plain today. No exceptions. And their cultivation levels were probably extremely stable, allowing them to try breaking through to the plain above Renhuang. The others were all similar. Everyone had improved. Compared to 28 years ago, this could be considered a metamorphosis. The overall strength and power of the Ziwei Imperial Palace were not even on the same level as it was before. Now he was the only lagging behind. "Palace Lord, please return to the Ziwei Imperial Palace," Lord Qin said. He wanted to invite Yi Futian back to Ziwei. Inside the Imperial Palace, there were still many others waiting for Yi Futian. "No hurry," Yi Futian said, which caused a slightly astounded expression to appear on Lord Qin's face. He asked curiously, "Anything else that the Palace Lord wants to do?" "Well, actually not really," Yi Futian shook his head. "It's just that none of you could communicate with me for the past 28 years. But actually, I have never stopped cultivating for the past 28 years, including the past few years. The awakening of the will of the great emperor this time is the result of my efforts in recent years. Now, I need to cultivate alone for some time to better see the changes that occurred within me." Lord Qin and the others' eyes all gleamed with excitement. Yi Futian's words were a pleasant surprise to them. He didn't waste the past 28 years either. He had been cultivating and improving himself as well. Since Yi Futian had asked to cultivate alone, that must mean that he had some sort of epiphany. Could it be how powerful would Yi Futian be if he went one step further? They were all looking forward to it. You guys go back to the Imperial Palace first, Yi Futian said. Yes, Palace Lord. We'll prepare the banquet at the Imperial Palace and wait for you to come back and celebrate your return. Lord Qin smiled. Now that they had overcome the crisis, everyone felt rather happy and relaxed. All right, Yi Futian nodded. Lord Qin immediately brought the others with him and left the place. Master, please come back earlier to see us, little Ling called out to him. She was really looking forward to meeting her master and talking to him, but she didn't expect that Yi Futian would immediately get busy with cultivation. They had no other choice but to leave with Lord Chen and the others. Soon, everyone left the place, except for Huajiu, who still accompanied Yi Futian. Let's go. The two exchanged glances, then launched into the air. They actually went toward the outside of the Z-Way segmentum, entering the boundless void above it. Inside the boundless void, Yi Futian sat in a cross-legged stance and started to view himself internally. Inside his life palace, the world tree stood tall. There was only one tree in the entire world, but possessing this tree was like possessing everything in existence. It evolved into the sun, the moon, the stars, the wind, the water, and lightning, all inside the life palace. With a turn of his mind, it was as though the entirety of Yi Futian's being had turned into a divine tree. His body was the trunk of the divine tree. In this boundless void, the stars of the skies appeared. These celestial entities were like the fruits borne by the divine tree. The divine tree morphed into his path. It formed its own space and was capable of forming its own dominion. Furthermore, the power of this path was clearly stronger than before. Throughout these years, he had devoured the powers of the celestial stars and the power of the great path inside the heaven-tempering enumeration. He kept strengthening himself and had never stopped cultivating. A terrifying aura started to appear in the world around him. In the vast, boundless void, it seemed that it had suddenly been visited by waves of obliterating power. An expression of astonishment appeared on Yi Futian's face. He raised his head and looked at the sky and earth around him. Tribulation. He didn't break through his plane, but he had to overcome another tribulation. Hua Ji's pretty eyes looked toward Yi Futian, but she wasn't puzzled. She knew that since the first time Yi Futian overcame the tribulation back then, he had entered a different path from the rest. He was different from the other cultivators. He had always been at the Runhuang Plain and had never broken through it. That was the case back when he first overcame the divine tribulation of the Great Path. After he had overcome the tribulation, he was somehow still Pikrenhuang level. Now he actually instigated the second tribulation, and he still didn't show any sign of breaking through his current plane. He was still a Runhuang, but he was becoming more and more perfect and certainly stronger. Boom! Terrifying lights of the tribulation converged and arrived. Yi Futian stood that with divine lights circling his body, preparing himself to deal with another divine tribulation of the Great Path. His tribulation was different from the other powerful cultivators. However, it was time for another round of tempering of his divine body of the Great Path. Rewind to the time before Yi Futian faced another divine tribulation, FO, the Great Path, back when he broke open the seal of the Z-Way segmentum and destroyed the Imperial Arm. Divine Prefecture, at a palace inside the Tianyan city, Lord's office. Wang Xiao, who was in the middle of cultivation, let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale. He seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look up above the sky. It was as though his gaze had pierced through the vast space, and he saw the obliteration of the Imperial Arm. A terrifying, pulsating aura erupted from him, and then his figure directly appeared in the air above the Tianyan city, Lord's office. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. How could this happen? Blood seeped out from the corner of Wang Xiao's mouth as an expression of utter disbelief appeared in his eyes. Chapter 2579. The Divine Prefecture and Z-Way. Wang Xiao. Up in the air above the Tianyan City Lord's office, the Tianyan City Lord and several other cultivators appeared. They were all very solemn, saddened about the strange thing that was happening to Wang Xiao. Throughout these years, Wang Xiao had been improving exceptionally quickly. He was continuously getting stronger. He hadn't let down Tianyan City. In the future, he would be the most incredible cultivator of Tianyan City. With the imperial arm in his hand, he would be unparalleled in this world. No one below the great emperors could stand up to him. As such, they were all naturally very concerned about Wang Xiao's condition. The Tianyan City Lord appeared as soon as he could and asked about Wang Xiao. When they saw Wang Xiao's pale face and the blood that was seeping out from the corner of his mouth, they were all very nervous. Wasn't he cultivating normally? What could have happened to cause the situation now? It was as though Wang Xiao had experienced some drastic change. Was it a problem regarding his cultivation? Or did it have something to do with his mental state? They didn't know. Their gazes all looked toward Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao raised his head and looked toward the sky. After a long pause in silence, he slowly turned back and looked toward the cultivators from Tianyan City and said, "The imperial arm was destroyed. The seal of the Ziwei segmentum has been broken." The hearts of the Tianyan City Lord and the cultivators trembled. The imperial arm was destroyed. That was the divine imperial arm forged by Tianyan the Great himself. Furthermore, it contained the spirit of the great emperor. How could it be destroyed? Who was even capable of such a thing? He had awoken the will of Ziwei the Great, Wang Xiao continued. His face was even more pale and lifeless than before. He looked toward the starry sky. Inside the original realm, there was one being that was almost undefeatable to him. He was born an extraordinary being. He was destined to be the main character of the divine prefecture. From the first time he had shown himself, he had made his name known worldwide. He became renowned throughout the world within a single day of fame. He was the heir of Tianyan the Great, the only person that could communicate with the imperial arm, the greatest armor. All of these titles were concentrated on him alone. It was as glorious as it could get. As the future lord of the Tianyan City, with such unparalleled talent, he should have been untouchable in the divine prefecture. But he appeared. From the day he appeared 28 years ago, his shadow had completely covered Wang Xiao's greatness. Even the imperial arm couldn't seal and contain him. Now the seal was broken, and he had broken out of the cage. When they meet once again on the battlefield, what could he do? Who was the one who was born at the wrong time? The face of the Tianyan City Lord also turned ugly. Even that couldn't kill him and wipe out the Ziwei segmentum. Now the beast had broken out of the cage. The expressions of all of the divine prefecture cultivators turned a little stiff. For some reason, as an ancient god clan, the greatest holy land of armoring in the divine prefecture, they felt nervous because of a young cultivator that was only at Piquanhuang Plain. Perhaps it was because he was too outstanding and had brought too much shock to them. Even Wang Xiao couldn't suppress him. In the future, he would surely become one of their greatest foes. Things have already reached this point. No need to think too much of it. It would help if you continued to focus on cultivation. You still control the imperial arm. In the future, when you meet him outside, he will not be able to utilize the power of the Ziwei segmentum. You can still take him down with ease. The Tianyan City Lord was indeed an individual who stood at the top of the divine prefecture. He regained his senses rather quickly. Regardless of what it was, they could not induce panic in themselves. Yes, the Tianyan City does not fear anyone. If he dares to come to Tianyan City again, we'll kill him straight away. An older generation cultivator who was standing at the side said as well, in hopes that Wang Xiao would stabilize his mental state. Wang Xiao was essential to Tianyan City, especially during such times where the turbulence in the world was getting more prominent. Clashes and conflicts between the worlds were becoming more and more heated. The war could begin at any time. In such uncertain times, Wang Zhao's growth and development were pivotal. The future of Tianyan City was on his shoulders. Tianyan City, Lord turned and faced the direction of the city, Lord's office, and announced, "Immediately summon the core members of the clan back here. Come back to the clan. Do not exit Tianyan City." "Yes, Lord." The cultivators took his orders. Back then, Yi Futian went on a killing spree in the West Sea domain. Many of the cultivators from the West Sea domain chief's manor were killed. Of course, they knew about that. Although Tianyan City wasn't afraid of Yi Futian, they also didn't dare to let down their guard. They wouldn't give him the chance to hunt down the cultivators of Tianyan City. If Yi Futian dared to come to Tianyan City, then they would kill him here. Also, notify the powers of the divine prefecture. The Tianyan City Lord continued. Back then, Tianyan City wasn't the only power that tried to get rid of Yi Futian. Today, as the seal of the Ziwei segmentum was released, the various powers of the divine prefecture would naturally need to devise ways to obliterate the Ziwei segmentum again. Many of the ancient god clan had participated back then. Even if Yi Futian's gifts and talents were beyond the limits of the world, how could he possibly fend against ancient god clans? As the Tianyan City Lord thought about this, he felt calmer. The reason why he was so shocked before this was likely because it had happened too suddenly. He had thought that the imperial arm was destroyed, but now that he was able to reorganize his thoughts, although it was indeed heartache that the imperial arm was destroyed, they should still move forward. Yi Futian alone wouldn't be able to make that much of a difference. The cultivators of Tianyan City all managed to recover from the panic and become busy again, going back to their work. At the same time, they notified the various powers of the divine prefecture. Those powers that had participated in the besiegement back then were all shocked when they received the news. They all felt somewhat anxious, especially those powers that weren't ancient god clans, like the West Sea domain and the Donghua domain chief's manor. They could be described as completely defenseless before the power of the Ziwei segmentum today. But the Ziwei segmentum was sealed and isolated for 28 years, so they probably didn't grow much, right? Yi Futian overcame the tribulation in the boundless space outside of the Ziwei segmentum. The tribulation lasted for a whole month, and only after that did he return to the imperial palace inside the Ziwei segmentum. After he returned, the Ziwei imperial palace organized a banquet with the core members of the Ziwei segmentum present to welcome Yi Futian's return. Breaking the seal, destroying the imperial arm, and Yi Futian return, these were all incredible things that were worth celebrating and drinking for. On the banquet in the Ziwei imperial palace, Yi Futian sat at the central seat, while the lord of the heavenly mandate palace and the spouse of the imperial palace lord, Hua Jiu, sat beside him. The first seat to his left was occupied by Lord Qin, while to the right were the other 3 palace lords, Emperor Shi Morongyu, Taoist monk Mu. Then followed the deputy palace lords. Everyone was here to celebrate the occasion. Behind Yi Futian were the 4 young cultivators. Fang Xiyuan and the others stood there, serving their master. Although their cultivation levels were all very high, Yi Futian and Hua Jiu were sitting right there. As students, they had to serve them. Come, let's first toast to the palace lord and his partner. The return of the palace lord this time was the greatest surprise to the Ziwei Semniatum, Lord Qin said as he raised his glass. Immediately, all of the cultivators raised their glasses and toasted to Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu raised their glasses as well. He looked toward the Ziwei segmentum cultivators and said, "After seeing all of you, I can tell that no one has stopped working hard for the past 28 years. Thank you to everyone here." Then he drank all of the wine in his glass. Everyone else also followed and did, and same before putting down their glasses. Murong Yu joked, "Palace Lord, there's one thing that you don't know. Taoist monk Mu, it's impossible to invite this guy to anything usually, and he wouldn't spare any respect for anyone here." But this time, when he heard that the palace lord was returning, he was the first to rush over. He was the lord of the Ziwei Palace, while Taoist monk Mu was the lord of the Alchemy Palace. Everyone started laughing. Taoist monk Mu is almost like a king in the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Everyone respected him and treated him like their own ancestor, all because of the fear that if he got annoyed with any of them, the quantity and quality of the pills and elixirs he made for them would be at stake. Aren't you guys aware of why the hell you're even looking for me, usually? Taoist monk Mu sneered. He still didn't bother to spare Morongyu any respect. Damn, seriously, the palace lord is here, and you're still giving that attitude, Morongyu pointed at him and said. Back then, I became indebted to the grace of the palace lord, so I decided to heed the orders of the Ziwei Imperial Palace and take charge of the Alchemy Palace. Of course, I'll fulfill my responsibilities toward the palace lord and give my all to the job, Taoist monk Mu said. He was still very grateful toward Yi Futian. Yeah, I know you're loyal, Morongyu rebutted him. The reason we want the elixirs is that we want to grow and develop ourselves. We want to become stronger so that one day we can charge back into the divine prefecture and seek vengeance for the past 28 years. As he spoke, he looked toward Yi Futian. He continued, Palace Lord, the forces of the Ziwei Imperial Palace have increased rather significantly. Now that the Palace Lord is back, when will you lead the Imperial Palace to attack the Divine Prefecture? We shall wipe out one of two of their organizations and make them pay for what they did 28 years ago. Everyone paused when they heard Morongyu and looked toward Yi Futian. For 28 years, all of them had a raging fire suppressed in their hearts. Now that the seal was shattered and the imperial arm was destroyed, everyone wanted to vent this great fury and strike the divine prefecture. Yi Futian raised his glass and drank all of the wine inside. He then looked around at all of the cultivators present. Over the past 28 years, they had significantly improved. No hurry. Yi Futian's gaze was razor-sharp. 28 years have passed, so why hurry now? Although the Imperial Palace has indeed grown significantly, we still lack apex powers. We need more tribulation, plain cultivators. This time, I'll be cultivating in isolation for a while first. Do the same thing as back then. Make a batch of subdivine elixirs to increase the power levels of the Imperial Palace cultivators again before we make other arrangements. Right now, his cultivation level was still the same as before, Pikrenhuang level, no change. Even the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace didn't know that he had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, let alone the people of the divine prefecture. At this point, they need to accumulate their powers and make the Ziwei Imperial Palace even more powerful. Then they would give the divine prefecture an enormous surprise. He didn't want to face the same situation as 28 years ago, where they were besieged by the divine prefecture, powerless against them. At the very least, he wanted more tribulation plain cultivators present in the Ziwei segmentum. Many of them were almost there. They were on the verge of breaking through. All they needed was one step forward. As for revenge, why rush it now? They had managed to make it through 28 whole years. What was so difficult about waiting just a while more? Okay. Everyone nodded. When they heard that Yi Futian would make subdivine elixirs again, they were happy to hear it. After 28 years, imagine the level of the subdivine elixirs that Yi Futian could make. Chapter 2580. They are used to it. After the banquet, Yi Futian and other key figures visited the rest of the residents in Ziwei Imperial Palace. Now, many new cultivators in the palace were impressed with Yi Futian and admired him a lot. Yi Futian was now a legend in the Ziwei segmentum and the spokesperson of Ziwei the Great. Afterward, he paid a visit to his elders and family. Then, after discussing with Taoist monk Mu, he was ready to start another round of alchemy again. Just when Yi Futian was about to start, suddenly his mind moved slightly and he took out the treasure mirror. On the other side, Shi Qiao's face appeared. Shi Qiao had a smile on her face that made her seem even more beautiful than before. Her temperament was even more outstanding. When I heard the news that you had breached the Imperial arms, I called on you immediately. 28 years. I finally got in touch with you again. Shi Qiao smiled softly. It was as if she was seeing a long-lost friend with much joy in her heart. Has the West Imperial Palace already gotten the news? Yi Futian asked. Only Tianyan City should have known the news of him breaching the Imperial arms. This meant that Tianyan City had already allowed the news to spread. Such a big, happy event. How could Tianyan City not share it with other forces in the Divine Prefecture? Shi Qiao teased and continued. However, you are too secretive. If it were not because I got the news from Tianyan City, would you plan to keep this news a secret from me? I just got out, and I was too busy cultivating. I also have a lot of things to deal with at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Now I plan to make some elixirs in retreat, so I didn't think to contact you. Yi Futian said, I saw some changes within you. Did you have a breakthrough? Look at you, Shi Qiao replied in awe. You could even see something like that. Yes, I did break through the shackles of Renhuang and went one level higher. However, I am afraid that there is still quite a gap compared to you. You are continuing to make elixirs. Is it because you had another breakthrough in your cultivation? Fortunately, Yi Futian said, speaking of alchemy, can you use the resources of the West Imperial Palace to help me collect some alchemical materials? The rarer, the better. No problem, I'll do it now. When I have all of them, I will send them to the Ziwei Segmentum. Shi Qiao responded readily enough without any hesitation. Thanks. Yi Futian nodded, and the two ended their conversation. Although the two were not close friends, they worked well together and trusted each other. Yi Futian asked Shi Qiao to find alchemical materials, and she agreed right away. She knew that Yi Futian would not forget the West Imperial Palace's favor. Then, Yi Futian began to make the elixirs in retreat. Although he was still in the realm of the Renhuang, he had experienced the divine tribulation twice already while in the Renhuang realm, and he had no idea if he could produce subdivine elixirs of the second tribulation. When he returned to the Ziwei Segmentum after having survived the tribulation the first time, he could produce the subdivine elixirs of the first tribulation. He didn't lack any alchemical materials for the time being. He had gathered as much as he could back then on Elixir Emperor's Island and obtained many precious medicinal materials, which had yet been used up. He wanted Shi Qiao to help him to collect these materials, so he had some in reserve. After all, there were more and more cultivators in the Ziwei Segmentum, and there were not enough elixirs to give to everyone. The Alchemy Palace, on the other hand, also required a lot of alchemical materials. If they go to the Divine Prefecture to collect them, it would potentially be a thorny situation. It was much easier to work with West Imperial Palace on the collection of materials. After he produced the elixirs, part of them would be sent over to West Imperial Palace. This way, it was a win-win for both sides. This mutual relationship could ensure their continued cooperation. The secret to getting people to agree to help was never letting them get the short end of the stick. As long as both parties could benefit, the relationship would have no reason not to continue. In the cultivation world, feelings were a thing fragile to begin with, not to mention that his relationship with the West Imperial Palace was not at the level where feelings would be a factor. The others in Ziwei Imperial Palace were also cultivating peacefully. After Yi Futian broke through the imprisonment of the Imperial arms and returned to them, these cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace seemed to be hopeful once again. They were more motivated to cultivate, as their palace lord was personally working on producing those elixirs that were highly anticipated. This time, Yi Futian first produced a large batch of top Renhuang elixirs. To him, this level of elixirs was far too easy for him, and its mass production did not require too much of his energy. However, the Renhuang elixirs that he produced were absolutely unparalleled in all of the divine prefecture, and their quality was perfection itself. For cultivators in the Renhuang realm, it had a massive effect and could help them lay the most solid foundation for leveling up. After the batches were done, Yi Futian had Blind Tai and Old Ma distribute the elixirs, prioritizing top cultivators in the Renhuang realm, making preparations for the impact to experiencing the divine tribulation of the Great Path. After that, he continued to make higher-level elixirs, like the subdivine elixirs. For a long time after that, elixir tribulations were frequent occurrences and a common sight in the starry cultivation court. But because of the experience they had many years ago, the cultivators inside Ziwei Imperial Palace were quite accustomed to it. However, they would be surprised if there had been no elixir tribulations when Yi Futian was practicing alchemy. Undeniably, the elixir tribulation this time was clearly much stronger than the last time. A few months later, Yi Futian finished the production of elixirs and distributed all that he had made. Lord Chen and the 4 lords were the first to receive the subdivine elixirs. Then those who were tittering in the peak of Renhuang for too many years were also given the subdivine elixirs from Yi Futian. At the same time, they had sought advice from Lord Chen and several other lords who had experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Blind Tai was the first one to pass over the hurdle of Renhuang and experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path. In his time, Blind Tai himself was a genius talent from Foursquare Village. After some plotting from the others, he was blinded, and the teacher had him stay in the village as a blacksmith. Many thought that he had given up cultivation, but in truth he was learning to return to the basics and what was truly important. Later on, he received the inheritance of the Imperial Star, and Blind Tai's cultivation went one step further. Now, decades later, he finally stepped into the tribulation plane. His tribulation was an incredibly strong one, but Blind Tai was an incomparable figure himself. Not only was he not destroyed by the divine tribulation, but he successfully completed the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Now some of the protectors around Yi Futian were also existences in the tribulation plane. The second cultivator who survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path was Emperor Shi's disciple, Yang Wuqi. This was rather surprising to Yi Futian. However, after some consideration, it appeared quite logical. Yang Wuqi's talents were outstanding, but he maintained an extremely low profile and kept quiet while he followed Emperor Shi. Nevertheless, his mindset was extraordinary. After surviving the divine tribulation of the Great Path, Yang Wuqi was on the same level as his master, Emperor Shi, and this delighted Emperor Shi to no end. As a result, Wangshan Palace now had 2 cultivators in the tribulation plane, which increased its strength considerably. After another 6 months, Shi Qiyao took a group of cultivators from West Imperial Palace to visit Ziwei Segmentum. They were led into the starry cultivation court to see Yi Futian. "You are behaving yourself?" Shi Qiyao looked at Yi Futian and said with a playful smile. It had been more than half a year since Yi Futian broke the imprisonment and destroyed the imperial arms. However, he did not make any moves, but stayed quietly inside the Ziwei Segmentum. "What else do you expect?" Yi Futian replied, "I thought you would go to the divine prefecture." Shi Qiyao smiled. "This is unlike you." "I'm in no hurry," Yi Futian said. "True." Shi Qiyao nodded. Presently, the forces headed by the ancient god clans in Tianyan City have already begun their preparations the moment you broke out the imprisonment, so they will be ready for you any time. If you go to the divine prefecture now, there are still some dangers for you. If these ancient god clans mean to do you harm, you should cultivate here for some time to come. She saw that Yi Futian's realm had not changed. It was still in the 9th realm of Renhuang, although his combat effectiveness was extraordinary, and he was also an expert in Buddhist superpower. He had some extremely powerful enemies. If he left the Ziwei Segmentum now, there was a certain risk waiting for him on the outside. But in Ziwei Segmentum, Unless a force as powerful as the Donghuang Imperial Palace were to mobilize, no other principalities would be able to invade it. Therefore, Shi Qiao agreed with Yi Futian's decision. She thought it best for him to cultivate for several years before leaving here, or at the very least, until he had passed the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Yi Futian didn't bother to explain anything, but asked, "Are you here to deliver the medicinal materials?" "Wow, you get to the point quickly." Shi Qiao gave Yi Futian a look, but she still took out the things in the storage and handed them over to Yi Futian. West Imperial Palace spent half a year's effort to gather these. It's quite a collection, so don't spend them all at once. Yi Futian checked the items with his divine consciousness, then nodded slightly to acknowledge her statement. He simply said, "Thank you." As he was speaking, his divine consciousness went inside his own storage ring and took a considerable amount of pills and elixirs and put them inside a separate storage ring. He handed it to Shi Qiao. "This is for the West Imperial Palace, but there is a condition. These cannot be distributed to those who raised their hands against me last time." "You hold grudges forever." Shi Qiao laughed and said, "Don't worry. What happened last time will never be repeated again in West Imperial Palace. Once was enough for that kind of situation." When the two were talking, a horrific aura suddenly descended above the sky. The eyes of Shi Qiao and other cultivators from the West Imperial Palace sharpened slightly as they looked towards that side. Soon after, they saw a figure levitated into the air and heading higher into the sky. Yi Futian also glanced yonder. Once he knew who it was, he didn't care too much about it anymore and redirected his gaze. Likewise, the cultivators in the starry cultivation court just glanced to see who it was, with a slightly envious look on their faces, and continued to cultivate without paying too much attention. Above the firmament, that radiant figure was experiencing the divine tribulation of the Great Path alone, with no one even watching him. This strange sight piqued Shi Qiao's curiosity. The reactions of these people didn't seem normal to her. "This is divine tribulation," Shi Qiao said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. Seeing his nonchalant expression, Shi Qiao felt even more curious and asked, "Did none of the people at the Ziwei Imperial Palace care about that?" "They got used to it," Yi Futian replied. "Got used to it?" Shi Qiao stared at Yi Futian incredulously with her beautiful eyes. These people got accustomed to seeing divine tribulations. As the goddess of West Imperial Palace, the entire West Imperial Palace attached great importance to her when she was experiencing the divine tribulation, and all the cultivators in the entire palace were observing her at the time. She cultivated many years before she experienced the divine tribulation, and the whole clan witnessed it. But now, someone was experiencing divine tribulation at Ziwei Imperial Palace. No one cared. "You are tough," Shi Qiao said. "It seems that the elixirs are effective. Let's see what good elixir you have made this time." As soon as she said that, Shi Qiao checked the elixirs that Yi Futian gave her with great anticipation. Yi Futian didn't mind it, merely turning his head to look higher into the sky. Soon, Shi Qiao's body stiffened, and her heart trembled violently, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Futian. "Qiao, what is it?" the cultivator from Western Imperial Palace asked. Shi Qiao didn't seem to have heard them. After a while, she looked at the people from West Imperial Palace and took out an elixir. Second Tribulation, Subdivine Elixir. When they heard what Shi Qiao said, the eyes of all the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace were frozen as well. Chapter 2581. The Plan. Subdivine Elixirs of the Second Tribulation. Technically, elixirs of this level could only be produced by a cultivator who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, but this was just in theory. In reality, not all alchemy masters of this realm necessarily had the ability to produce the subdivine elixir of the second divine tribulation. But at this moment, Shi Qiyao had the elixir of the second divine tribulation in her possession, which Yi Futian had just given her. How could she not be shocked? There were only two top alchemy masters in Ziwei Segmentum, Yi Futian and Taoist monk Mu. However, the cultivation of Taoist monk Mu was only at the first level of the tribulation plane. So, who made these subdivine elixirs of the second tribulation? Shi Qiyao's beautiful eyes fell on Yi Futian. Did you make them? After the medicinal materials from the goddess are made into elixirs, I will have someone deliver some of them to the West Imperial Palace. Or, the West Imperial Palace can also send someone here to fetch it. Yi Futian did not respond to her question directly, but his words made all the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace tremble in their hearts. Was this evasion some silent acquiescence? So, the cultivators in the Ziwei Segmentum were immune to sights of the divine tribulations of the Great Path? Was it something they grew accustomed to? Obviously, someone had already survived divine tribulation before that, which accounted for their nonchalance. When I fought with you many years ago, I had planned to stay in the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. But for so many years, it had never become a reality. Now, what do you think about me staying in Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate? Shi Qiyao asked with a smile as she looked at Yi Futian. She was not joking. This was a real desire that she had. The cultivation environment of Ziwei Segmentum was pretty good, and there were also elixirs to help with the cultivation. More importantly, she wanted to see what was going on inside the Ziwei Imperial Palace now. Since the Ziwei Segmentum was freed from its imprisonment and the news got back to the Divine Prefecture, all the forces in the Divine Prefecture had made preparations. However, there had been no movement in the Ziwei Segmentum for such a long time that they assumed it was because Ziwei Imperial Palace itself was still weak and that they did not dare go to the Divine Mountain for revenge. Right now, all these forces figured Yi Futian and his people would temporarily stay put inside the Ziwei Segmentum and continue to strengthen themselves. Yi Futian, too, was cautious and did not dare to take any additional risks. How could the cultivators from top principalities in the Divine Prefecture know that the current situation in Ziwei Imperial Palace was so prosperous? They were mass-producing existences of Tribulation Plane. Was Yi Futian planning to create a camp of cultivators in the Tribulation Plane? If the goddess desires to do so, of course you can, Yi Futian responded. He didn't mind Shi Qiyao cultivating here at all. Now that Ziwei Segmentum was enemy with all of the Divine Prefecture, West Imperial Palace was a rare ally and could provide them with lots of help. Of course I want to, but I am afraid I'm going to have to trouble you from time to time, said Shi Qiyao with a smile. She was serious about staying. She turned to the cultivators from West Imperial Palace and said, "You guys take the elixirs back and let them know that I will be cultivating here for some years." Very well. These people nodded, not at all worried if something would happen to Shi Qiyao while she was in Ziwei Segmentum. Even in the outside world, not many could touch Shi Qiyao in her current realm of cultivation. The cultivators from the West Imperial Palace left, and Shi Qiyao stayed behind. Yi Futian turned to look at the cultivator experiencing the tribulation and saw it was Chen Yi. He who had inherited the Relic of Light for nearly 50 years was finally beginning to experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Chen Yi's tribulation was an incredibly terrifying tribulation of light. Although everyone was getting used to seeing tribulations, especially after they had so many experiences in elixir tribulations, there were still many who paid close attention to Chen Yi's tribulation as this particular tribulation descended. They could see that his was very powerful. Every cultivator would encounter a different kind of divine tribulation, as they were not all the same. However, Yi Futian was most eager to witness the birth of cultivators in the second divine tribulation, but he recognized that it would be a little difficult in the short run. Prior to this, the only cultivators in the first tribulation realm were Hua Jieyu, Taoist monk Mu, Morongyu, and Emperor Shi. Taoist monk Mu was the one who had stayed in this realm the longest. followed by Emperor Shi, but their realm was not yet deep enough. After Chen Yi survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, he continued to cultivate in seclusion. There were 2 in the tribulation plane among the 4 great protectors around Yi Futian, Blind Tai, and Chen Yi. The qualities of the cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace were getting more powerful by the day, and now their strength was almost comparable to that of the ancient god clans. The ancient god clans possessed the inheritance of the great emperor, but in Ziwei Segmentum, the will of Ziwei the Great remained. The combat effectiveness of all the peak cultivators, aside from those who had survived the first divine tribulation, also included the Supreme Elder Lord Qin in the uppermost level, then Yi Futian himself. This kind of makeup was enough to collide head-on with the ancient god clans. But Yi Futian had no intention to stop there. He was not yet satisfied. The enemies of Ziwei Segmentum were not just one ancient god clan, but all 6 of them within the divine prefecture, as well as some other top forces in the divine prefecture. Therefore, they needed to be stronger. It seems that alchemy is far better than armor-making, Shi Qiyao whispered. Those top alchemy masters were tremendously awesome. You can't think it's as simple as all that, Yi Futian replied. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, the people who have experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path are all of the cultivators with extraordinary cultivation already. Even if they relied solely on themselves, they could pass over this hurdle on their own. The aid from the elixir was to make their foundation more stable and shorten the time it took. That's why we are seeing a series of tribulations in a short period of time. Blind Tai, Yang Wuqi, and Qin Yi were all very strong in their own right. The elixirs are produced by you, so whatever you say is right. Shi Qiyao didn't refute him, but looked at Yi Futian with a smile. As a cultivator in the tribulation plane who was also the goddess of West Imperial Palace, she looked like a little girl. There was some hero worship in those beautiful eyes of hers, which was rather deceptive. A character like her had a majestic authority all of her own, for she was an unattainable goddess to most. Goddess, cultivate as you please. I will have to get back to practice alchemy. Yi Futian deliberately avoided Shi Qiao's gaze. His figure flickered as he left. Watching Yi Futian's departing figure, Shi Qiao chuckled. Was it possible for this guy to feel embarrassed? Now, that was something really interesting. After Chen Yi, there was another person who experienced the divine tribulation, and it was Hua Qingqing. To the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace, she had always been shrouded in mystery. She was sisters with the palace lord's wife, Hua Jiu, and she was not often out and about. Most of the time, she spent it with Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin, but her cultivation was astounding to the point of being fearsome. The seniors within Ziwei Imperial Palace knew that Hua Qingqing had accompanied the Buddha in cultivation. In the Western heavenly world, she was respected by the Buddha lords as a great Buddha herself. After Hua Qingqing, there was another cultivator who survived the divine tribulation, and by this time it was already 3 years after Ziwei Imperial Palace broke out of its imprisonment. This time, the person who survived the tribulation was a pleasant surprise to Yi Futian, and he was the one person that Yi Futian looked forward to the most so far. Gu Donglu finally ushered in his divine tribulation of the Great Path. In the past 3 years, 5 cultivators had survived the divine tribulation. Most of them had something to do with the great emperors or figures on that level. Blind Tai had been instructed by the teacher and later on inherited an imperial star. Gu Donglu had inherited from the demon monarch and also inherited an imperial star at some point. Chen Yi inherited the light, and Hua Qingqing had accompanied the Buddha in his cultivation. Only Yang Wuqi was totally unexpected by everyone. For Ziwei Imperial Palace, it was a pleasant surprise, but it also demonstrated that this quiet man who was not fond of showing off and kept an extremely low profile was in fact incredibly talented. After Gu Donglu survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, The number of people in the tribulation plane inside Ziwei Imperial Palace had reached double digits. Gu Donglio's tribulation had attracted many people to watch. People in Ziwei Imperial Palace knew that the palace lord had a special affection for this third senior brother of his, just like his second senior sister and the elder brother. As far as they knew, the palace lord had been cared for by these several senior brothers and sisters of his when he was young. They were very protective of him, and they had a deep affection for one another. This kind of feeling may not be something they could understand now, but the people in the imperial palace were a little envious. They would really like to see what Yi Futian was like as a young kid, but few people had that privileged experience. Gu Donglu stood above the starry sky as the last light of tribulation fell, his whole body radiant and sacred. His entire temperament had transformed. The aura that permeated from his body was already the aura of a powerful cultivator of the tribulation plane. He stood there quietly and no one disturbed him. Yi Futian was standing with a lot of other people, such as their elder brother and second senior sister. "If our master sees this today, he will be very happy," their elder brother, Sword Saint, said with a smile. His eyes were full of happiness. He had seen these junior brothers in their growth. Yi Futian nodded. "Definitely. Elder brother, after you experience the divine tribulation, when we see our master one day, he will be so pleased to know he has 3 such outstanding disciples," Zhuge Mingyue said with a small smile. For many years, the Sword Saint's cultivation was not inconsiderable, as he was already in the 9th realm of Renhuang. Although he was blessed with less natural talent, Yi Futian had guided him step by step and reshaped his talent with elixirs. He had received the best elixirs from the first batch back then, so he had been doing very well indeed. Not only him, but others like Yi Wuqin, Swordmaster of Lihen, Do Xiao and Xiao Muyu, none of them was weak in their cultivation. Without exception, they were either in Upper Renhuang or in the realm of Peak Renhuang. If the divine prefecture was not a constant threat, a few people from this group was enough to sweep through and lord over the 9 supreme regions of the original realm. I'm still not there yet. Sword Saint said, "If Yu Sheng is here, Futian and Yu Sheng would make a peerless duo. Then, with the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum, they could probably vanquish the forces below imperial level sooner rather than later. I am rather looking forward to what you have assessed. No one knows what is the situation with Yu Sheng's cultivation in the devil world," Zhuge Mingyue murmured. They had never worried about Yu Sheng. When the time was right, Yu Sheng would come to Yi Futian's side once again. In this world, Yu Sheng and Huajiu were the closest people to Yi Futian. The disciples from the cottage could only be seconds after the 2 of them. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian thought of his brother and said with a smile, "How could he be falling behind? The whole devil world must have heard of Yu Sheng's name by now. What plans do you have next? Continue to cultivate in retreat to improve your strength?" Zhuge Mingyue asked. "No." Yi Futian shook his head. "It's been so many years already, and it's time to go out for a while." "What is your first step?" asked Huajiu. "The first step would be sweeping through the original realm." Yi Futian said, "The land of the original realm was once ruled by him, as he was known as the king of the original realm. It was the involvement of other major worlds that caused the chaos and disorder in the original realm. After so many years, the original realm was in need of reorganization." Chapter 2582, Deity Yi. The resources in the former Void Realm, a part of the 9 supreme imperial realms, had been thoroughly looted. Everything had been turned inside out. The Dark World, the empty divine realm, and forces from the divine prefecture had not spared the lands of the 9 realms. Once the lands of the 9 realms had been plundered, in the following few decades, all the major worlds began to shift their focus on the new continents and relics that emerged in the original realm. Gradually, they started moving outward so that the lands of the 9 realms nowadays lived in the shadow of their former glory, now a barren wasteland. Ever since the Heavenly Mandate Academy was destroyed by the City Lord of Tianyan, and Heavenly Mandate was relocated to Ziwei Segmentum, the Heavenly Mandate Realm and the Heavenly Mandate City began their inescapable decline. There were not many powerful cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City today, and the resources for cultivation were particularly lacking. Even if there were young people with outstanding talents, they would not get the nurturing they needed to develop their full potentials. The former site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had long been nothing but ruins. People often came here to mourn and commemorate the glorious days of Heavenly Mandate. Back then, the Heavenly Mandate Academy ruled over the 9 realms, and Yi Futian was known as the king of the original realm. How mighty the Heavenly Mandate Academy was once, and who could have predicted that it would have become what it was now? Even today, people often came to the ruins of what was left of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and look at the ruins while remembering the past. At this time in the ruins, a group of people appeared. It seemed as if they were busy working on something in that location. Next to the ruins, there were some crowds scattered here and there. In one of them, there were an old man and a boy. The old man looked more than 50 years of age, while the young boy was about 15 or 16, still looking a little childish. "Grandson, this is the place I wanted to show you." The old man touched the boy's head and said with a smile, "Grandpa, isn't this the ruin? Why are we here?" The boy raised his head. His innocent eyes were filled with some confusion and curiosity. "Yes, it is a ruin here now, but before you were born, when I was still a boy, this was the most glorious holy land in the world." The old man looked at the ruins and spoke emotionally. He seemed to be remembering those glorious days. How they missed the Heavenly Mandate Academy of the most glorious holy land in the world. The boy was a little puzzled. The Heavenly Mandate Realm, he knew, was a chaotic world. He had no idea what the Heavenly Mandate Realm was like at all before he was born. After all, when the Heavenly Mandate Academy was most prosperous was some 50 or 60 years ago. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Heavenly Mandate Realm existed only in history. Looking back, he founded the Heavenly Mandate Academy to preach to the world and brought the most glorious era to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. But those hateful foreign forces invaded us, which led to the destruction of Heavenly Mandate. So he had no choice but to leave. Now, no one knows if he's alive or dead. The old man looked at the ruins, and he was full of intense emotions. Once, he was also a member of the academy, although he was just the most ordinary disciple on the peripheral. However, he was proud because he was part of something great. No matter when or where, he could always stand tall and tell others that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "You mean Deity Yi?" The boy thought of a name and whispered. "That's right. He is the deity Yi that you guys talked about." The old man said with a smile, "In the Heavenly Mandate Realm, he is indeed a deity." A different kind of light lit up on the boy's face. Among the younger generations of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, that legendary figure had been turned into a myth referred to by many as Deity Yi. "Grandpa, how is Deity Yi now?" the boy asked. "Deity Yi went to a place far away, and even Grandpa has no idea what happened to him." The old man looked up into the sky. He had witnessed with his own eyes that battle once upon a time when all the powers from the upper worlds of the divine prefecture had encircled and suppressed them. Even Dong Huang Imperial Palace, a ruling principality in the divine prefecture, had stood on the opposite side so that there was nothing much that Yi Futian could do. A legend of their time was forced to leave Heavenly Mandate. "Will he come back?" the boy asked. "Probably not. Not anymore." The old man sighed silently in his heart. "Elder, who is the one that you call Deity Yi?" a voice asked. The old man looked to his side and saw several young people approaching. Their temperament was superb. The old man could tell with a simple glance that these 4 young people were unusual. Deity Yi is the title given to the former college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian. It was created by some youngsters in the later generations of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The old man asked, "And you are?" "Is that so?" The young man in the lead displayed a gentle smile and said, "Perhaps, Didi, you will come back." Before he spoke, a group of people in front had actually started rebuilding the structures. This sight caused the old man to frown. He walked up to look at them and asked, "What are you doing?" This was the old site of Heavenly Mandate Academy, and someone wanted to build other structures here. "Sir, please be patient," the young man next to him said. The old man looked at him again and continued, "I know you are no ordinary common folk, but this place is the site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, founded by Didi. It has great significance to the people of Heavenly Mandate Realm. If you want to build a mansion, you can find some other place to do that. If you are building here, I'm afraid it will anger the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm." "Is that so?" the young man asked with a smile. "Didi, ye held such a lofty position in Heavenly Mandate Realm." Without question, the old man's eyes were solemn. Then there was even more reason to rebuild here. The young man said with a smile, looking in front of him. The old man's expression was getting unfriendly as he said, "Do you insist on choosing this site?" "Elder," the young man turned his attention to the old man and said, "Don't you get it? Your deity is coming back." The young man's words made the old man tremble all over. His face turned red. It seemed as if he was extremely excited as he looked at the man in the eye and asked, "Don't toy with me. Are you serious?" "What they are building is the Heavenly Mandate Academy." The young man pointed to the front and said. It turned out that he was Yi Futian's disciple, Feng Siyuan. Naturally, the other three were Little Ling, Tai Tu, and Duo Yu. The old man clenched his fists, and his expression was quite emotional, and he couldn't speak for some time. He took his grandson by the hand and started running with all his might. The deity of the Heavenly Mandate Realm was returning soon. Construction of buildings by cultivators in the Renhuang realm was extremely expedient, not to mention there were multiple Renhuang working on it at the same time. Tall buildings and magnanimous halls soon rose from the ground. In one day, new and magnificent structures appeared on the old site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The buildings stretched for hundreds of miles. Soon, people from the Heavenly Mandate City were gathering in the location of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everything they were seeing in front of them was simply like a dream. Today, there were even rumors that Yi Futian would be returning. However, many people didn't quite believe it. People from the older generations knew what happened back then. How could he return after he had made enemies with so many top forces in the upper worlds? The legendary story of Yi Futian and Heavenly Mandate Academy seemed to be fairy tales from another time. Even the memory of it was a little blurred now. But that era was the most glorious age in the history of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Those people are very strong in their cultivation. Who are they exactly? Someone looked at the cultivators busy working on those newly built structures and noticed they were all Renhuang cultivators. Just observe. We will figure it out soon enough. Many of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate City stopped outside to watch. In the following days, the buildings were getting more magnificent and impressive and far surpassed the original size of the previous Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, none of those cultivators seemed to be finishing anytime soon. There were even peak Renhuang who seemed to be working on a spatial teleportation matrix. Gradually, the cultivators outside of the Heavenly Mandate Realm had gotten wind of this news as well and rushed over to see for themselves. This included those forces in other realms that had also received the same information. Half a month later, even more cultivators appeared outside the old site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At this time, not far from the old site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a group of cultivators appeared in the sky above. This group of people had an incredibly powerful aura as their eyes looked forward and their brows furrowed. The person in the lead was Jian Ao, the former college chief of Tianshan Academy. Back then, when Yi Futian unified the 9 realms, Jian Ao and the others submitted to him in defeat. However, when Heavenly Mandate Academy was in peril and forced to leave, Jian'eo told Princess Dongwang that they were forced into submission and not out of their own free will. They had betrayed Heavenly Mandate Academy in the end. Later, they returned to the Central Emperor realm, and the group of cultivators who had rebelled allied their own and gradually rebuilt their forces in the Central Emperor realm. After the forces of the Divine Prefecture had finally finished their plundering and pillaging of the 9 realms, they shifted their attention elsewhere. Jian'eo and the others became powerful forces in the Central Emperor realm once more. But recently they had gotten the news that someone was rebuilding the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so they came to see it for themselves. Go and find out from which principalities they are from. Jian'eo spoke to the person next to him, and immediately the cultivators from Tianqin Academy went forward until he came to the outside of the reconstructed Heavenly Mandate Academy. The aura of Upper Renhuang was released from him as he asked, loud and clear, "What are you building?" However, no one paid any attention to him, as every one of these cultivators was preoccupied with their own business. Their blatant disregard for him caused the man to frown. "If there's nothing else, please stay out of the way," a cultivator inside said lightly as he glanced at the other man. He completely paid him no mind. At the same time, in the reconstructed academy, a spatial divine light suddenly pierced through the sky. It was the spatial teleportation grand matrix. The spatial divine light seemed to have opened up a channel between the firmament and the lower worlds, as a divine light appeared to form a pillar of light in the space. This, the hearts of the cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City were palpitating. What a terrifying teleportation grand matrix! And just who was to be teleported? Buzz! The divine light descended, and a group of mighty cultivators appeared in the sky above. As soon as these people appeared, everyone who was watching from the outside held their breath collectively. What powerful auras were from these Renhuang cultivators, and many of them were in peak Renhuang no less. In the distance, Jian'eo saw the appearance of those cultivators, and his heart suddenly twitched. He saw many familiar faces. Some of them were once latecomers who were junior to him. Do Zhao from the Do tribe, Xiao Muyu from the Xiao clan, Yuan Hong from the Yuanyang clan, all ghosts of the past from the 9 realms. More importantly, their auras had become extremely horrific. The divine light was still descending, as another group of cultivators appeared, with familiar faces as well. Gudonglu was among this group with an even stronger aura. A terrifying divine might came pressing down and shrouded the boundless space. Seeing those faces, the cultivators on the outside were instantly electrified. Was it really them who came back? At this time, an extremely brilliant divine light fell from the sky, as a figure with a white garment and white hair appeared in the sky above. As soon as he appeared, many older cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm froze. Burning tears filled their eyes. He came back. This legendary man of Heavenly Mandate realm was back. Jian'eo and the others, however, turned terribly pale. Their bodies felt a deep and involuntary fear. It was as their hearts were beating violently in their chests. They turned around, wanting to escape. The aura of the great path of space fluctuated, and they wished they had not come here. However, they discovered that several people were blocking their way, and the same powerful spatial light screen had already cordoned off this space, blocking Jian'eo's way out. At the same time, a supreme pressure came down above the firmament, directly enveloping Jian'eo and the others. Frankly, Jian'eo had goosebumps all over his body, and he felt suffocated. This aura was truly terrifying. Chapter 2583 Expedition. Futian's figure descended over the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone in Heavenly Mandate City was thrilled. Ever since Futian and the others left back then, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had become history. The Heavenly Mandate realm had also been destroyed. In the several decades that followed, the realm was in a constant decline. It was not just the Heavenly Mandate realm. The 3,000 realms of the great path of the original realm were picked clean. Anywhere with resources was plundered by the cultivators of the various worlds. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were no longer the center of the original realm, but had become old abandoned lands. They never imagined that the once ruler of the original realm would return. Yi Futian unleashed his spiritual will and enveloped the vast space. Jian Ao and the others were even more terrified. However, they did not dare to move as their expressions turned pale. How was it that Yi Futian dared to return? Decades ago, the Heavenly Mandate Academy taught the way in the Heavenly Mandate realm and ruled over the lands of the 9 realms. However, it was invaded by outsiders. Today, I wish to rebuild the Heavenly Mandate Academy, declared Yi Futian in a loud voice as he glanced around at the crowd. Although Donghuang Imperial Palace was previously displeased with me, I still agree with the way Donghuang the Great teaches the way. Regardless of his stance, I am still willing to uphold the will of Donghuang the Great now and in the future, and teach the way in the original realm. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path was previously the cultivation court for people from all walks of life in the original realm. Now it has been devastated. Yet, from this day forth, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will once again rule over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Any cultivator who cultivates in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path must obey the will of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had returned to rule over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. All the cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate realm were astonished. Yi Futian had such lofty ambition. Currently, the original realm was in chaos. Although the cultivators from the top forces of the various worlds were not currently in the 9 realms, some of their remaining forces were still here. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path had long been taken over. Could Yi Futian seize control again? How would he make the cultivators from the other worlds yield and submit? Yi Futian, someone called out. As expected, a person dressed in black robes emerged. Although the person's aura was not very strong, he had an eerie vibe. He was a cultivator of the Dark World. Back in the day, he had followed the forces of the Dark World during their invasion. Now he acted as though he owned the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The person stood there and asked loudly, "The 3,000 realms of the Great Path has long been a chaotic place. It does not belong to any person or force. Even Donghuang the Great has no right to rule over it. It is also the same for the entire original realm. How do you plan to rule the 3,000 realms of the Great Path?" Yi Futian wanted to rule over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? He surely had huge ambitions if he wanted to reinstate order here. Yi Futian swept a glance at the other party and did not respond. He said, "Currently, the original realm has changed drastically and is chaotic and lawless. As a member of the original realm, I am willing to restore order to the original realm, not just the 3,000 realms of the Great Path." He used this opportunity to let the world know that the Z-Way segmentum would restore order to the original realm, not just the Heavenly Mandate realm or the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They would do so for the entire original realm. "Preposterous," another cultivator from the Dark World said. "You actually dare to claim that you will achieve something that even Donghuang Imperial Palace has failed to do. Even if I do not manage to do so, I will strive to achieve it," Yi Futian replied. Just then, beside Yi Futian, Hua Jiu glanced at that person. With just a glance, that person felt as though her eyes had pierced directly into his soul. Terrifying will invaded his mind, and many pictures appeared within his head. "You have killed innocent people in the original realm. You deserve death," said Huajiu. As she said this, the figure of the cultivator from the Dark World immediately exploded, and he perished. For a moment, the surrounding space became exceptionally quiet. The cultivators from the Dark World were all silenced. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm were admiring that beautiful figure. She was very beautiful, yet very cold. The position of college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy will be held by Gu Donglu, the lord of the Z-Way segmentum Heavenly Mandate Palace. He will oversee order in the heavenly mandate realm as well as the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, continued Yi Futian. It was as though he had not seen Hua Jiu's actions. After his third older brother broke through to the tribulation plane, Yi Futian allowed Hua Jiu to step down. Gu Donglu replaced her as lord of the heavenly mandate palace. With second older sister as his support, they would be together as husband and wife. As for Hua Jiu, she would no longer need to hold any positions. With her status, she did not need any positions. Yi Futian continued. When the Heavenly Mandate Academy is rebuilt, the Academy will accept disciples from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Next, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will establish teleportation, grand matrices, linking it with the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The realms will be linked together and become one, allowing for easy access between all realms. All the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm were emotional when they heard this. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would teach the way, and the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would become one. One could foresee the trend of martial arts starting up again in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Third older brother, I will leave the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to you, Yi Futian said to Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu nodded his head as his figure floated in the air. He swept a gaze towards Jian Ao and the others. A terrifying aura pressed down across the space, causing Jian Ao's group to shudder. Jian Ao, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had once spared your lives. Yet, when we were faced with a crisis, your lot immediately betrayed us. You deserve death, declared Gu Donglu. Jian Ao's expression changed drastically. A terrifying aura pressed down on him, making it hard for him to remain standing. He wanted to flee, but he discovered that he could not move at all. How could Gu Donglu be this powerful? Jian Ao's group thought to themselves as their hearts beat wildly. What level was Gu Donglu's ability at? With Jian Ao's cultivation, he once stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yet, before the pressure Gu Donglu exerted, it was as though Jian Ao could not resist at all. After several decades, had Gu Donglu already become so powerful? Other junior figures, such as Xiao Muyu and Dou Zhao, all had frightening auras. None of them were inferior to Jian Ao. Could it be that Jian Ao had truly made the wrong move? Back then, he had always wanted to return to the divine prefecture. He wanted to pave the way for his junior, Jian Qingzhu. However, he realized that in the original realm, all those who followed Yi Futian were already so powerful. If he had stayed with Yi Futian back then, how would he be now? He did not manage to think much. Gu Donglio's palm struck down on where he stood. Immediately, the place where he stood was swept over by swords. His body could not move at all. Beams of sword light directly penetrated his figure. He revealed a look of absolute terror. With great difficulty, he lowered his head and inspected himself. He was not the only one who had been pierced through the heart by tens of thousands of swords. In the area around where he stood, the cultivators of the original realm who had followed him in betraying Yi Futian all met the same fate. Die, uttered Gu Donglu. As he said this, the various cultivators were immediately massacred by sword will and were reduced to dust, which dissipated. The once college chief of Tianjin Academy and a figure who stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had perished just like that. He had been immediately killed off. When the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm saw this scene, all of them felt their hearts throbbing. They were naturally aware of who Jian Ao was. He was a super cultivator, renowned in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path for many years. A top figure like him had actually been easily killed off by Gu Donglu. How powerful was Gu Donglu now? On that note, how powerful was Yi Futian currently? Before this, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm had all been wondering about this. Back during the war, Yi Futian and the forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had been forced to abandon the Heavenly Mandate realm. Now that they had returned, were they powerful enough? Did they have the confidence to deal with the various cultivators of the divine prefecture? After Gu Donglu killed Jian'eo, he said, the members of the Heavenly Mandate Palace will hold the fort in the Heavenly Mandate Academy as we restore order in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yes, Lord, replied the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Palace as they bowed slightly. Back when the 4 palaces were established, the Heavenly Mandate Palace mainly consisted of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, such as Lord Taishian, Emperor Nan, and other members. Such a force was already very powerful. Lord Qin, you will remain in the Heavenly Mandate Realm to hold the fort until the Heavenly Mandate Academy establishes the matrices, Yi Futian instructed Lord Qin. Lord Qin nodded and replied, Rest assured, Palace Lord. I will hold the fort here with Donglu. I will leave it to you, said Yi Futian. He then looked at the people around him and said, Lord Morong and Lord Mu will watch over the Ziwei segmentum, while third older brother and Lord Qin hold the fort here. Senior Emperor Shi, Uncle Tai, and Chen Yi, please follow me. Yes, Palace Lord, they answered as they nodded their heads and received their orders. They naturally knew where Yi Futian was leading them. They would leave the rebuilding of the Heavenly Mandate Realm to Gu Donglu and the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. As for them, they naturally had a score to settle with the other forces from the war. First were the 6 major ancient god clans. They needed to sever the connection between the 6 major ancient god clans and the original realm and deprive them of everything they had here. Palace Lord, be careful, Lord Qin cautioned Yi Futian. No one knew how powerful Yi Futian was now. After sealing himself away for 28 years, followed by concocting pills for another 3 years, Yi Futian's cultivation was a mystery. He was still a level 9 Renhuang, yet he could concoct 2 tribulation sub-divine elixirs. However, the enemies Yi Futian needed to face were the ancient god clans. The ancient god clans also had a passageway to the original realm. They could not predict what level of opponent they would encounter. Lord Qin was naturally somewhat worried. Responded Yi Futian with a nod. He then said, let's head out. As he said this, Yi Futian, Hua Jiu, Blind Tai, Chen Yi, Emperor Shi, and Yang Wuqi headed up into the sky. Their group of 6 would be heading deep into the original realm to the continents that had been established. 6 beams of flowing light instantly vanished before the eyes of the crowd. All the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Realm were looking up at the sky. Astonishment welled up inside of them. Yi Futian had just returned, but he was actually leaving again immediately. From their conversation, it seemed as though he was heading out into the starry sky to restore order to the original realm and eliminate powerful enemies. God Yi, a youth mumbled. Then more and more voices could be heard reverberating throughout the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Yi Futian was merely stopping by the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. His expedition would lead him to the vast starry sky. Chapter 2584, Revenge. The various major forces of the Divine Prefecture descended upon the original realm several decades ago. Starting from the 9 realms, they began expanding outward. All of them already possessed their own territory. As the strongest forces of the Divine Prefecture, the ancient god clans had naturally done the same. As one of the most powerful ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture, Tianyan City naturally did the same. They had established a huge territory in the original realm. This region was called the Minor Tianyan Segmentum by Tianyan City. It went without saying that, as the top armory zone of the Divine Prefecture, Tianyan City was extremely exceptional in some aspects. This Minor Tianyan Segmentum once floated deep in the original realm. It was surrounded by chaotic currents with extremely destructive power. However, the cultivators of Tianyan City discovered that there were starry mineral deposits in this segmentum. Further within this region, hidden within the chaotic currents, they found a relic. With the terrifying power of Tianyan City, they walled off the area and immediately conquered and restructured it, forming the current minor Tianyan segmentum. For the past few decades, Tianyan City had spent an extremely large amount of resources to restructure the minor Tianyan segmentum. They made this once desolate land into a prosperous region. In order to prevent the minor Tianyan segmentum from being infiltrated by outside forces, Tianyan City had set up a powerful matrix outside of the minor Tianyan segmentum that isolated the space from the outside world. Only the core cultivators of Tianyan City could open this matrix and come and go freely. Besides that, there were countless cultivators on the main planet, Tianyan planet, of the minor Tianyan segmentum. They were all cultivators who had migrated over from Tianyan City. Most of them were craftsmen. Some were even proficient in forging. Over the past few decades, they had already transformed Tianyan planet into a city of gold. Golden divine light enveloped the entire Tianyan planet. Of course, the surface area of the planet was not very big. It was even smaller than a small city of the divine prefecture. However, there were also a few ancient stars around that contained mineral deposits. These deposits had formed naturally and could replenish themselves infinitely. Hence, the members of Tianyan City firmly controlled this area and mined these deposits. They used the minerals they mined in the construction of Tianyan planet, as well as transported them to Tianyan City via the spatial passageway. Tianyan City placed great importance in the minor Tianyan segmentum. These mineral deposits were rare forging materials and were extremely precious. While other forces were busy fighting over the inheritances of ancient great emperors, Tianyan City had their eyes fixed on this place. Right now, many cultivators were busy on Tianyan planet. At the same time, outside of the minor Tianyan segmentum, a group of figures appeared. The leader was Futian. Futian and his group looked ahead. They could faintly see a light screen. A gigantic matrix enveloped the entire minor Tianyan segmentum, hiding it from the eyes of outsiders. The segmentum was hidden within the matrix. On top of that, the surrounding currents were turbulent. Hence, the segmentum was difficult to locate. It has been an arduous journey getting to this point. Emperor, she exclaimed. It took them quite some time to locate this place, even with the hints from West Imperial Palace. Without the hints, it would have been even more difficult for them to reach here. Tianyan City did a good job in hiding this segmentum. The deeper they hid it, the more it showed that they placed great importance on this segmentum. The Tianyan City Lord Office was ambitious to claim this area as their own. They wanted to have absolute control over it and did not want others to set foot on it. However, this segmentum would belong to Futian and his group from now on. The matrix is powerful. Let me break through it, Blind Tai offered. Then he took a step forward, and immediately a gigantic phantasm of a god appeared in the sky. It wielded a divine hammer and looked imposing. The phantasm of the god slammed the divine hammer downwards and hit the light screen. The matrix shook violently as cracks appeared on it. However, it was not destroyed. Blind Tai did not cease attacking. The godlike figure once again slammed its hammer down. When Blind Tai delivered the first blow, the entire Tianyan planet shook for a moment. This caused everyone on the planet to look at the sky as their hearts raced. What happened? Someone wondered. It seemed like somebody was attacking the defense matrix of the minor Tianyan segmentum from outside. Rumble. Yet another loud sound thundered. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. Someone was invading the minor Tianyan segmentum. Clearly, they realized what was happening. Figures rose to the sky one by one. A terrifying aura was unleashed from a palace on Tianyan planet. It was an aura unique to a tribulation plane cultivator. The cultivator strode forward as he looked at the sky. Yet another intense rumbling sound could be heard. The matrix was shattered into pieces. A few silhouettes appeared in high heavens. The spiritual soul of the Tribulation Plane cultivator on Tianyan planet swept out. His will covered the vast space in an instant and headed upwards. Once he stepped forward, his figure appeared above Tianyan planet. He waved his hand, and a terrifying aura was immediately unleashed. Golden divine light illuminated the vast space. In the sky a pattern appeared. It was akin to a matrix and could smelt all existences. This was the minor heaven-tempering enumeration. In the past, Tianyan the Great invented the heaven-tempering divine method and created an imperial arm called heaven-tempering enumeration. His descendants in Tianyan City imitated his creation and made this minor heaven-tempering enumeration. It was a two-tribulation, sub-divine arm with appalling might. However, as the minor heaven-tempering enumeration loomed over the space, a figure directly disregarded the long distance and appeared on the ground of Tianyan planet. He went straight to the core region of the planet. There, a beam of spatial divine light pierced through the heavens and connected the planet with another place. This was the passageway that connected Tianyan planet to Tianyan City. Futian cast a glance at the passageway. Immediately, the space twisted and collapsed. The passageway distorted as a terrifying spatial storm was stirred up. Futian waved his hand, and the passageway was severed right away. His first step was to cut off the connection between Tianyan City and this place. The cultivator, who was in midair, turned around quickly. His facial expression turned extremely ugly when he saw that the passageway had been destroyed. He glared at the silhouette with white robes and white hair as he roared, Futian! How could he possibly not recognize Futian? In the divine prefecture, only very few people were unaware of his existence. He turned around and looked at the sky. 5 cultivators were standing there. Without exception, all of them were Tribulation Plane cultivators like himself. His face turned pale. How could this lineup be so powerful? Was the Z-Way segmentum already capable enough to come up with such a frightening lineup? Rumble. The minor heaven-tempering enumeration expanded and blocked off the sun. It enveloped the vast space, shielding Tianyan planet within it. The divine light of heaven tempering poured down on the 5 cultivators. At the same time, the cultivator of Tianyan planet charged towards the high heavens as divine light surged from his body into the minor heaven tempering enumeration. A menacing swirl appeared in the sky, intending to swallow everything around it. Rumble. No. Cries of agony could be heard. The might of minor heaven-tempering enumeration was too domineering. Many cultivators on Tianyan planet could not withstand its power and melted right away. They screamed as they died. This technique would actually smelt even the allies of the user. Buzz. Futian appeared directly beneath the minor heaven-tempering enumeration. Destructive, swirling storm and light of catastrophe wrapped around his body, intending to smelt him. However, Futian's flesh was indestructible and remained unaffected. This caused the facial expression of the Tianyan City Tribulation Plane cultivator to turn even uglier. He was in despair. Futian was even more terrifying than the 5 Tribulation Plane cultivators. He had no hope to win at all in this battle. Moreover, the passageway to Tianyan City had been ruined. He had no means to call for reinforcements. Only death awaited him. In the Tianyan City Lord Office of the Divine Prefecture, figures rose to the sky one by one. The entire City Lord Office had been thrown into chaos. At a core region of the City Lord Office, a spatial, frenzy storm rampaged. The spatial passageway leading to the original realm had been destroyed, causing time and space to warp and go berserk. Rumble. A shocking aura swept across the sky and loomed over the City Lord Office. It even covered the entire Tianyan City. The Lord of Tianyan City floated up into the sky above the City Lord Office. All the cultivators had their gazes fixed on him as their hearts quavered. They were aware that their stronghold in the original realm had been attacked. However, who was the invader? City Lord, what has happened? A cultivator in the City Lord office asked quizzically. They had yet to fully comprehend what was going on. Wang Yu has fallen, announced the Lord of Tianyan City. His words put the cultivators in great dismay. Wang Yu was the younger sibling of the Lord of Tianyan City. He had high standing and powerful cultivation. He was assigned to go to the original realm and hold the fort on Tianyan planet while contributing mineral deposits to Tianyan City. Wang Yu's position and ability were indisputable. However, the Lord of Tianyan City had just declared that this younger sibling of his had fallen. Wang Yu had fallen in the original realm. He was murdered. Who did it? Someone asked. Who dared to act so presumptuously? Did someone from the dark world or the empty divine realm do it? He was killed by Futian from the Ziwei segmentum, said the Lord of Tianyan City. His tone was as cold as ice, and his murderous intent filled the sky. This familiar name caused the City Lord office of Tianyan City to fall into a short period of silence. It was Futian from the Ziwei segmentum. Chapter 2585. Kill Order. In the Divine Prefecture, a storm that involved the 6 major ancient god clans erupted. Futian led 5 Tribulation Plane cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum, and they consecutively invaded the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans in the original realm. Futian and his group plundered the possessions of the ancient god clans in the original realm and slaughtered the cultivators who held the forts. They were domineering and ruthless. By the time this news became known to the masses, the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans had been destroyed. Only later did this news spread across the Divine Prefecture and cause an uproar among the cultivators. While all the cultivators were in shock, a question surfaced in their minds. Why was it that only after the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans of the original realm were destroyed did news of this happening slowly spread? The news did not spread immediately. Instead, it was delayed by a few days. It was only after the fact that the Divine Prefecture suddenly realized that all 6 major ancient god clans had been attacked. Something suspicious was happening behind the scenes. The 6 major ancient god clans would certainly be able to communicate between themselves and send messages to each other. After the first ancient god clan in Tianyan City was attacked, they could have immediately informed the other ancient god clans, as well as the forces of the Divine Prefecture. However, they had not done so. Hence, the other ancient god clans were also unprepared and were immediately ambushed and destroyed. Their connections between the Divine Prefecture and the original realm were severed and out of reach for them now. Otherwise, if the armies of the ancient god clans were to retaliate, Futian's group would not have dared to act recklessly. They would have invited destruction upon themselves by attacking the ancient god clans. However, all of this had not transpired. Futian had very smoothly destroyed the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans. All of the ancient god clans suffered heavy losses. The ancient god clans all had their own agendas. Once their base in the original realm was destroyed, they hoped that the other ancient god clans would suffer the same fate as them. When that happened, the various forces would be antagonistic towards Futian. In the Tianyan City Lord office in the Divine Prefecture, before a golden throne in a palace, there were many cultivators. Wang Shao was also there. All those present were core members of the Wang family. "How did it go?" asked the Lord of Tianyan City. A person down below said, "The news has already spread, and the Divine Prefecture already knows. Of the 6 major ancient god clans who participated in the siege of the Ziwei segmentum back then, none of them were spared." Responded the Lord of Tianyan City as he nodded slightly. It was as he expected. When he received word that the minor Tianyan segmentum had been attacked, he was very surprised. His younger brother had also been killed. One could imagine the fury he felt inside. However, After he calmed down, the lord of Tianyan City did not spread this news. He instead kept it under wraps. After Yi Futian destroyed the imperial arms seal and destroyed the imperial arms, his cultivation might have become even stronger than before, making him even more dangerous. Yi Futian had to die. He could not just rely on Tianyan City to kill Yi Futian. Other forces had to play their role too. Hence, he had to reel in the other ancient god clans. The deeper the hatred the other ancient god clans felt and the greater the losses they suffered, the greater effort they would commit to killing Yi Futian. "Won't we offend the other ancient god clans by doing so?" asked a cultivator. He was somewhat worried as they were the first to be attacked. "Those who were attacked after us also did not inform the other forces," said the lord of Tianyan City nonchalantly. "In the battle back then, we went in the hardest and also suffered the greatest losses. How did they kick us when we were down? They actually claimed that we had not gone all out. They wished that the members of our Tianyan City had fought to the death and perished along with the Ziwei segmentum. Back then, the various forces had hoped that Wang Xiao would take down the Ziwei segmentum at all costs. Our Tianyan City lost an imperial arm and was then attacked. How could we just let the other forces remain safe and sound?" He continued. His tone was indifferent, seemingly containing resentment. "Wouldn't we miss the opportunity to kill Yi Futian?" asked an elder. He was an elder of the same generation as the lord of Tianyan City. Otherwise, he would not have dared to question the latter now. "We won't," answered the lord of Tianyan City, not minding the questioning. "More than 30 years have passed. Yi Futian wouldn't come seeking his death so easily. He has cultivated the Buddhist superpower celerity. It won't be easy to kill him. If we had informed the other forces and set up an ambush, he might not have attacked the other bases." "That is true. With Yi Futian having cultivated celerity, taking him down will be very difficult unless he barges into one of the core regions of the ancient god clans," the elder said as he nodded. "However, what should we do next?" "We wait," said the lord of Tianyan City. "We do not need to do anything. Back then, we took the lead to attack the Ziwei segmentum while the other forces watched from the sidelines. Now, it's their turn to take the initiative." He had been brooding over previous events. He seemed to have forgotten that Tianyan City had organized the armor competition and shocked the divine prefecture. He had allowed Wang Xiao to bear imperial arms and head to the Ziwei segmentum to kill Yi Futian. He had done so because he wanted Wang Xiao's name to be known all over the divine prefecture and for him to become the unrivaled. However, things didn't go as planned, and it did not end well. His resentment over the outcome back then made him say these words today. "Will the other forces take action?" someone asked skeptically. "It does not matter. This time if no one makes a move, neither will we," said the lord of Tianyan City. "We only need to wait." As he said this, his will suddenly shifted. With a wave of his hand, an illusory image appeared before him. It was the image of a figure. "Someone's here," the lord said. The cultivators of Tianyan City narrowed their eyes when they saw the scene. From the looks of it, other ancient god clans had gotten impatient and had come to meet them. "Lord Hua," greeted the lord of Tianyan City. It turned out that the person who arrived was the lord of the Haotian clan. The cultivators of Tianyan City heard rumors that the Haotian clan had suffered severe losses this time. Their loss was even greater than that of Tianyan City. The Haotian clan was most probably enraged by this incident. "City Lord, what are your thoughts on the current situation in the original realm?" asked the lord of Haotian clan. He appeared calm and did not seem out of the ordinary. The lord of Tianyan City answered coldly, "Yi Futian went on a massacre in the original realm and wishes to occupy the realm by driving out the forces of the divine prefecture. He is cruel and ambitious." It seemed that he loathed Yi Futian. In his words, Yi Futian was an evil villain who wanted to occupy the original realm by any means necessary. "You and I are of the same mind," replied the lord of Haotian clan. "Clan Lord, what are your thoughts on this matter?" asked the Lord of Tianyan City. He had speculated that the person who would act first would be the Lord of Haotian clan. It was as he had expected. After Yi Futian's attack, aside from the foothold of the Haotian clan in the original realm being destroyed and them suffering heavy losses, they also lost an extremely crucial figure. He was a descendant of the Haotian clan and one whom the Lord of Haotian clan had valued highly. The former was born from one of his concubines in his later years. The Lord had high hopes in this youngest child of his, hence he had allowed him to come to train in the original realm. This youngest child had exceptional talent and ability, yet he was killed in the original realm. He had perished when Yi Futian and his group attacked their base. This blood debt had to be repaid with Yi Futian's death. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The Lord of Haotian clan coldly declared, I am inviting all the forces in the divine prefecture, including you, the other ancient god clans and top forces, to issue a kill order to hunt down all the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. What do you think? The murderous intent in his speech filled the sky. Chapter 2586, Contempt. A kill order. When the cultivators in Tianyan City heard these words, they realized just how strong the murderous intent from the clan Lord of Haotian clan was. It seemed that the death of his youngest son had a tremendous effect on him. Ever since Dong Huang the Great unified the divine prefecture, the divine prefecture was operating according to its own rules and order. A massacre on a grand scale would be inhumane and against all reasons of logic. But now the Haotian clan, as part of the ancient god clan, wanted to issue a kill order against the entire Ziwei segmentum. Specifically, how do you want to put this in motion? The city lord of Tianyan asked. He had kept his silence until now because he was waiting for the other forces to act first. Now that the clan lord of Haotian clan took the initiative to come to him, seeking an alliance and taking down Yi Futian, he was naturally more than agreeable. Yi Futian led the entire Ziwei segmentum to attack the principalities in the divine prefecture simultaneously. I found out that he has already dispatched cultivators into the former heavenly mandate realm, intending to regain control of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and even the entire original realm. The man's ambition knows no end. The clan lord of Haotian clan continued coldly. Such an evil force should not exist in the world and ought to be rooted out. He wants to push the divine prefecture to the side. Then we will summon all the forces in the divine prefecture to slaughter Ziwei in return. The clan lord of Haotian clan continued, I and all of you will each provide our strongest support to execute the killing order. We will summon the cultivators from all sides in the divine prefecture to go to the original realm, hunt down and terminate the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum. Every one of them who comes out will be killed. He wants to occupy the land of the original realm. Let us promise that the land of the original realm will no longer have a place for Ziwei segmentum. This proposition of massacre did not just involve themselves, but also required the participation of all the forces in the entire divine prefecture. He meant to make Yi Futian and Ziwei segmentum the enemies of the world. Admittedly, this plan hatched by the clan lord of Haotian clan was incredibly ruthless. He was mobilizing countless cultivators in the divine prefecture to launch a massacre against the Ziwei segmentum through the kill order. Although they could not get inside the Ziwei segmentum, each person that came out of the segmentum would be killed. The cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum were dispersed in many different territories, such as the 3,000 realms of the Great Path or at their camps within the original realm. They could all be killed and slaughtered in those places. If you want to execute the kill order and put the people of the divine prefecture at risk, I am afraid it won't be that easy. You might need to give them some incentives, the city lord of Tianyan replied. The 6 ancient god clans, in cooperation with some of the top forces in the divine prefecture, will give out different levels of rewards to those who carry out the kill order. I believe with the leadership of the ancient god clans and the top powers of the divine prefecture, the entire land of the divine prefecture will be willing to get involved. The clan lord of Futian clan spoke in an extremely icy voice. From beginning to end, the murderous intent from him had not dissipated one bit. Very well, then. The city lord of Tianyan spat as sharpness flashed across his eyes. Obviously, he was in support of the kill order as issued by the clan lord of Futian clan. If their plan succeeded, the cultivators of all parties in the divine prefecture would be actively executing the kill order. From then on, the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum would no longer dare to move about at will, as each person who came out would have a target on their backs. This would make their foolish dreams of occupying the entire original realm a totally impossibility. Moreover, the cultivators of Ziwei segmentum would always live in fear, not knowing who would be the next, or who would be the ones to kill them. As soon as they left Ziwei segmentum, it was certain that they would be hunted. Even if they stayed within the Ziwei segmentum, there was no guarantee that they could evade death. When the kill order became a reality, it would undoubtedly be another major disaster for the Ziwei segmentum. What does the clan lord plan to do next? The city lord of Tianyan asked. The kill order was difficult to implement because not everyone would dare to act on it, especially now that Futian was on a roll with great momentum, having destroyed the base camps of the 6 ancient god clans and unified the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Who would be crazy enough to touch Futian and Ziwei segmentum? Futian clan will summon the cultivators from all sides of the divine prefecture to gather together and announce the kill order officially. Therefore, I will require the cooperation of the city lord and the others to generate the momentum for this event. Once all the cultivators from the divine prefecture receive the kill order to carry it out, there's no need for us to keep tabs on them in the future. I will have others in divine prefecture monitor their progress. Futian and the people of the Ziwei segmentum will be trapped inside Ziwei segmentum. The clan lord of Futian clan continued. In addition, the call this time is also to find a solution to deal with Ziwei segmentum once and for all, and how we can sack Ziwei segmentum and bring Futian to justice. Fine. The city lord of Tianyan City nodded and said, I will fully cooperate. As long as Futian clan let me know when in advance Tianyan City will be there. The clan lord of Futian clan nodded slightly. Then he disappeared immediately as he went to rally the other forces of the ancient god clans. Once the news came out that all 6 ancient god clans of the divine prefecture would push forward the killing order together for the sole purpose of destroying Ziwei segmentum, it caused great shockwaves across the divine prefecture in a very short amount of time. Futian had boldly led the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum for a coordinated attack on all 6 ancient god clans. That was something so unimaginably arrogant on his part. For this, each of the 6 ancient god clans paid a heavy price. Therefore, they not only wanted revenge for themselves, they also wanted Futian dead. So, they would implement a blanket kill order to get the entire divine prefecture involved in the hunt to eliminate all the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. It was indeed something crazy and inconceivable. The 6 ancient god clans were all peak-level principalities, but they now employed a strategy on such a massive scale, just for one person. They even went as far as to leverage the power of the entire divine prefecture. It was very clear to everyone just what a great threat Futian and the Ziwei segmentum had become. For a time, the entire divine prefecture was boiling over because of the news. Countless cultivators set off toward the continent where Futian clan was located, as if there was yet another feast of terror after the alchemy competition. This time it was to kill as a way to deal with Futian and the Ziwei segmentum. When Futian received the news, he was in Ziwei Imperial Palace. They were busy moving the resources that they had plundered inside Ziwei segmentum. He got the news from Shi Qiyao first. Shi Qiyao was cultivating in the Ziwei segmentum, but kept close touch with the West Imperial Palace. After receiving the news, West Imperial Palace immediately informed her. A kill order. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian seemed to be a bit contemptuous when he heard Shi Qiao's words. It was as if he did not even feel anything about the kill order that had created major shockwaves in the Divine Prefecture. Seeing Yi Futian's indifferent expression, Shi Qiao asked, "The Haotian clan is the one that initiated the kill order. If it is implemented in the Divine Prefecture, it is impossible for Ziwei Imperial Palace to expand into the original realm, and it will be limited only inside the Ziwei segmentum." Didn't Yi Futian understand that? How could he have such disdain? "Do you know why I first moved in to take down the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and have my senior brother take over, before I started the attack on the 6 ancient god clans?" Yi Futian looked at Shi Qiao and asked her pointedly. Shi Qiao was stunned for a moment as she looked at him, and a strange brilliance flashed across her beautiful eyes. Obviously, she understood what was unsaid by Yi Futian. "Do you want them to come to you in the original realm?" Shi Qiao said. "Of course." Yi Futian nodded. "Compared to me going to the ancient god clans, it is much better for them to come to the original realm, which will make it a lot easier to deal with them." But Yi Futian's eyes swept to the place higher above the sky. "I don't care if the Haotian clan gave out the kill order, but if it is implemented, it will be detrimental to cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum. It seems that I needed to personally take a trip there. You want to get back to the Divine Prefecture again." Shi Qiao stared at Yi Futian in disbelief. After so many years and long after the armor competition, Yi Futian would once again step into the Divine Prefecture. Chapter 2587. Tempting Rewards. Haotian clan in the Nantian domain was the absolute dominant force in that region. So indomitable were they that even the domain chief's mansion could not hold them down. For as long as anyone could remember, the Divine Prefecture was nicknamed South Vast Heaven. As a principality that belonged to the ancient god clans, the Haotian clan had countless years of history, passing down since the time of Haotian the Great, who was once an awesome ancient emperor of his time. As part of the ancient god clans, this meant that it had received the very powerful and indestructible will of the emperor even to this day, passing down from generation to generation. The will of Haotian the Great was inside Haotian clan, and now in Haotian City, where Haotian clan was located in the Nantian domain, several cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had gathered here. The Haotian clan had united with the other 5 ancient god clans and invited outstanding cultivators from all over the world to gather here to initiate the kill order. This had caused a great sensation in the Divine Prefecture. For a time, numerous cultivators from the Divine Prefecture rushed here to join in on the action. Some wanted to see just how tempting the kill order was as issued by the alliance of all 6 ancient god clans. They wanted to see for themselves whether it was worth it for them to be used by these forces to assassinate cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. For the kill order to become a reality, there must be sufficient rewards to tempt them. After all, the strength of the Ziwei segmentum was considerable, and Yi Futian's potential was terrifying. However, since the Haotian clan had gathered the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture, they must have been quite sure about their chances to succeed. All of them were curious just how much these 6 ancient god clans were willing to pay for this endeavor. Inside Haotian City, every major tavern and inn was booked. In a tavern, many cultivators were discussing the kill order that would be officially issued the next day. "I heard that all the ancient god clans have arrived. For the 6 ancient god clans to ally to issue a kill order. This is probably the first time something like this happened since Dong Huang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture?" Someone commented. Someone nodded. In fact, the battle before was already the ultimate battle that ever took place in the Divine Prefecture's countless years of history. Even though imperial arms were used, they failed to destroy Ziwei. In Ziwei segmentum, Yi Futian was its absolute king. He can use the will of Ziwei the Great, and he did just that to destroy the heaven-tempering enumeration. the imperial arms from Tianyan City, 3 years ago. No wonder the 6 ancient god clans have allied. This time the 6 ancient god clans have suffered hefty losses. Futian clan had obtained a relic of the great emperor in the land of the original realm, but it was taken away before it was fully excavated. The clan lord's youngest son was killed in the process, so there was little wonder that Futian clan was so angry that they now wished to exterminate the Ziwei segmentum completely, hence the issuance of the kill order. It's just that the 6 ancient god clans and the top principalities of the divine prefecture formed an alliance, and Wang Shao even took the imperial arms there, but none of them were able to kill Yi Futian or to destroy the Ziwei segmentum. Now, just because they are about to issue a kill order, do they think that these cultivators in the divine prefecture will be able to get inside the Ziwei segmentum? Isn't it just as futile as before? You don't understand so much, do you? Let's talk about the first point. The original realm is vast and boundless, and the Ziwei segmentum is located inside the original realm. This is their home base, and they have geographical advantages. Now, Yi Futian wants to expand with the Ziwei segmentum as the center and control the entire original realm. Yi Futian himself is an expert of Buddhist superpower, the Buddha's celerity, which allows him to come and go without a trace. If he were to become even stronger in the future, the 6 ancient god clans would not have any advantages in the land of the original realm, so they want to use all the cultivators in the divine prefecture to pressure Ziwei segmentum. The second point, do you think there are no top cultivators in the divine prefecture? What's the year right now on the divine prefecture calendar? It's more than 10,000 years. How many cultivators have been born during the past 10,000 years, and how many cultivators have been hidden from the world? It is said that in these years of chaos in the original realm, there have been many powerful figures that came out of hiding to fight for the relics. I think the ancient god clans must understand this more than we do. As long as the temptation was great enough, these extraordinary cultivators will come out of the woodwork and take action. Of course, the third point is also extremely crucial. Once the kill order is successfully implemented, the Ziwei segmentum will truly become public enemy number 1 of the divine prefecture. It is a war between the divine prefecture and the Ziwei segmentum, a battle for the original realm. But more forces might get involved in the end, and even the imperial palace might. I didn't think so deeply. If the kill order is implemented with so many cultivators from the divine prefecture enticed to hunt and kill the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum, it will no doubt cause a battle between the 2 realms, pushing the divine prefecture and Ziwei segmentum to an absolute standoff. Moreover, it will make people feel that Ziwei segmentum represents the original realm. Therefore, the cultivators discussed and chatted enthusiastically. In this scenario, the situation that was waiting for Ziwei segmentum would be a very bleak one. Even if it could not be breached for the moment, once the opposition was formed, the Ziwei segmentum would be destroyed sooner or later, as it was all related to how things stood in general. Unless the divine prefecture could tolerate the advent of another great emperor, using the Ziwei segmentum as his base and center, ruling the original realm from there. Yi Futian is indeed a bit too brazen, someone said. He dared to attack the 6 ancient god clans and uprooted all the strongholds of the 6 ancient god clans in the original realm. It's like he wanted to unify the original realm and expel the divine prefecture. It was too much. If you have Yi Futian's strength, you'll be more brazen than him, someone teased. Everyone nodded and agreed this was quite true. Now, Yi Futian was like the sun in the sky, with no one in the world who did not know of him. The armor competition in Tianyan City was meant to propel Wang Shao into fame as the first person under the great emperor. Still, it was also an effort stymied by Yi Futian. No one knew who else could hold down someone like him. No one knows how the confrontation between the 6 ancient god clans and the Ziwei segmentum would end this time. Someone said, "We can only wait and see." These cultivators were all looking forward to it with heightened anticipations. Tomorrow they could see whether the kill order would be implemented. Futian City, this ancient city that had been through numerous years of challenges and strife, had a glorious past but had never been so lively since the unification of the divine prefecture. In anticipation of countless people, Futian City finally ushered in the day when the kill order was officially implemented. On this day, golden sunlight sprinkled down from the sky above Futian City. The weather, like the mood inside the city, was extremely warm and vibrant. In the city, countless people whispered as if waiting for something incredible. Finally, a sound rang throughout the entire city. It was the sound of a bell that was like a bell from the gods, resounding in the hearts of everyone who heard it. At this moment, on this boundless land, those countless cultivators in Futian City quieted down as they looked up to the sky above. Suddenly, there was an extremely brilliant golden divine light that appeared above the sky. With the convergence of that divine light, a boundless and massive figure appeared above the firmament, as if it was the figure of Futian. It's the clan lord of Futian clan. Someone recognized the figure and that gigantic face, and it belonged to the most powerful man in Nantian domain. The clan lord of Futian clan appeared directly above the sky, so that the whole city could see him. Behind that Futian-like figure were also many elusive figures standing in the sky like divine generals. They were the top figures from Futian clan. Then there was another divine light blooming, and in 5 other places figures began to appear one after another, projected onto the firmament. In one of the places, golden light filled the sky, and it was the cultivators from the Vajra realm. In another direction, a majestic figure, incomparable and terrifying aura, was the city lord of Tianyan City, with the cultivators from Tianyan City trailing behind him. Many people looked at the one person next to the city lord of Tianyan, Wang Shao, who was praised by the city lord of Tianyan himself as the first man under the great emperor. In the other 3 directions there were infinite mountains, the ancient god clan from the boundless domain, the ancient god clan of Jiang from Taishan domain, Yuanshi Palace from Yuanshi domain. All these major forces had arrived in person, with many cultivators gathered besides. At this moment, the 6 ancient god clans appeared in the sky above Futian City at the same time, as if they were the spokesperson of the vast heaven. In each of the major direction of Futian City, on top of many buildings, cultivators from all sides were sitting there. They were top forces from the divine prefecture, and they were now inside Futian City. At this moment, above the sky, the clan lord of Futian clan spoke with gusto. Today, we invite the cultivators from all over the divine prefecture to come to Futian City, and I think you know why. The land of the original realm has long been ruled by divine prefecture as a vassal of the divine prefecture. Yi Futian, who, as a cultivator of the divine prefecture, abused the benevolence of the great emperor, who was merciful enough not to punish him for what he did. After he fortified himself, he wreaked havoc in the land of the original realm. Now he slaughtered at will and on a massive scale. First, he led his hordes of cultivators to commit a massacre in the former 9 realms, forcibly occupying it. Then he proceeded to attack the major strongholds of the divine prefecture in the original realm, killing indiscriminately and intending to expel everyone from the original realm and occupying the original realm by force. He spoke with a booming voice that resounded throughout the void. He depicted Yi Futian as some great demon lord of the world, who had done all the wicked deeds and slaughtered indiscriminately. The clan lord of Futian clan paused for a moment and then continued to speak loudly. Therefore, we're here today in conjunction with other ancient god clans to initiate a kill order to execute the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum. In Ziwei Segmentum, there is the Starry Cultivation Court, a holy land for cultivation. I promised that anyone who had made a kill of the cultivators of Ziwei Segmentum, regardless of realms, may enter the Starry Cultivation Court to cultivate and bath in the imperial glory as soon as Ziwei is sacked. The heart of those cultivators from Futian City skipped a beat This was too easy. Anyone, as long as they had made a kill, no matter who or what realm the person was, would have the opportunity to experience the will of the great emperor in the future. However, there were still some questions, of course. All these promises had to wait for the actual demise of the Ziwei segmentum, and everyone knew it was easier said than done. More importantly, Yi Futian was the heir of Ziwei the Great. If Ziwei was sacked, no one knew whether the great emperors would still remain. Furthermore, in the future, when the 6 ancient god clans regained our territories in the original realm, all of you can come at any time and cultivate within. Those who executed Renhuang will be granted entry to all the relics unconditionally. Even the excavated relics of the great emperor would be made available to you in cultivation. In addition to all of the offers I just mentioned, those who slaughtered cultivators in the tribulation plane may choose to enter any of the 6 ancient god clans to cultivate and experience the will of the great emperor for themselves. There will also be rewards of the subdivine arms, along with a top cultivation method of your choice, as each of the 6 ancient god clans will make one set of their top-notch methods available for your choosing. For anyone who killed Yi Futian, the 6 ancient god clan would be made available to you without any restrictions. The clan lord of Haoqing clan spoke loudly, his voice resounding through the void, causing countless cultivators to tremble in their hearts and souls. No matter who it was, these conditions were extremely tempting. Even those who were existences in the tribulation plane were quite enticed. There was a high probability that this kill order would be successfully implemented. Many cultivators would be willing to take the risk and participate in the hunt for the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. The Ziwei segmentum would be in peril once more. Chapter 2588, One Man. When the reward was suitable, there was no lack of brave men willing to risk their lives, especially when the compensation was so generous that it was a major temptation. All anyone had to do was kill a Renhuang in exchange for the opportunity to cultivate imperial-level relics. If it was too difficult to capture the entire Ziwei segmentum, it should not be as difficult to regain the territories that the 6 ancient god clans had lost in the original realm. As for the rewards laid out for slaying cultivators of the tribulation plane, it was even more enticing. The opportunity to experience the will of the great emperor, the gift of the subdivine arms, and top cultivation method from the ancient god clans. This kind of temptation would entice even those cultivators of the tribulation plane from the outside. The assassination of Yi Futian. This was not something that ordinary people could even remotely think of. Even among those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, few dared to entertain that possibility. The West Sea Domain Chief's mansion had wanted to kill Yi Futian for a very long time. The same with many top forces in the divine prefecture, including the 6 ancient god clans, who among them didn't want to see Yi Futian dead. However, as of now, Yi Futian was still alive and well, and he was getting stronger as they spoke. He had destroyed the imperial arms, broke through the imprisonment, and annihilated the territories of the ancient god clans. The people of the entire Haoqian city couldn't stop talking about this. Above the sky, the clan lord of Haoqing clan surveyed the crowd, and his phantom, like a god in heaven, was extremely mighty and authoritative. He continued, "This time it's a war between us divine prefecture and Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian wanted to expel the divine prefecture and slaughter the cultivators of the divine prefecture, so that he could occupy all of the original realm by force. In that case, we will let the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum disappear from the world forever. The kill order is issued today, which will be permanently effective. After the new channel is opened, whoever is willing may band together to go to the original realm and annihilate Ziwei." The kill order was officially promulgated and implemented on the land of the divine prefecture. As for the actual number of people who might participate, no one knew. And the key was, from this moment forward, no one would know if any cultivators that came to the original realm from the divine prefecture would be the ones to carry out the kill order and hunt the cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum. From this moment on, they had to guard against all the cultivators that were from the divine prefecture. Anyone could deal a fatal blow to them at any time. According to the clan lord of the Futian clan, from this moment forward, the order would be permanently in effect. If the Ziwei segmentum ever wanted to befriend any other forces in the divine prefecture, it must always be on guard. This was a bit of a ruthless trick, as it would compel the Ziwei segmentum to be on the opposing side of the divine prefecture. Futian had led the Ziwei segmentum to slaughter at will. As a member of the divine prefecture, we must stand up against this abuse and destroy the Ziwei segmentum for good, punishing Futian for what he has done. At this moment, on top of a tavern, a cultivator announced loudly. His voice sent a shockwave through the void. It was a cultivator from Celestial Worthy Mountain, one of the top principalities in the divine prefecture. They were part of the group that had participated in the battle to destroy Ziwei segmentum back then. They had long held a grudge against Futian, and there was no better time than this for them to stand up and accept the kill order and use this opportunity to punish those who cultivated in Ziwei segmentum. As the domain chief of the West Sea Domain Chief's Mansion, I, too, have the responsibility to come forward and destroy Ziwei. Domain chief of the West Sea Domain also announced loudly. After that, cultivators from all sides expressed their stances successively, accepting the kill order and clearly stating that they would destroy Ziwei and kill Futian. Moreover, these were all peak forces whose position had always been aligned with that of the 6 ancient god clans. But as each of these cultivators made clear their intention, Futian City became a little eerie, as all sides were responding to its call to arms. Destroy Ziwei, kill Futian. A voice sounded inside Futian City. Destroy Ziwei, kill Futian. Those voices were heard one after another, resounding through heavens and earth, echoing in the space, as if the entire Futian City was responding to the kill order, to destroy Ziwei and to kill Futian. This terrifying sound drowned out the whispers of the crowd and everything else. In this vast ancient city, it seemed that only this sound existed with its monstrous, murderous intent. Obviously, this was not a spontaneous response from the cultivators within Futian City. This was someone intentionally driving the crowd to a crescendo and creating a sense of frenzy. At this moment, in another direction, many people seemed to be affected by this frenzy. They seemed quite excited as they were shouting the slogans, "Destroy Ziwei" and "Kill Futian." The kill order was issued, and Ziwei segmentum would face the onslaught of countless cultivators from the divine prefecture. Ziwei ought to be obliterated. At this time, a cultivator who was deeply affected by this frenzy levitated slightly into the air as he continued shouting, "Destroy Ziwei, kill Yi." Before he could finish his words, a light flashed across his throat, almost to the point where it was unimaginable, and it was gone in a flash. He wanted to finish his sentence, but found that he could no longer make an audible sound. As if he suddenly realized what had just happened, his eyes were filled with extreme terror. Trembling, he put his hands to his throat, and as he lowered his head to look, he saw that it was covered with his blood. "No!" He managed to let out a fearful low growl, but it was so hoarse that it was drowned out in this lively atmosphere. At the same time, in other directions, traces of sword intent passed by, like rays of light. Many were still shouting in excitement as the sword intent passed through their throats directly. "Look there!" At this moment, someone made a horrific sound somewhere as he looked at a cultivator not far away. He saw the other man was holding his throat with both of his hands, but bright red blood spurted out and was impossible to stop its wild flow. His head began to slant to one side as his throat was cut clean through by the sword intent. "What's going on?" The cultivators in that direction suddenly felt cold all over, and their souls shuddered. Soon, the same thing happened in other places in Futian City, and not only in that one direction anymore. "Be careful! Someone is attacking us!" warned a roar. Effectively suppressed all the excitement inside Futian City and those noises of jubilations. In an instant, Futian City was silenced. As these cultivators released their divine consciousness, they saw many people clutching their throats and falling in pools of blood. Moreover, it did not just appear in one place, but was happening in many places all at once, and some places were far apart in the distance. It seemed that many cultivators had launched the attacks at the same time. "Who is it? Show yourselves." Above the firmament, a cold admonishment was heard, and the figure that looked like Futian had his eyes fixed on Futian City. As his majestic gaze passed over, his terrifying divine consciousness covered the entire city. However, no culprit was found, as if no one was there. But he did see that in those different directions, some are very far from each other, they were all being subjected to these deadly attacks as men were slaughtered. In this case, how could they not find even one culprit? Could it be that all the attackers were experts at concealing their auras? All the leaders from the 6 ancient god clans were here in the sky above Futian City. Futian clan had summoned the cultivators of the divine prefecture here, but it was right at this moment that someone was hunting and killing them here. How humiliating was that? Auras of horror shrouded the entire Futian City, and the divine consciousness from those cultivators swept over everyone inside. They were checking one by one, and they were sure they would find out who it was. No need to look further. At this moment, in the void, there was a voice that came. It sounded as if it was close, but it also seemed to come from afar, from nothingness. Even divine consciousnesses could not lock onto the source of the sound. As soon as their divine consciousness followed the voice, they found that there was no one at the other end at all. But this voice could be heard by everyone in the entire Futian City. "Yi Futian." Wang Zhao's eyes suddenly sharpened. This was Yi Futian's voice. His sworn enemy appeared again after more than 30 years, even though this was not how Yi Futian viewed him. But for him, Yi Futian was his sworn enemy. "Yi Futian." The people in Futian City suddenly quieted down. Even just a few moments ago, they were still clamoring to obliterate Ziwei and hunting down Yi Futian. Still, when Yi Futian really appeared in person, they fell into a deep and embarrassing silence. On the day when the Futian clan issued the kill order, Yi Futian dared to appear in person. How preposterously arrogant and confident was this? Did he kill that man just now? How did he do that? Buddha's celerity. Some cultivators remembered that Yi Futian was an expert at Buddhist superpowers. This meant that Yi Futian could change his position in an instant without any warnings. He could appear in different places to kill almost instantly, but gone without a trace because he had already been teleported away with Buddha's celerity. This was far too preposterous. Just as the 6 ancient god clans jointly issued the kill order, Yi Futian descended in Futian City to slaughter them instead. 50 years ago, I cultivated in the original realm and obtained the inheritance of Ziwei the Great as well as several other great emperors. The forces of the divine prefecture coveted the inheritance and joined forces to invade Heavenly Mandate Academy. Don't you remember how high-handed was the city, Lord of Tianyan? Just because I won't surrender the divine body, he annihilated Heavenly Mandate Academy in one strike, treating human lives like garbage. Since when did the lives of those cultivators in the original realm been valued by the haughty ancient god clans? 30 years ago, in the armor competition at Tianyan City, the forces of the divine prefecture were called once again to bear imperial arms to destroy Ziwei. Under the attack of the imperial arms, the power of destruction penetrated Ziwei segmentum, and countless people lost their lives again. At that time, who amongst the divine prefecture cared about these lost lives? That voice was icy as it resounded through Futian City. Every time the voice came, it sounded as if it was from a different position, totally unpredictable. Now, just because I took my revenge, destroying the strongholds of the 6 ancient god clans in the original realm, you dared label me and what I did as the indiscriminate killing of innocents. What a joke! Now, you even issued a kill order. Yi Futian's voice was dripping with extreme sarcasm. When the voice fell, a group of people on top of the tavern noticed a strong sense of threat all of a sudden. Their expression changed drastically as the aura of the Great Path exploded from them. However, in the next moment, their bodies froze right where they were, unable to move as if they were constrained by space. In the next moment, the sword will burst forth, and the space was ripped to pieces. Blood spattered, and those cultivators were instantly crushed and killed. They were cultivators from a major principality, and some of them were peak Renhuang. They, too, had threatened to kill Yi Futian and destroy Ziwei just moments ago, but in an instant, none of them were left alive. This, in front of everyone, Yi Futian had started a massacre of his own. Boom! The 6 powerful clan lords, including the clan lord of Futian clan, released a monstrous coercion at the same time, covering the boundless void that extended to the entire city. Since you are already here, why bother hiding? The clan lord of Futian said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Futian city, as if emerging out of thin air. The man was clad in white garments that were whiter than snow. He bore an incredible presence. It was Yi Futian. Your kill order. Destroy Ziwei, kill Yi Futian. He said this indifferently as his eyes swept across all the cultivators below. He continued, I am right here. Whoever wants to destroy Ziwei and kill me, stand up and come forward. Chapter 2589. Killing Against Killing. Futian City was unusually quiet at this moment. Only Yi Futian's voice echoed in the sky above the ancient city. On this day, the divine prefecture gathered here, as the 6 ancient god clans jointly issued a kill order to destroy Ziwei and kill Yi Futian. However, at this moment, Yi Futian was standing above Futian City. One man alone to face down the 6 ancient god clans and all the cultivators from the divine prefecture. Renhuang in the 9th realm. The city lord of Tianyan stared at Yi Futian, as did Wang Xiao behind him, his eyes fixed squarely on Yi Futian. His cultivation was in the 9th realm of Renhuang, and it had not changed. The city lord of Tianyan was a bit more relieved when he realized this. In the past 30 years, Yi Futian had been trapped by the imperial arms and had not had a breakthrough in his cultivation. If he had stepped into the tribulation plane already, it would be that much harder to deal with him. However, if Yi Futian dared to come to Futian City, presumably he had some plan because he was so confident. Seal the city, the city lord of Tianyan commanded. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying aura bloomed from him, which soon covered Futian City. Above the firmament, a divine matrix appeared, and it was the heaven-tempering divine matrix. Tianyan the Great had used this divine matrix as the foundation in the creation of the heavenly tempering enumeration. Not just him alone, but other cultivators were also taking action. The peak giants of all 6 ancient god clans had released their greatest abilities. Above the firmament, the boundless space seemed to be shrouded by a supreme will. The entire sky turned into a gigantic face, like Futian's will, overpowering the whole city. Since you are here, don't leave, the clan lord of Futian clan said coldly. While he was speaking, the face representing Futian's will above the sky also spoke at the same time. The entire Futian city could hear what was said clearly. The clan lord of Futian clan's youngest son had perished at the hands of Yi Futian, and that was why he gathered the 6 ancient god clans to issue a joint kill order. But Yi Futian was bold enough to appear in Futian City on this very day and start a killing spree of his own. How could they allow Yi Futian to leave here alive? Why would I leave? Yi Futian looked at the clan lord of Futian clan and replied, above the firmament, a supreme divine might now gathered. Everyone could see that Futian divine shadow raising his hand and slamming it in the direction where Yi Futian was. It seemed to contain Futian's supreme will. At this moment, the cultivators in the entire city felt a tremor from the depths of their souls, and it was difficult for any of them to move, as if they were being pressured with no room to breathe. The city seemed to be frozen solid. Authority of heaven. Countless people trembled in their hearts. This was the real authority of heaven, Futian's will. A radiant divine aurora burst from that great handprint, which contained the might of heaven. The moment the handprint disappeared from the firmament, everyone inside Futian City trembled in their souls, as if it was an apocalyptic attack that they had encountered. Boom! There was a loud noise, and there was no way to see where the handprint fell. The divine light exploded in an instant, and the next moment, a massive handprint left its mark somewhere else in Futian City, like a huge sinkhole. In that area, all the buildings had crumbled, and the cultivators who once stood there had turned into dust. No one saw how they died before they disappeared forever, as all traces of them were erased. No one knew who they even were. All of them dead. The cultivators who were near the deep pit, survived by pure chance, shuddered uncontrollably. Those people were all dead. Many cultivators had gathered inside Futian City. The blow just now must have slain a lot of cultivators. The clan lord of Futian clan watched what happened with an extremely terrible look on his face, his eyes fixed forward, as he saw that Futian was still standing where he was, as if he had never moved a muscle. Futian did not block the blow, choosing to disappear instead. The authority of heaven did not oppress him and could not lock onto him. After the attack landed, he returned to where he was. His comings and goings were completely untraceable and unpredictable. It was precisely because Futian did not block this attack that the attack was allowed to land where it did. Not only did it not kill Futian, it killed those unlucky cultivators inside Futian City instead. Because you tried to save yourself that so many cultivators died because of you, the clan lord of Futian clan said coldly. His voice was full of indifference and rage, as if it was Futian who had killed those people. However, it was he who killed those men. Naturally, the clan lord of Futian clan understood that. But what could he do about it now? Today it was him who invited these people of the divine prefecture here, so he could make the kill order official. Now he had killed these cultivators from the divine prefecture by mistake, so even if he knew it was his fault, what of it? How could he admit it? If he were to admit wrongdoing, then how would he account for the doings of the Futian clan? Because even if everyone was here to witness it, and the fact was right in front of them, he would still say that it was Futian who killed these men. The cultivators in Futian City said nothing when they heard his words, maintaining their dead silence. Futian was a little bit astonished. Looking at the others, he said, "I can hardly believe there are actually such shameless people in the world like you. Did the Futian clan survive these countless years purely on the power of such outrageous shamelessness? Today, all those who were here were for the sole purpose of the kill order. Should he even care about the lives of these people? If the clan lord of Futian clan didn't care, why should he?" The expressions of those giant figures from the 6 ancient god clans did not look very good. Futian showed up here as if he was holding the cultivators of the entire Futian city hostage. With his Buddha's celerity, unless an attack on a massive scale was carried out to destroy this entire area, there was almost no other way Futian could be killed. If he chose to attack this way, he would endanger the entire Futian city. In Futian City, a lot more people were going to die. The intensity of the kind of attack that could kill Futian was not likely to be survivable by people inside Futian City. No one dared to go ahead with a plan like that. But at this moment, a powerful aura of the Great Path appeared in the area surrounding Futian, attempting to superimpose his surroundings with this domain of the Great Path. However, nothing inside the entire Futian City could escape Futian's sharp perception. A sarcastic amusement appeared in his eyes as his body disappeared directly from where he was standing. In the next moment, he appeared in a place beneath Futian City. Here, There were cultivators from a major principality in Nantian domain, a part of the divine prefecture. Just now, they had chanted the threats of destroying Ziwei. They saw Yi Futian suddenly appeared in front of them, and their expressions changed to one with horror. In the next moment, they felt it was difficult for them to move, as the entire space was absolutely frozen. All around them, the divine splendor of the space was shining, along with an extreme sense of coldness. Destroy Ziwei, kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian spat. In the next moment, the space where all these cultivators were in front of him was shattered. Blood spurted everywhere as this group of cultivators was obliterated by a thought, dead, nothing remaining. Everyone around them only felt an unspeakable horror as they paled. After Yi Futian had slaughtered these people, he disappeared again and reappeared somewhere else. It was impossible to lock on his location. After the second tribulation, Yi Futian's Buddha celerity was approaching perfection, and he could do whatever he wished. How could he possibly be locked down by anyone? Above the sky, Yi Futian stood there, surveying the crowd. Then he said coldly, "When I cultivated in the original realm, I had not offended anyone. But disasters came from the heavens nonetheless, as the powers of the divine prefecture coveted the divine treasures and tried to assassinate me many times. Now, they even issued a kill order. This being the case, anyone who agreed to the kill order, let me tell you this. No matter where you are, I will end you. If you dare to harm my people in the Ziwei segmentum for your own gain and are willing to harm the innocent to get it, don't blame me for my ruthlessness and destroy you and your clan. From today on, only killing can stop killing." Yi Futian's icy voice resounded through the space and gave everyone chills. Today, Haotian clan had issued a kill order which was without restrictions and took effect immediately. People from Ziwei segmentum would be killed indiscriminately. Therefore, he could only employ the most ruthless means in return to ward off these cultivators from the divine prefecture, to stop killing by killing, so that no one would be so bold as to risk responding to the kill order. Just as Yi Futian's voice faded, the terrifying spatial divine light descended right away, flooding that space in an instant, tearing up that space into pieces, as if everyone in this space was condemned to die. However, Yi Futian's figure appeared in another area, still beneath Haotian City. With a wave of his hand, he claimed the lives of some more people, another group of cultivators who had clamored to destroy Ziwei not too long ago. It seemed that for whoever dared touch him, he would retaliate immediately and unequivocally. The person who made a move before was the clan lord of the ancient god clan of Jiang. His face had a terrible look as he witnessed this scene. Yi Futian's keen perception was terrifying beyond imagination. As soon as his will arrived, his attack followed instantly, but Yi Futian had somehow managed to evade it immediately. This kind of precision attacks could not touch him at all to even hurt him, so their only choice was to sequester a large area to trap him within. For instance, they had sealed off the entire Haotian city at this moment, and they could launch a destructive attack on the entire Haotian city. But who would dare to do this? Yi Futian's figure once again appeared in the void, facing them as he said, "You still won't unseal Haotian City? Those who threaten to destroy Ziwei and kill me, remember that your faces are all imprinted in my mind. As long as I am inside Haotian City, I will slowly settle these accounts with you. Since you all claimed that I killed indiscriminately and you wanted to punish me for it, your wish is granted. Let's see how the 6 ancient god clans want to handle this." The cultivators in Haotian City trembled when they heard Yi Futian's declaration, especially the cultivators who responded to the killing order with much enthusiasm before. They were now sorely afraid. Today, Yi Futian would stop killing by killing. In this sealed-off ancient city, he would massacre anyone who had threatened to destroy Ziwei and kill Yi Futian. And Haotian City was sealed off by the 6 ancient god clans. Yi Futian couldn't get out, but neither could anyone else. However, within the sealed city, no one was able to do anything to Yi Futian. No one could have imagined that this was the situation they were facing. He came alone to face the peak giants of the 6 ancient god clans, as well as countless cultivators from the divine prefecture. He had launched a killing spree inside Futian City, yet no one could stop him. The clan lord of Futian clan and the other 5 cultivators looked pretty bad, and they were hesitating. If they were to release the seal, he could escape at any time with Yi Futian's ability. It would almost be impossible for them to find a similar opportunity to kill Yi Futian. Today, Yi Futian came to slaughter them, but it was also the best chance to kill him. Would all 6 ancient god clans relent on the imprisonment and let Yi Futian leave? Everyone in Futian City was watching this. Chapter 2590, Massacre. If they removed the seal, Yi Futian could leave the place at any time. The 6 major ancient god clans would not be able to keep him around. If they refused to remove the seal, the lives of the cultivators who responded to the kill order to eradicate Ziwei and hunt Yi Futian would be at the latter's mercy. Yi Futian had put the 6 major ancient god clans in a predicament. How would they resolve the situation? None of the 6 major cultivators retracted their domain or removed the seal they placed on Futian City. All of them did not wish to let Yi Futian go. The core figures of all 6 major ancient god clans were backing them up now. They would not face any danger. The people who were truly at risk now were the cultivators of the divine prefecture and those insignificant figures. How could their lives weigh more than the life of Yi Futian? Too many people had gathered here today in Futian City. These people had all gathered here by Futian clan, and the impact of losing them was too great. Otherwise, if it were just any random group of people, they would not need to consider the impact at all. If they could sacrifice the lives of these people in exchange for the death of Yi Futian, they wouldn't hesitate to make that exchange at all. Seeing that the 6 major ancient god clans were unmoved, a look of mockery flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. These cultivators claimed that they upheld righteousness and accused him of killing the innocent. Their hypocrisy was laughable. He merely needed to put up a little test to reveal their true nature. Yi Futian extended his hand, and a silver spear appeared. It was the subdivine arm he won when he was at 13th flight of Tianyan City. He raised his arm and pointed the spear toward the cultivators of the Futian clan. His voice was as cold as ice as he said, "The Futian clan gathered the cultivators of the divine prefecture here. The cultivators responded to your call. Yet is this how you treat them?" The Futian clan's refusal to remove the seal meant that they would ignore the lives of the cultivators who responded to their call. "If you still do not remove the seal, I shall begin my massacre," threatened Yi Futian as he pointed his spear forward. A menacing and destructive light shone. It was as though he would attack the others the very next second. With Yi Futian's powerful ability, how many people in this ancient city could withstand a blow from him? The cultivators needed to have at least undergone a divine tribulation of the great path to survive a blow from Yi Futian. No one whose cultivation was below the tribulation plane could survive his attack. They would surely die. Even the cultivators who had undergone the first divine tribulation of the great path were equally at risk. To their knowledge, even Wang Shao, the unrivaled and the successor of Tianyan City, failed to take a blow from Yi Futian. Seeing that the other party had no intention to respond, Yi Futian sneered, and his body disappeared from his spot. He appeared in another area. The crowd only managed to catch a glimpse of a moving light before his spear slashed across the space. Instantly, spear will penetrated through all the cultivators in that area. Their bodies were disintegrated, and they died tragically on the spot. These cultivators were people who responded to the kill order. After killing them all, Yi Futian returned to the sky and stood back in his original position. He pointed the long spear in his hand at the 6 giant-level figures ahead and asked, "Are you going to remove the seal?" The 6 giant-level figures still did not respond. They seemed to be having a discussion via transmitted thoughts over how they would proceed. However, they could not find a solution. They could not remove the seal. If they did so, they would lose this opportunity to kill Yi Futian. However, if they did not remove the seal, the situation in Futian City would remain unsolved. They could only watch as Yi Futian massacred the people here, and they would not be able to save anyone. Yi Futian's figure disappeared once again and appeared in another location. Same as before, with one swipe of his spear, all the cultivators in an area dropped dead. It was indeed as he had said. He remembered all the cultivators in Futian City who had claimed to want to destroy the Z-Way segmentum and kill him. Their faces had already been carved into his memory. Futian City was as silent as a tomb as Yi Futian carried out his threat. He would stop the killing by killing. Today in Futian City, the 6 major ancient god clans issued a kill order. Yi Futian descended with a spear and began a massacre. Whoever answered the call would be killed. "Various seniors, please remove the seal and allow us to leave," someone cried out loudly from within Futian City right then, pleading with the 6 major ancient god clan cultivators. "Various seniors, please remove the seal," others cried out. Once someone started pleading, others continued to chime in. Very soon, within Futian City, countless cultivators were begging the 6 major ancient god clans to remove the seal. The people who had spoken up were naturally the cultivators who had answered the kill order prior. They regretted having done so now. Not even in their dreams had they imagined that Yi Futian would actually dare to begin a killing spree with just a spear right in front of the 6 major ancient god clans, and that no one would be able to stop him. Now their lives were all in danger. If they had known that they would face such a situation, they would not have answered the kill order, effectively seeking their own deaths. In order to escape, you are actually willing to massacre innocent people. Are you holding us hostage with the lives of the cultivators of the divine prefecture? Said the lord of Futian clan as he stared at Yi Futian with a cold look in his eyes. It seemed that he had no intention of removing the seal and letting Yi Futian escape. In reality, among the 6 major ancient god clans, the Futian clan was facing the greatest pressure. After all, this was their territory, and the lord of Futian clan was the one who had invited all the cultivators of the divine prefecture over. Aside from that, Futian City was originally under the rule of their Futian clan. Countless industries here were theirs. There were also many powerful cultivators here who belonged to the vassal forces of the Futian clan. Hence, his Futian clan bore the greatest burden here. Just now, when they were communicating amongst themselves over transmitted thoughts, the other 5 ancient god clans were unanimously against removing the seal. Even if he wanted to remove the seal, it was pointless. As long as the other 5 ancient god clans did not agree to do so, the result would remain the same. He could only twist the facts. He knew how ridiculous his words sounded. However, his tone was extremely stern and serious. It was as though all the blame was on Yi Futian. Even if they did not remove the seal to let Yi Futian out and resulted in the other cultivators being killed, all of this was Yi Futian's fault and had nothing to do with him. Now he could only stick to this claim stubbornly. The lord of Futian City coldly smiled inside. Of course, he would not agree to remove the seal. He only wanted Yi Futian to die. As for the lives of the cultivators in Futian City, how were they his concern? His Futian City was not the one who invited them over. It was the Futian clan. Issuing the kill order was also the Futian clan's suggestion. This was also why the lord of Futian City had not taken the initiative and had instead waited patiently. When Yi Futian heard the lord of Futian clan's ridiculous words, he did not respond. He disappeared once again. This time he appeared in yet another location in Futian City. Frightening flashes shone from his spear continuously as he massacred the people. Each flash appeared sporadically. Cultivators perished one after another. No one could withstand a strike from Yi Futian's spear. Everywhere it passed, the cultivators there were killed instantly and perished in Futian city. As the death count piled up, the 6 major ancient god clans did not do anything. Terror began to spread across Futian city. The people who answered the call clearly felt that their deaths were approaching. None of them knew whether the next person to die would be them. Yi Futian stood in midair. Right now, he was like a god of death dressed in white robes. The silver spear that he wielded was dripping with fresh blood. Below, where Yi Futian stood, were people trembling from head to toe uncontrollably as their eyes were filled with terror. Just now, they had also answered the kill order. Right now, Yi Futian was above them. Did that mean that they would be next? If Yi Futian attacked, they would certainly die. We merely came to join in the fun. We had no intention of answering the kill order. Ren Huangyi, please forgive us, said the crowd as they lowered their heads. They bowed towards Yi Futian in the sky, wanting to plead for their lives. They were afraid. Buzz! Yi Futian's figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, many people looked down below. They discovered that those who had begged for their lives had already been killed. They had died instantly. Yi Futian did not give them any chance of survival at all. What use was there in apologizing and admitting their wrongs now? Wouldn't everyone be able to act presumptuously and recklessly if issues could be resolved so easily? Due to benefits, these people were willing to destroy the Ziwei segmentum and kill Yi Futian. Now that their lives were in danger, they suddenly had no intention of answering the summons. Today he would kill as many cultivators of the divine prefecture as he needed to instill terror in everyone's hearts. Seniors, are you really going to watch and do nothing? Questioned someone with bloodshot eyes. Enraged, the crowd glared at the cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans. The latter witnessed Yi Futian killing the rest of the cultivators, yet they did nothing to help. The cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans saw the others being killed one by one. Up until this point, they were still pondering their next course of action. They could only watch as this massacre unfolded before their eyes. More and more voices sounded, urging the 6 major ancient god clans to remove the seal. The Lord of Futian clan announced coldly the kill order has been issued and is in force. Since Yi Futian is here today, the conditions outlined in the kill order hold true for anyone who can kill him. The conditions similarly hold true for anyone who can kill the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum. He emphasized once again that the kill order had officially begun. Regardless of what happened today, it would not affect the kill order. Of course, this required Yi Futian to be able to leave this place alive first. This time, they certainly would not let Yi Futian leave here alive. As long as Yi Futian died, everything would be over. These are the high and mighty ancient god clans of the divine prefecture. Yi Futian mocked loudly. His voice reverberated across the land. With a shift of his will, tens of thousands of arms immediately appeared behind him. Each hand contained frightening sword will. A destructive, murderous aura enveloped the entire ancient city. What is he planning to do? The various cultivators thought as they watched Yi Futian in astonishment. The ones who answered the call were trembling even more. Was Yi Futian about to begin a frenzied massacre? Chapter 2591. The Fallen Old God. 1,000 Armed Buddha. The various cultivators stared at Yi Futian. Not only did he transform into 1,000 armed Buddha, but frightening sword will could also be sensed emanating from every single one of his arms. The sword will loomed over the entire Futian city. A terrifying aura descended as 1,000 arms blocked out the sun. Right at the same time when the aura pressed down, 10,000 blades of light materialized in the sky. All the blades of light were carefully calibrated. They ignored the long distance and shot out in different directions precisely. These divine blades of light that could negate distance were undoubtedly the boundless swords. The sound of swords penetrating through flesh could be heard continuously from various locations in Futian City. Sword will rampaged while screams of agony filled the sky. In an instant, more than 10,000 people were penetrated by sword will and were killed on the spot. However, at the same time, astonishing auras were unleashed at a few different locations. These powerful auras each covered an area, blocking off the sword that was imbued with killing intent. Every single aura in each area was extremely shocking. The terrifying auras of the Great Path permeated the space, causing the cultivators' hearts in Futian City to tremble violently. The auras belonged to Tribulation Plane cultivators. A few of them had finally intervened. Most of these Tribulation Plane cultivators who stepped up were the heads of the vassal forces of the Futian clan. One by one, figures dashed towards different parts of the city from the spot where the cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans were. The cultivators appeared in various spots of the city. Even the 6 giant-level figures spread out and did not gather together. Soon, the 6 giant-level figures stood guard in 6 different locations in Futian City. 4 of them stood at the 4 cardinal directions, while 2 of them guarded the sky and the ground. It seemed like they intended to cut off all the routes which Futian could use to escape. In the center, cultivators who had undergone the first stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path filled the gap. The crowd in Futian City was amazed when they saw the scene. Clearly, the cultivators did not move randomly on their own. Their organized movements were the result of the discussion among the 6 major ancient god clans. Before this, they had been communicating through transmitted thoughts. They were certainly discussing how to handle Futian. Clearly, they had reached a conclusion. The cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans joined forces and spread out in different areas of the city. They divided the city into different sections. Everyone, set up your domains of the Great Path. Make sure to cover the entire city. We will keep him where he is, the lord of the Futian clan instructed coldly. Obviously, they did not choose to remove the seal they placed on the city. Instead, they divided the city into sections and planned to carry out a human wave attack. Regardless of where Futian went, he would enter into one of the cultivators' Great Path domains. Each cultivator only needed to hold him back for a moment. After that, they would come closer and further limit Futian's mobility. By repeating these 2 steps several times, the cultivators would eventually be able to push Futian into a tight spot where he could no longer retaliate. Their strategy did not guarantee the lives of the other cultivators. However, to kill Futian, they would rather sacrifice a group of cultivators from the divine prefecture. This time, they would not let Futian escape again. The crowd in Futian City was shocked. Futian alone had actually forced all the Tribulation Plane cultivators from the 6 major ancient god clan to be mobilized to besiege him. Even though Futian was only a level 9 Renhuang, his combat ability was astonishing. He could defeat cultivators who had undergone the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. Moreover, he was proficient in the Buddhist superpower celerity. Other cultivators could not capture his movements at all. The giant-level figures of all 6 major ancient god clans were around, but Futian avoided facing them head-on with his swift movements. It seemed like the strategy that the lord of the Futian clan employed now was the only technique that could defeat Futian. In different directions, terrifying auras were unleashed. Different domains of the Great Path were set up to cover different areas. The cultivators were truly dividing Futian City up into sections. The lord of the Futian clan cast a cold glance at Futian and said, "Today, you will not leave here even if you have wings." As soon as he said this, a frightening attack blasted down on where Futian was. However, similar to just now, Futian disappeared from his spot without a trace. He appeared once again on top of a building in Futian City. "You have no way to run to," a cold voice rang. "The domain of the great path of a tribulation plane, cultivator," immediately materialized. It transformed into an enclosed space. It was a dominion. "He's over there," someone said. The lord of the Futian clan and the other 5 giant-level figures instantly looked towards where Yi Futian appeared. They also expanded their domains of the great path towards that area with the intention of trapping Yi Futian there. They would seize every single opportunity to seal Yi Futian in place, cutting off any possible escape route. "No!" Right at this moment, in another area, a tribulation plane cultivator shouted. The silhouette of Yi Futian also appeared in front of him. "He's here," yet another person said. Yi Futian could be seen in all the domains of the great path set up by the top figures. The hearts of the cultivators raced frenziedly. They knew that only one of the many Yi Futians was real. The others were just his exterior incarnations. However, his exterior incarnations were actually so realistic to the point of being able to fool all of them. Yi Futian was proficient in hiding his aura. When he retracted his aura, he left no sound nor presence. It was as though he was part of the world. His cultivation could not be sensed at all. It was precisely because of this that his original body and exterior incarnations could not be differentiated by their aura. In one location, an exterior incarnation of Yi Futian also appeared before a tribulation plane cultivator from Celestial Worthy Mountain, a top force of the Divine Prefecture. The latter's expression immediately turned very serious. Extremely terrifying aura burst forth from his figure. Within his great path domain, divine mountains appeared all around him. Yi Futian took out his spear as he glanced at the cultivator. Then, with a flash, his spear stabbed forward. The spear penetrated through space, causing a menacing and destructive light to spark. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ancient divine mountains, which were capable of suppressing everything, were erected before Yi Futian. The tribulation plane cultivator himself also transformed and became part of the divine mountains. The mountains emitted a blinding light that shot towards Yi Futian. The surroundings became exceptionally heavy. Clearly, the cultivator was aware that he was not capable of attacking Yi Futian head-on. Therefore, he chose to remain on the defensive. Unfortunately, the real Yi Futian had appeared in his domain. However, it was sufficient as long as he could block Yi Futian's attack and bind the latter in this spot momentarily. Many thoughts flashed past in his mind. However, the long spear still struck down instantly like before. It crashed into the side of the divine mountain. The divine mountain was immediately shattered. The astonishing divine light directly pierced through the mountain. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. When the other cultivators noticed the situation over here, they saw the divine mountain, which the top figure of Celestial Worthy Mountain had become, collapse. His spiritual soul appeared and revealed a terrified expression. The next moment, he immediately disintegrated, his spiritual soul dissipating. When the leader of Celestial Worthy Mountain saw this scene, his expression instantly turned pale. The cultivator who had perished was the second in command of Celestial Worthy Mountain. He had been pierced through by a spear, just like that, and perished on the battlefield. In the sky above, many external incarnations of Yi Futian appeared. With a cold voice, Yi Futian said, "Do all of you await death so anxiously?" The wills of the top cultivators attempted to lock onto Yi Futian's position, but they could not catch him at all. "Be careful," a voice cried out. In another location, a terrifying aura once again burst forth. Another beam of brilliant divine light flashed, and a tribulation plane cultivator in Futian City was killed. Could the one tribulation plane cultivators actually stop Yi Futian? This strategy was completely useless. It seemed that they could only stop Yi Futian if the 6 giant-level figures from the ancient god clans joined forces with the other second tribulation plane existences and spread out across Futian city. "Let us each occupy a part of the city," said the lord of the Futian clan. The 6 giant-level figures prepared first to split up Futian city and see where Futian would appear. 1 tribulation plane cultivators were useless against Futian. However, at this moment, the lord of the Futian clan's expression changed drastically. He slowly turned around to take a look. Behind him was the base of the Futian clan. Their base was situated on the east side of Futian city. It was like a heavenly palace that reached up into the heavens. It was a majestic sight to behold. Right now, a white-haired figure was standing on top of one of the palaces of the Futian clan. Futian had infiltrated the base of the Futian clan. If the 6 giant-level figures had split up across Futian city, regardless of where Futian appeared, they might have been able to sacrifice a group of people cruelly. However, what if Futian appeared in the base of the Futian clan? A terrifying aura that emanated from Futian's body covered the area. All the palaces within this region were enveloped by his aura. Destructive pressure emanated from his figure. All the cultivators within that region felt their bodies tremble. It was as though they were watching a god of death descending. Rumble. A towering divine tree sprouted and enveloped the vast space. The vines of the divine tree spread outwards towards the cultivators within the domain. Auras burst forth from some who tried to resist. The divine tree immediately released Sword Will and killed them off. "Anyone who dares resist will be killed without mercy," said a cold voice that enveloped all the cultivators. This caused the members of the Futian clan within the domain to all give up resisting. They allowed the vines of the ancient tree to wrap around them. In an instant, many cultivators were directly restrained by Futian. At the same time, within the base of the Futian clan, a terrifying aura burst forth. It was as though the will of Futian, a true great emperor, had awakened. It enveloped the entire base. Of course, Futian was also enveloped within it. The heavenly might descended, and countless people in Futian city felt their hearts tremble. This was indeed the will of Futian. Who would have imagined that Futian would dare to infiltrate the Futian clan base? They had similarly not anticipated that he would appear in Futian city today when they issued the kill order. Futian glanced up and saw an illusory face appear in the sky above. The heavenly might pressed down on his figure. It was the might of a god. "Drop your weapon," someone demanded. An unquestionable voice could be heard coming from the sky. It was an order. No one would dare to defy this order from the godlike voice. At the same time, this voice was followed by astonishing might. Futian also felt extreme pressure acting on him. So, the voice wanted him to drop his weapon. Rumble. An even more powerful, heavenly might descended. This was the might of a god. The cold voice once again ordered, "You still won't kneel and worship when facing a god." "A god," someone exclaimed. All cultivators in Futian city felt their hearts tremble. In the Futian clan, was there truly a god? Gods still walk the earth. Many cultivators from the Futian clan bowed and worshipped in the direction of the voice. The heavenly might weighed down on them. Futian frowned slightly. He was similarly moved. He also felt the unparalleled heavenly might. It seemed to come from a god. Was there a living great emperor among the Futian clan? It was impossible. Even if he existed, he only existed in this world in another form. Otherwise, the Futian clan would not have just remained as one of the ancient god clans. When Futian thought of this, his eyes revealed a rebellious look. Rustling sounds could be heard. The divine tree extended up into the sky along with the cultivators of the Futian clan wrapped in its vines. The heavenly might first press down on them. "Worship you," mocked Futian as he raised his head. His rebellious eyes looked towards the face in the sky. He coldly replied, A fallen old god like you should pay your respects to the new god of the future. Chapter 2592. Full Retreat. Amir will wanted him to worship it. Futian had encountered many great emperors and obtained quite a few of their inheritances. The Futian clan was his mortal enemy. A will of the great emperor from the camp of his mortal enemy wanted him to bow to it? He couldn't do so. A fallen old god like him should pay his respects to the new god of the future. Futian the Great was a fallen old god. As for the new god, Futian was naturally referring to himself. He spoke with such arrogance. Could he reach the imperial realm in the future? A ** runs his mouth, said the voice. In the sky above, the face was extremely authoritative. The might of a great emperor descended. It was terrifying. Futian also felt this might, but he guarded his mind and soul. He did not allow himself to be shaken. It was just pressure. You are merely playing tricks, mocked Futian. As he said this, there was a rustling sound. The branches of the divine tree swayed. Then several cultivators were immediately killed by the sword unleashed by the branches and leaves of the divine tree. Their souls dissipated. You are already buried in your grave. Why bother coming out? Return to your grave, Futian said in a cold tone. When they heard Futian's arrogant words, all the cultivators of the Futian clan were furious. Their faces revealed intense murderous looks. Futian dared to show Futian the Great disrespect. The figure of the lord of the Futian clan appeared high in the sky. He seemed to become one with the will of Futian the Great. He represented the will of Futian. He lowered his head and looked down upon Futian's figure. His absolute pressure pressed down on Futian, intending to crush the latter under its weight. Don't try to act high and mighty before me, Futian coldly chided as he cast a glance at the other party. As he said this, the rustling sound could be heard once again. More cultivators from the Futian clan perished. They were killed on the spot, and their souls dissipated. Even if you are a god, I will not yield, declared Futian. He looked towards the lord of the Futian clan and said, since the 6 major ancient god clans do not mind sacrificing the cultivators of the divine prefecture in Futian City, then it wouldn't matter if some cultivators from the Futian clan are sacrificed to kill me, right? I might as well kill them immediately. Futian wanted to see what choice the Futian clan would make. Would they remove the seal and let him leave? Or would they still attack him full force? The cultivators caught by the vines of the divine tree were all core figures of the Futian clan. If they attempted to kill Futian by force, these cultivators would perish. Right then, next to the lord of the Futian clan, many astonishing auras radiated. They enveloped the space where Futian stood. It was the lord of Tianyan City and the other cultivators. They had been lying in wait. Just as they had previously hoped that Wang Xiao would destroy the Ziwei segmentum at all cost. Now, they naturally also hoped that the Futian clan would go all out to kill Futian. Since the members who would die with Futian were not their own members, they naturally did not mind. They even set up multiple sealed domains to envelop the base of the Futian clan and seal off all of Futian's escape routes. They did not want him to leave here alive. Everyone, please do not act rashly, said the lord of the Futian clan. He naturally understood their intentions as he gave this warning. At the same time, the heavenly might not only pressed down on Futian, but also enveloped everyone around, including the 5 giant-level figures. It was a silent warning for them not to act rashly. The eyes of the other 5 giant-level figures shone, but they did not act recklessly. After all, this was the territory of the Futian clan. The will of Futian the Great had awakened, so they naturally had their reservations. If they actually attacked, the other party might turn on them. Now the situation was even more of a dilemma. Clan lord, grandfather, great-grandfather. Among the branches of the divine tree, the people captured by Yi Futian cried out. Those who could live in the Futian clan base were all core members. Many of them were direct descendants of the clan lord. Yi Futian captured many of them in one go. Many of his captives were of the main bloodline with the family name Hua. They were the descendants of the lord of the Futian clan. They were all begging the lord of the Futian clan to save them. "If I remove the seal, will you let them go?" asked the lord of the Futian clan. Clearly, faced with the deaths of those of his bloodline, he could not harden his heart. After all, the cultivators of the clan were his descendants. They shared the same bloodline. He was not willing to exchange their lives for Yi Futian's life. "Clan Lord Hua," said the lord of Tianyan City. His tone was somewhat indifferent. At the very beginning he was not like this. The lord of the Futian clan continued, "The kill order has already been issued. Let's just assume he never appeared here today. After today, the Futian clan will naturally kill him at all costs and destroy the Ziwei segmentum. For today, everyone, please give me face and let's stop here." He could act cold and merciless towards cultivators from the outside, but he could not do the same to his own clan. If it were just a few of them, he might have been willing to make the exchange. However, too many of them were in Yi Futian's grasp. The lord of the Futian clan was well aware that it was worth it to sacrifice the cultivators in exchange for Yi Futian's life. However, he could not bear to sacrifice his own clan members. Hence, he finally decided to give in. The heavenly might imbued in the will of Futian dissipated after his speech. The lord of the Futian clan removed his seal and looked at the other 5 giant-level figures. The lord of Tianyan City and the other giant-level figures looked at him and said, "The Futian clan was the one who gathered the members of the divine prefecture here today to discuss the grand plan of killing Yi Futian. Since clan lord wants to let Yi Futian go, what more can we say?" As he said this, he removed his seal. When the other giant-level figures saw this scene, they also followed suit. Yi Futian suddenly revealed a smile. At the same time, terrifying killing intent was unleashed from the branches of the divine tree. The Futian clan was showered in blood, while Yi Futian disappeared from his original spot. Rumble. A menacing aura directly sealed off the entire Futian city. The majestic face of Futian once again appeared in the sky as an overbearing will descended, pressing down on the city. It was the will of Futian. The lord of the Futian clan had his gaze fixed on the ground. In the area where the cultivators of the Futian clan were, gore and blood filled the scene. Countless cultivators had been killed on the spot by Yi Futian. He didn't spare them. Instead, he massacred all of them. "Yi Futian!" The lord of the Futian clan roared furiously at the sky. "After you agreed to let me go, the will of Futian still enveloped the Futian city. Since you didn't plan to keep your promise, don't blame me for being ruthless. All of them died because of you." A voice sounded from outside the city. It seemed like the will of Futian had not managed to enclose Yi Futian in it. With a flash, Yi Futian had left the encirclement of the will and had disappeared without a trace. Gradually, Yi Futian's aura dissipated. "He has left," someone said. Countless cultivators in Futian City looked up into the sky. The 6 major ancient god clans issued a kill order today. Yi Futian had come alone. He then began a massacre, even slaughtering his way into the base of the Futian clan. After that, he just left. "Now we've done it. The tiger has returned to the mountain," said the lord of Tianyan City nonchalantly. His voice carried a mocking tone. People were killed, but Yi Futian had been let go just like that. This time, the Futian clan suffered immense losses and had been completely humiliated. Chapter 2593. As if in no man's land. Of all the 18 domains in Divine Prefecture, Nantian Domain and Boundless Domain were next to each other, so the distance between the two was considerably less. Although there were other massive continents in between the two, which would be impossible for ordinary cultivators to cross in their entire lifetimes. Yi Futian was an exception. With his current cultivation realm coupled with Buddha's celerity, it did not take long for him to cross this region. Nowadays, in the land of the Divine Prefecture, it was almost impossible to find anyone else who could compare to him in terms of speed. Infinite Mountain was known as the Divine Mountain of Boundless Domain, with Infinite Mountain as the center in a radius of about 100,000 miles. It was full of cities built in the mountain. Many top forces had chosen this mountain as the location of their home base. In this area of thousands of miles around Infinite Mountain, it was populated with all the forces affiliated with Infinite Mountain. That entire area was surrounded by an ethereal aura, like some sacred place among celestial mountains. At this time, in the outer region of the Infinite Mountain, a man with a head of white hair appeared. His temperament was extraordinary, and he appeared silently without any sound. He was standing in the void, as his attention focused on the divine mountain in front of him. Infinite Mountain was said to be the highest mountain in all of Divine Prefecture. In the area below, some were surprised when they saw Yi Futian. This man had incredible temperament, but no aura was released from his body. He appeared without any signs or sounds, and no one knew exactly when he had arrived here. Naturally, it was not that they thought the man had no cultivation, but that his cultivation was unfathomable. Who was this man, and why was he going to the Infinite Mountain? A young man leaped into the air and put his hands together to make a gesture of salute to Yi Futian. "Sir, may I ask what your purpose for coming to this area of the Infinite Mountain is?" "Who are you?" Yi Futian asked instead. "Third-generation disciple of Infinite Mountain. Lin Qin," the young man replied. Although his tone was unremarkable, there seemed to be a sense of tremendous pride that emanated from deep inside of him. A disciple of the third generation of Infinite Mountain meant that he must have been a core disciple of Infinite Mountain. But Yi Futian just looked at him, which caused Lin Qin to frown a bit. Faintly, he had a feeling that Yi Futian was looking at him rather strangely. "Lin Qin, get back here." "That is Yi Futian," someone in the distance called out. It was a middle-aged man whose face had changed as he shouted out to Lin Qin. Lin Qin's gaze suddenly froze, and his face paled instantly. At Infinite Mountain, he was a third-generation disciple, which meant that he was an outstanding genius talent himself. He was proud by nature, but no matter how outstanding he was, when he heard the name Yi Futian, he understood the weight of it. The man in front of him was one of the most sensational figures in all of the Divine Prefecture in the past 100 years. Most recently, in the land of the Divine Prefecture, who had not heard Yi Futian's name. His reputation had surpassed all the genius talents of his time. "What can we do for the elder at Infinite Mountain?" Lin Qin's voice was noticeably shaken because he knew who he was facing. How could he not be nervous? He knew very well that the top cultivators of Infinite Mountain had gone to Futian City to issue the kill order against Yi Futian and the Ziwei segmentum. However, Yi Futian had made his way here. Not long ago, Infinite Mountain had issued a kill order in conjunction with other ancient god clans to target the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum. It was killing without mercy, intending to destroy Ziwei and to kill me. "Tell me, what do you think I am here for?" Yi Futian replied as he looked at Lin Qin. However, he didn't release the aura of the Great Path. His nonchalant words were enough to make Lin Qin tense up as if everything had been suppressed to the extreme. Infinite Mountain, in conjunction with other ancient god clans, had issued a kill order to slaughter the people of Ziwei segmentum without mercy. It was meant to terminate any cultivators from Ziwei segmentum. So how would they respond to Yi Futian now that he had appeared in Infinite Mountain? Once the killing order is in effect, the 6 ancient god clans will no doubt take the lead themselves. To prevent any of you from going over to Ziwei segmentum and killing my cultivators in Ziwei, the only way was for all of you to be dead? Yi Futian said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying sword will suddenly surrounded Lin Qin. No, Lin Qin's face changed when he felt that aura of destruction. In the next moment, his body was pulverized under that sword will. He turned into nothing more than a puff of dust and smoke. Yi Futian looked up in the direction of Infinite Mountain and continued walking toward it. Someone was heard shouting out, "Yi Futian is here. The Infinite Matrix, quick!" This voice resounded throughout the void, but as soon as the voice faded away, his body, too, was shattered into nothingness, annihilated under the will of the sword. Yi Futian continued forward, and there were many Renhuang, cultivators below, but no one dared to do anything. Every one of them stood there, just watching Yi Futian walk by, and no one dared to make a move. It was true that Yi Futian was young, but in the divine prefecture he was already in existence on a mythical scale. He may be the enemy, but the people of Infinite Mountain knew just how terrifying his strength was. Sword will shrouded the boundless space, covering the surrounding mountainous area. Those Renhuang who stood in all directions felt that they, too, were enveloped by a sword will. Then the destructive sword will raged, as screams were heard non-stop. Some people perished successively, one after another, under that sword will. Wherever he went, all the Renhuangs were slain. Yi Futian did not kill anyone below the realm of Renhuang, as they did not pose any threat to the Ziwei segmentum. He was not a bloodthirsty and cold-blooded killer, but he was no fool either. How could he spare the lives of these Renhuang when the 6 ancient god clans were bent on destroying Ziwei? In the land below, many trembled violently, and fear was written all over their faces. This was truly a disaster. Wherever Yi Futian passed through, no Renhuang was left alive. It was as if the grim Reaper himself had descended. In the distance, a terrible divine light lit up with an infinite mountain that towered into the sky. A horrific aura bloomed as an unparalleled aura suddenly swept out. Above the sky, an overwhelming sword will suddenly appeared, infinite and without end, difficult to quantify. This sky full of sword will shrouded above Yi Futian. Above the divine mountain, a figure appeared, suspended in midair, magnificent and exceptional. The aura from his body was astonishing. He was a cultivator in the tribulation plane. "It's the great protector!" someone exclaimed. All the cultivators of Infinite felt a sense of hope. The great protector of Infinite Mountain was cultivating here, and he should be able to stop Yi Futian SS advance. The great protector had made his name since time immemorial and had been a cultivator in the tribulation plane for centuries. His strength was unfathomable. It was said that he was now focusing on the second tribulation. He was once a genius talent of the world, and only because he wanted to focus his efforts on the second tribulation that he had been cultivating ceaselessly inside Infinite Mountain. His strength today, more likely than not, was much more powerful than it once was. The great protector of Infinite Mountain looked very young and handsome with a chiseled visage. He was the great protector of Infinite Mountain, and he was also the lead disciple of the Mountain Master himself. Above the firmament, the infinite sword that sheltered the sky and the sun created an infinite sword domain. A gigantic supreme sword matrix suspended above Yi Futian, as a massive sword aura slew toward him, drowning him in what seemed to be a river of swords. It seemed endless as it submerged this corner of the sky with an extremely horrific momentum. Could this blow affect Yi Futian? The river of swords fell down, and a skyful of sword will slam down for the kill. But Yi Futian merely stood there quietly, bathing in the sword rain. The infinite sword will landed on him, but he seemed to have no response as he continued to make his way forward. Everyone paled as they beheld this sight. Was his physical body terrifying to this degree? The great protector of Infinite Mountain frowned as well. His figure flashed and descended high above the sky with extremely dominant force. He held the infinite sword matrix in the sky with a single hand, then pointed down below. Suddenly, Countless divine swords fell directly through the space, as if to tear the space apart into countless pieces. All the cultivators of Infinite Mountain clenched their fists when they saw the magnitude of this sight. Could Yi Futian possibly withstand such a powerful attack? Yi Futian stretched out his hand, holding the silver spear as he turned into a light and disappeared. He rushed straight into the sky and let the spear do what it was meant to do best. Suddenly, the falling swords were broken into pieces, and all anyone could see was just a light that sailed across the sky. In the next moment, everything stopped. The spear pierced through the head of the great protector of Infinite Mountain. When they saw this horrific and tragic sight, everyone at Infinite Mountain was frozen with terror. Some people with weaker cultivation even started wailing painfully. It was the sound of pure desperation. The great protector of Infinite Mountain was someone of special significance to Infinite Mountain and the object of many people's adoration and pursuit. However, he was slain by a single blow and died a horrific death. None of those who witnessed his end could accept this cruel reality. Was Yi Futian really just a cultivator in the 9th realm of Renhuang? Once he pulled out the spear, Yi Futian continued moving forward. Everywhere he passed was filled with overwhelming sword will, and people continued to perish in his path. At this moment, he had turned into a Grim Reaper as he marched into Infinite Mountain. Activate the Infinite Matrix. A booming voice came from the direction of Infinite Mountain, resounding between heaven and earth. Suddenly, divine mountains appeared to fully surround this area. As they revolved around it, they sealed this area in front to block Yi Futian out and protect the Infinite Mountain and the cultivators inside. Furthermore, this protective infinite matrix was transparent, and everything inside could be seen. When those cultivators saw that Yi Futian was being blocked outside, they were quite relieved. In despair, they seemed to see a ray of hope again. But when they thought of those who died, they felt that desperate sadness again. Yi Futian stood outside, watching the surrounding divine mountains. Divine light circulated, and the divine mountains seemed to be extremely heavy, exuding a sense of power that was shocking. He raised his arm and pointed the spear forward as it puffed out a terrifying brilliance. What does he want to do? In the infinite matrix, all the cultivators could see Yi Futian's movements. Did he want to breach the matrix by force? They knew something about the strength of the infinite matrix. How could a person in the Renhuang realm possibly breach it? They held Yi Futian in their focus and saw Yi Futian was surrounded by divine light, which continued to spread outward. Waves upon waves of divine light swept out like waves of terror, and the divine light that emitted from the spear became ever more terrifying. Finally, Yi Futian moved. His body turned into a beam of light as he attacked the matrix. The spear fell and hit on a point as a dull thud was heard. With that point as the center, cracks appeared in the matrix, and as those cracks widened, they continued to enlarge and spread. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the matrix collapsed and shattered as everyone inside was exposed in front of Yi Futian. At this moment, the place was completely silent without a sound. Countless eyes fell on Yi Futian, watching that peerless and indomitable figure descending onto the earth as if he was some god in heaven. One single strike had broken through the matrix. Today, Yi Futian came marching into the infinite mountain of the ancient god clans in the divine prefecture, as if stepping into no man's land. Chapter 2594 Extermination. Yi Futian, dressed in all white, was holding a long spear. He stood in front of the divine mountain and surveyed the cultivators below. A horrific aura permeated from him, and the divine light swept out. In front of Infinite Mountain, all the cultivators were trembling as they watched this graceful yet terrifying figure before them. Buzz! As the spear hovered in the air, above the firmament, infinite spear shadows appeared. They were boundless and massive, suppressing the space. Below, all the cultivators had released their auras of the great path to the maximum. Kill! An icy voice came from Yi Futian. In the instant the spear fell, countless shadows of the spear pierced through heaven and earth. They fell on the ground beneath. For a time, that powerful destruction sheared those ancient peaks to the ground. As all the structures collapsed and were pulverized, those cultivators perished in despair. With one blow, every one of the cultivators below was wiped out. An unknown number of people had perished. At this time, in the direction of Infinite Mountain, the Divine Mountain was shining brightly. All those figures levitated into the air, suspended in the areas surrounding Infinite Mountain. Among them, there were even a few detectable traces of cultivators in the Tribulation Plain. Someone with a head of white hair came out from the Divine Mountain. The man was extremely advanced in age. Clearly, he was some ancient elder who did not make it a habit of getting out of the mountains lightly. But now, Infinite Mountain was invaded by Yi Futian, who was alone with a spear in hand, and all of them had had a rude awakening. You seek your death. A cold voice came from Divine Mountain. Suddenly, terrifying divine lights radiated, and another terrifying sword matrix appeared in the sky above Yi Futian. There was a terrifying radiance in the sword matrix, as if countless divine mountains had descended where Yi Futian was. They had sealed off the surrounding area, and in the middle of the sword matrix, supreme force seemed to be gestating into the infinite divine swords. These top figures flickered and appeared in different positions of the sword matrix as they jointly manned the infinite sword matrix together. Kill! Their eyes were full of strong, murderous intent. Suddenly, a massive and gigantic divine sword capable of piercing the world came down with a slam toward Yi Futian. Then came the second sword, followed by the third. These divine swords were gigantic and massive, born from the divine matrix, capable of piercing through this world. Inside this divine matrix, no matter where Yi Futian was, he could not avoid bearing the brunt of its destructive attacks. Yi Futian felt this supreme, attacking power, and an absolute field appeared around him. He was surrounded by the starry divine light. It was as if the stars in the heavens were moving according to their rhythm. When the divine sword slammed down, they collided with the stars in heaven and produced a violent and loud bang. He raised his head to look at the divine matrix. The 6 ancient god clans had issued a killing order, and the two sides were now locked in a deadly vendetta that would not stop until either one of them was annihilated. This was the reason for his coming. More importantly, he wanted to instill fear in the hearts of all the cultivators of the divine prefecture so that no one would dare to ever accept the killing order. Whatever he had done in Futian City was not enough. However, he, too, thought that he could destroy the ancient god clans, and at the very least he could test the true might of the ancient god clans. In Futian City, he could retreat successfully while besieged and suppressed by the 6 ancient god clans because of Buddha's celerity. Otherwise, he would not take the risk to venture deep inside Futian clan. But today it was an opportunity to test Infinite Mountain and its true strength. He was holding the spear as his body soared into the sky. Those surrounding stars in the sky had blocked those terrific attacks for him. Boom! The long spear in his hand blasted on the divine matrix, causing cracks to appear on the matrix so that it collapsed and was pulverized. Those cultivators from Infinite Mountain were all knocked back as they let out a muffled groan. But at the same time, a terrifying aura came down. It was an infinite and gigantic handprint covering a corner of the sky. It directly slammed down on the spear which Yi Futian had just blasted down. With a loud boom, Yi Futian's body was slammed into the ground. In the area below, a boundless divine seal appeared, covering a massive expanse. If anyone were in the area below, they would probably fell under this gigantic handprint as well. However, those cultivators from before had already been slain by Yi Futian. Bang! Yi Futian broke through the ground and reappeared above the sky. He looked at a figure that was sitting cross-legged on top of Infinite Divine Mountain. The white hair on this man was flying frantically, as his long robe was also puffed up by the wild wind. His aura was simply terrifying. He was extremely ancient, an old monster-level figure who belonged to the Infinite Mountain, cultivator of the second tribulation. Yi Futian glanced over and saw that it was this old man who had just struck. As expected, there were old monsters hidden within the ancient god clans, and there were more than one cultivator in the second tribulation plane. I have been cultivating in retreat for many years, and I do not know what kind of grievances you have with the Infinite Mountain or why you resorted to such ruthless tactics as to slaughter even low-level cultivators, the old man said, his eyes closed. His voice echoed like a giant bell, reverberating in the void. In the areas around Infinite Mountain, many cultivators were watching him incredulously. Even the majority of Infinite Mountain did not know of his existence. That, sir, you will have to ask the people of Infinite Mountain, Yi Futian replied. As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared right away as a series of terrifying and destructive sword matrices appeared where he was. If Yi Futian were a little careless just now, he would have fallen right into the trap. This old guy was plenty sneaky. No matter what the grudge is about, you have killed so many cultivators here at Infinite Mountain. You leave me no choice but to kill you, the old man said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a supreme coercion erupted from him immediately. At this moment, on that divine mountain, an unparalleled divine light suddenly lit up as well. It seemed that the man and the divine mountain had become one. Boom, boom, boom. In the vast expanse of land, centered around Infinite Mountain, many divine mountains had appeared. Their projection on the ground below sealed up the vast area. A terrifying power emerged now in this area, pressing down so hard that even the cultivators from Infinite Mountain felt they were about to crawl on the ground. They all felt that supreme divine might, and when they looked up at the divine mountain, they all had an extremely pious expression. Buzz! A divine light descended and directly penetrated Yi Futian's body, instantly destroying it and turning it into nothingness. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and stared in that direction, his brows furrowed slightly. It was not his actual physical form. He had been deceived. He raised his head and looked outside. Outside the area that was covered by the divine mountains, a figure in white stood there, which shocked the old man to no end. How inconceivably fast speed he was. He had escaped the divine mountains in an instant. I have disturbed the elder with my visit today. I will visit another time when I have the chance. Outside, Yi Futian was heard saying, however, the cultivators of Infinite Mountain should be careful when they going out in the future. If they leave this area, they may not be as lucky as they were today. After he finished, his figure disappeared without a trace. On top of Infinite Mountain, the white-haired elder sat there, his brows knitted tightly. He said coldly, "How did we make enemies with such an impossible figure?" The brief contact just now made him keenly aware that Yi Futian's existence was a tremendous disaster for Infinite Mountain. If they could not get rid of him, Infinite Mountain would be in infinite danger. The cultivator of Infinite Mountain told him the reason, and the white-haired elder showed a look of worry. If so, things seemed a little more troublesome than he thought. After a long while, a group of men descended on the top of the divine mountain. On Infinite Mountain, many people bowed and saluted as they greeted him, Mountain Master. The Mountain Master of Infinite Mountain had a coldness in his eyes as he surveyed the grounds below and saw nothing but ruins. He had received the news, while still on the road, that Yi Futian had come to Infinite Mountain. How brazen of him to come here, to commit this slaughter! With Buddha's celerity, Yi Futian was able to do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. "Uncle Master!" The Mountain Master of Infinite Mountain called out to the white-haired elder. It turned out that this old man was his Uncle Master, a respected existence of an old monster level, whose seniority far surpassed his. The white-haired elder looked at the mountain master. I just fought with him and wasn't able to detain him. The moment the power of the divine mountains exploded, he realized it was fast and made his getaway successfully, leaving behind just a decoy that even I couldn't detect the veracity of. The mountain master of Infinite Mountain had a terrible look on his face. Even with the help of the divine mountains, his uncle master had failed to detain the enemy, and Futian had escaped. Many cultivators of Infinite Mountain had perished in vain. Is the grievance so deep? Is there any possibility of reconciliation? The white-haired elder asked. The mountain master of Infinite Mountain shook his head. As far as I know, reconciliation is unlikely based on his character. We are now already standing on the opposite side of life and death. It will only end when one of us is destroyed. Try to find a way and kill him quickly. He cannot be allowed to live much longer. The old man heard his words and said, Be careful, this man's cultivation may be in the 9th realm of Renhuang, but I suspect that his combat effectiveness might be at the level of a cultivation in the 2nd tribulation plane. 2nd tribulation plane? The mountain master of Infinite Mountain asked incredulously. In Futian City, Futian had only demonstrated the ability to immolate cultivators in the 1st tribulation plane, but he had never fought those in the 2nd tribulation plane because he had always avoided them. They had believed that Futian didn't dare to confront them head-on, and only Buddha's celerity was what allowed him to make his getaway. But now his uncle master assessed that Futian might have the combat effectiveness of the 2nd tribulation. The old man nodded. He broke through the grand guardian matrix on the outside, and the infinite matrix set up by our cultivators was also breached by him. This kind of combat effectiveness had to be at the level of the 2nd tribulation plane. Uncle Master, is it possible when he only has the cultivation of the peak Renhuang realm? The mountain master said with a somber expression. It is possible for him to camouflage his aura, or perhaps he concealed the fact that he has survived the divine tribulation by special means, the white-haired elder said. He also thought of another possibility, but it was just a fleeting thought, so he did not dwell on it. After all, that kind of possibility could be ruled out right away, as it was highly unlikely. So, could it be true that he really did survive the divine tribulation? The mountain master of Infinite Mountain looked far into the distance and began to recognize that possibility. If it was really the power of the 2nd tribulation plane that he had, then Futian might have already survived the 1st divine tribulation. By virtue of his own incredible talent, he could exert a combat effectiveness that was much higher than his actual realm. However, Futian had not demonstrated his true ability before. Was it to lure them to falsely underestimate his ability? It seemed that they had to be very careful from now on. In Boundless Domain, besides the divine mountain that was the Infinite Mountain, there was also another principality. It was the Celestial Worthy Mountain, which was also the number 2 divine mountain in Boundless Domain, and its strength was terrifying as well. However, on this day, in the tens of thousands of miles radius within the Celestial Worthy Mountain, many people were in great shock today, as they had rushed to the place where the Celestial Worthy Mountain was and looked in front of them. Over there, the divine mountain was cut in half and fell broken right where they were. All the magnificent buildings on the Celestial Worthy Mountain were destroyed and collapsed in heaps. They had been turned into ruins, and the once holy land had been razed into nothing. Not long ago, the mountainous area of Celestial Worthy Mountain suffered a disaster. A white-haired cultivator, all by himself with just a spear, had eliminated Celestial Worthy Mountain single-handedly. Above the firmament, a powerful aura descended, and several figures descended from the heavens. As they watched the scene in front of them, they could only feel their blood boiling. They had gone to Futian City, not expecting that upon their return, their mountain would be destroyed, and even the Grand Guardian Matrix could not save Celestial Worthy Mountain from destruction. Futian, the Lord of Celestial Worthy Mountain, emitted a monstrous, murderous intent which covered this boundless space. He vowed that he would not stop until Yi Futian was dead for good. In Boundless Domain, 2 major divine mountains were attacked. Infinite Mountain suffered heavy losses with many casualties, and the news of Celestial Worthy Mountain's total destruction made the entire land of Divine Prefecture tremble. Chapter 2595, The Second Attack. What happened in Futian Clan and Infinite Mountain made the entire Divine Prefecture tremble. In the land of the Divine Prefecture, the 6 ancient god clans were forced to such desperation by Yi Futian alone. He had gone to the Futian clan alone and caused great chaos deep within, slaying many of the cultivators who had responded to the kill order. In addition, he had also slaughtered some of the direct disciples and several cultivators in the Tribulation Plain in Futian clan. Then there was Infinite Mountain, which also suffered tragic losses. Their great protector was killed by Yi Futian, and there were heavy casualties among its disciples. As for Celestial Worthy Mountain, its foundation was not enough to withstand such an overwhelming disaster. It was destroyed almost entirely with only the few people who went to Futian City left alive. With these bloody testimonies before them, how many others dared to accept the kill order? Those who cultivated by themselves without clan affiliation may be interested in giving it a shot without too many concerns, but there was still an inherent danger. After the war erupted, the 6 ancient god clans felt a deep uneasiness. Yi Futian was able to threaten the existence of the ancient god clans directly. At the very least, Yi Futian's presence meant that the cultivators of the ancient god clans could no longer come and go as they pleased, and they could not venture outside as before. Doing so would be a matter of life or death. Afterward, the 6 ancient god clans recalled all their members back to their bases and prepared to defend themselves at a moment's notice. At the same time, the 6 ancient god clans discussed countermeasures remotely and finally reached an agreement. They could no longer allow Yi Futian any opportunities to attack them. Upon Yi Futian's return to Ziwei Segmentum, just as he was walking, he suddenly felt something in his mind, and a treasure mirror appeared in front of him. Shi Qiao appeared on the other side of the mirror. "You are not back yet?" Shi Qiao asked. Right now, Shi Qiao was at Ziwei Imperial Palace. "Almost there. I'm already in Ziwei Segmentum," Yi Futian replied. "I have received news that the 6 ancient god clans are getting ready to reopen the space passage and plan to come to the original realm once again. This time they may very well stay for the long haul by stationing in the periphery to lay siege on Ziwei Segmentum," Shi Qiao said. The 6 ancient god clans would finally declare total war on Yi Futian. They realized that as long as Yi Futian was alive, all 6 ancient god clans would never have a day of peace. "I know. I'll be there soon," said Yi Futian. His mind moved as he traversed across the void. Not long after that, Yi Futian appeared in Ziwei Imperial Palace and found Shi Qiao. "You are finally back." Shi Qiao stepped forward. "You have done it this time and directly threatened the foundation of the 6 ancient god clans. I'm afraid they won't let the matter rest so easily this time. Even if I didn't go this time, they would have initiated the kill order regardless, so what difference does it make?" Yi Futian responded. "If they want to come, we will be here waiting for them." After that, his figure flickered as he came to the temple inside Ziwei Imperial Palace and called out, "Everyone listen up!" As soon as his voice fell, several figures emerged right away. It was Murongyu and the others. They were the key people inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. "Palace Lord," they called out, "recall all the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Abandon the lands we have previously seized, but have them bring back all useful items," Yi Futian ordered directly. "Yes, Palace Lord." Everyone nodded and took the order. "Palace Lord, what else do you need us to do?" Murongyu asked. "Nothing." Yi Futian shook his head. "The 6 ancient god clans will attack the Ziwei Segmentum for the 2nd time, and I'm sure this time they still won't have the results they want. In the future, there may be a 3rd time. I am hoping that when they finally attack the third time, Ziwe Segmentum will be capable of keeping them here forever. We will work hard to elevate our cultivation." Morongyu and the others bowed. Again, they had to rely solely just on the palace lord. Although they were now in the tribulation plane, it was difficult for them to participate in a battle of this caliber. The 6 ancient god clans were tremendously powerful. If they were to participate in the battle, there was a great possibility that they would perish. "Go and make the arrangements," said Yi Futian, as he proceeded to contact Lord Qin. Lord Qin and Yi Futian's third senior brother, Gudonglu, stayed behind in the heavenly mandate realm. When the 6 ancient god clans descended again, they would no doubt try to seize their lost territories and might very well attack heavenly mandate. If they couldn't sack Ziwe Segmentum, it was only natural that they retaliate against the heavenly mandate realm. They didn't know who would be dispatched to attack heavenly mandate. After that, Ziwe Segmentum started all the hustle and bustle, as they were called all their cultivators. At the same time, the supreme grand matrix of space connected to the Heavenly Mandate Academy was activated to transport the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy back to Ziwe Segmentum. In Ziwe Segmentum, there was also a Heavenly Mandate Academy, which corresponded to its counterpart. "Goddess Qiyao, I need a favor," Yi Futian said to Shi Qiyao. "Go ahead," Shi Qiyao nodded. "Please have the West Imperial Palace spread the words to the Divine Prefecture, and let them know that I am personally issuing this warning to the 6 ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture. If someone were to destroy other interfaces, such as the Heavenly Mandate or the Original Realm, and harm those innocent people within, it's a promise that I will make all the cities of the 6 ancient god clans the cities of the dead," Yi Futian said. After the previous battle, the 6 ancient god clans in the Divine Prefecture should know that Yi Futian could do just that. He may not be able to infiltrate into the interiors of the ancient god clans, but the cities occupied by the ancient god clans were well within his ability to destroy, and he could make them cities full of the dead. The veracity of his resolve aside, as soon as the words were out, if the 6 ancient god clans had attacked Heavenly Mandate Realm, and if Yi Futian was still alive, he believed all the cultivators who resided in those cities would probably get the hell out on their own to avoid impending disaster. Based on the previous battle in Haotian City, he believed that he had this kind of power to deter these people. "That's not a problem," Shi Qiyao nodded. Spreading news like this was simple enough and something that could be easily done by West Imperial Palace. Especially now, when the land of the Divine Prefecture was still shaken by everything that had happened in Haotian City. Coupled with such strong warning from Yi Futian, this news would naturally take over the land of the Divine Prefecture with great sensation. Yi Futian did not believe that the 6 ancient god clans would risk public opinion of the world and slaughter those interfaces, such as the Heavenly Mandate Realm and the others. The previous kill order had already caused deep distrust in many cultivators who were present at the time. They responded to the kill order, but the 6 ancient god clans did not protect their lives, keeping them inside the city while Yi Futian hunted them down at will. Nowadays, it was impossible for the 6 ancient god clans to vent their anger by just killing some innocent people inside of Heavenly Mandate, which would only cause their cities to be retaliated in return, on top of lowering the morale of their people. Unless they could kill Yi Futian in the process, which would be another matter entirely. As the Ziwe Imperial Palace began to get busy, so did the 6 ancient god clans. They were now reorganizing the infrastructure of the ancient god clans. After recalling their cultivators who were stationed outside, the top figures began to create a passageway. Once again, the united forces of all 6 ancient god clans had opened the passageway to the land of the Original Realm. At the same time, the Lord of Celestial Worthy Mountain, as well as several other top forces, had made great sacrifices for the goal of killing Yi Futian. No matter what the cost might be, they had to get rid of Yi Futian. As long as Yi Futian was left to exist, their principalities would most likely end up like the Celestial Worthy Mountain, completely annihilated. The standoff at hand would only allow one side to remain. The 6 ancient god clans went to the original realm again with their troops. The first thing they did was to visit the territories that were once seized in the original realm. However, they found to their surprise that those places were already emptied with no one there. The cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum had all been recalled as well. All of them were in a terrible mood. They had been extremely passive in the war between the 6 ancient god clans and the Ziwei segmentum. Yet none of them dared to try to get inside Ziwei segmentum. There, Yi Futian was its absolute master, and once they got in, it was very possible that they would never be able to come back out alive. The truth was that Tianyan City had thought of sending Wang Shao to the Ziwei segmentum with the imperial arms, but the city lord of Tianyan was reluctant to run that risk. Although Wang Shao was extremely powerful with the imperial arms, if some unforeseen situations were to occur, and Wang Shao perished in the Ziwei segmentum, it was not a price that Tianyan City could endure. Therefore, Tianyan City would not risk it. After all, the land of the original realm was still Yi Futian's old stomping ground, and it was extremely unfavorable for them. If they were to pressure Ziwei segmentum, the only solution was to prepare for a long and drawn-out blockade to wait out Ziwei segmentum. For the moment, the 6 ancient god clans could not think of a better solution. As far as Tianyan City was concerned, there was another scenario, and that was when Wang Shao broke through his realm. As long as Wang Shao had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, who else in this world could stop Wang Shao with the prowess of the imperial arms in hand? Even Yi Futian, who relied on the will of Ziwei the Great, would die without question. This battle, for the 6 ancient god clans, may be a long and protracted one. They had never been pressed to this kind of desperation. Chapter 2596. Pitiful Wang Shao. Outside Ziwei segmentum, the 6 ancient god clans stopped while they were still far from Ziwei segmentum. They did not want to get too close. Yi Futian controlled the will of Ziwei the Great, and the destructive power that he wielded was incredibly terrifying. They might not be able to bear it if they got too close. The 6 ancient god clans had arrived with 6 great military camps and other top powers of the divine prefecture trailing behind. Yet, they were not optimistic about this expedition. Yi Futian had directed everyone to stay inside, and there was nothing they could do about Yi Futian. Wang Shao. The city lord of Tianyan looked at Wang Shao next to him and said, "Try again to see if you can break through the defenses of Ziwei segmentum." If there was still no way to break down the defense of Ziwei segmentum this time, they planned to seal off Ziwei segmentum and camp around the segmentum temporarily. Then they will build a grand teleportation matrix to their home base so that they could impose long-term imprisonment on Ziwei segmentum. This would give them some time to think of other ways to deal with Yi Futian. At any rate, they dared not allow Yi Futian to roam around and wreak further havoc outside. Or else, the cultivators of the 6 ancient god clans would forever be in danger. The expedition this time was really out of their hands. When they saw what happened at Infinite Mountain and Celestial Worthy Mountain, they felt they had no choice. Fine, Wang Shao nodded and walked towards the space below. His expression was particularly grim. The opponent he would be facing was someone fated to be his mortal enemy, the one who, until this day, he had not been able to overcome. As soon as he entered the consciousness of the world, he was already at the pinnacle, hailed as the Unraveled, known across the globe. But above him, there was another man, a hurdle that he had not been able to cross even to this day. It was probably still impossible for him to break into Ziwei segmentum. When Wang Shao arrived above Ziwei segmentum, he waved his hand, and suddenly a terrifying divine light exploded, and that was when the sky tremoring appeared. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward until it spread to the endless starry sky, blasting down towards Ziwei segmentum. Rumble. A dull sound came out, and the shockwaves from the sky tremoring spread above Ziwei segmentum, causing a dull sound to reverberate on the surface of the segmentum. The starry light screen surrounded the entire segmentum so that even as the shock waves blasted on the screen, they flowed like waves upon the starry light screen and did not cause the slightest damage to Ziwei segmentum. Obviously, Yi Futian was prepared. Wang Shao looked down, and Yi Futian was already there. A godlike figure appeared, as an imperial was swept out. Above the endless starry sky, a gigantic face appeared, like some deity. Wang Shao raised the sky tremoring, and traces of shock waves came rushing out, madly blasting away at Ziwei segmentum below. Soon, the sky tremoring itself blasted down, and an apocalyptic divine light penetrated the space, shooting towards the Ziwei segmentum below as if it could penetrate it. This beam of light was far too terrifying and could be seen even from thousands of miles away as if it was right in front of them as it shredded through the space with madness. This was a terrifying force that could directly destroy a continent or even a cultivating planetary. Boom! A violent collision emerged, and the entire Ziwei segmentum was covered by the starry light screen. An extremely brilliant starry divine light circulated. When the beam of light blasted down, the starry light screen seemed to be caving in, and a terrifying crack appeared. However, it was not breached. At the point where the pillar of destructive light had landed, a huge dent was formed on the surface. It seemed as if it was about to be broken. However, the flowing starry brilliance soon repaired it, as if it had somehow transferred the destructive attack elsewhere. It was still intact. This time, Wang Shao attacked with the imperial arms but failed to break through the outer defenses of the Ziwei segmentum. Above the boundless sky, the cultivators of the 6 powerful ancient god clans saw this, and their hearts palpitated. This ending seemed to be far worse than they had expected. That last time, Wang Zhao's attack had at least directly pierced through the external defenses and penetrated the interior of Ziwei segmentum, traversing through the segmentum. It was Yi Futian's attack that had posed a threat to Wang Shao so that he could not capture the Ziwei segmentum in the end. But now the destructive attack of the imperial arms did not even break the external defense. What was happening? Likewise, Wang Zhao's face was extremely terrible to look at. Although he was mentally prepared and knew that the probability was not in his favor, the situation in front of him was still hard to accept. This meant that his progress over the years was not nearly as advanced as that of Yi Futian, as it mainly relied on external forces. Compared to the previous battle, his performance was even worse this time. It seems that a few years ago, it was no fluke that Yi Futian was able to destroy the imperial arms and break out of the imprisonment. In the 28 years, he had used the will of Ziwei to harness an even greater power. The cultivators from all 6 ancient god clans had realized this. Wang Shao, come back! The city lord of Tianyan seemed to become aware of something as he shouted out at Wang Shao below. Before his voice could be heard, the Ziwei segmentum lit up with an extremely brilliant divine light. Several starry divine swords emerged. Above Ziwei segmentum, the stars circulated as countless starry divine swords shot out at the same time. The light of countless divine swords penetrated heaven and earth, slamming towards Wang Shao. Wang Shao yelled, and the sky tremor in his hand blasted down with rage as billions of shockwaves swept out, destroying everything in its path. In the boundless space, the 2 forces collided, and the light of the divine sword was drowned by the attack of the sky tremor. However, the infinite divine sword had not completely been annihilated. It was as there were still some that continued their trajectory towards Wang Shao. Wang Shao, too, felt a serious threat. His body was protected by the divine light as the sky tremoring swung down again, albeit a little rushed. At the same time, the light of the divine sword also descended, blasting on the space where he was. In an instant, that space seemed to have been destroyed, as that terrifying dark crack swallowed everything, including Wang Zhao's body. The imagery of destruction was extremely shocking. Wang Shao. High above the distant altitude, the face of the city lord of Tianyan changed to one with shock. When Wang Zhao's defense was disarmed the first time, he realized that Yi Futian could deploy stronger defenses with the will of Ziwei the Great. If so, it could only mean that he was able to launch an even more powerful attack. So, in that instant, he thought of warning Wang Shao, but it was too late. Wang Shao was already under that destructive attack. He stared at Wang Shao, who had been swallowed by the darkness, and his heart was beating violently. Other top figures from the divine prefecture were the same, as their hearts beat wildly in their chests. At this moment, they had no disagreements because they didn't want Wang Shao to perish like that. After all, they now shared a common enemy, and this enemy was extremely powerful and had already threatened the ancient god clans. Boom! There was a great loud bang, and a horrible crack stretched until a short distance in front of them. A figure emerged from the crack, and it was Wang Shao. He was pale in the face at this moment, as his blood soaked the clothing he was wearing. As soon as he came out, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and his breath was unsteady and shallow. He stabilized himself, then proceeded to sit cross-legged, went directly into a state of meditation, and proceeded to cultivate, attempting to recover from his injury. The faces of the cultivators from the divine prefecture were frozen. Wang Shao took the imperial arms to attack, and with just one blow he was injured gravely. Ziwei the Great has left a trace of his will in Ziwei segmentum, and Yi Futian is able to use it to exert even greater strength, the clan lord of Haoyin clan said in an extremely cold voice. This was not good news. Back then, they were able to pose a threat to the Ziwei segmentum, and Wang Shao was able to send a light of destruction that had penetrated through the Ziwei segmentum. But now the cultivators from the 6 ancient god clans looked down at the segmentum and felt a collective sense of helplessness. It was almost impossible for them to break down its defense by simple force. For the present, they could only form a blockade outside of Ziwei segmentum for the long haul, which would buy them some time to figure out how to crack that impossibly powerful defense. It seems that a long-term blockade was the only way, the city lord of Tianyan said, and the others nodded in agreement. They had used an imperial arms the last time to imprison the Ziwei segmentum, attempting to refine it, but now it required a seal to be manually placed. A manual seal meant that they would have to be physically restrained as well. However, there was no other choice but to keep Yi Futian within the bounds of the Ziwei segmentum. Let's disperse around the Ziwei segmentum and build our camps, the city lord of Tianyan said. All 6 ancient god clans were ready to surround the Ziwei segmentum, build the Sky Castle, a base to be connected with their stations back in the original realm. They were prepared to impose a prolonged blockade on Ziwei segmentum until they could find a solution to invade inside Ziwei segmentum. Very well, these cultivators nodded. Then each dispersed to go to their chosen locations. At the same time in the Heavenly Mandate realm, above the Heavenly Mandate Academy, suddenly several terrifying pressures descended, and the entire Heavenly Mandate city could feel that horrific heavenly might. Above the firmament, a group of men appeared whose cultivation was terrifying. Who are they? The people in Heavenly Mandate City wondered as they looked up at the sky. Not long ago, the cultivators of Heavenly Mandate Academy were evacuated. It may have something to do with that. People in Heavenly Mandate City chatted. Those figures that descended on Heavenly Mandate were like a group of deities, coercive and terrifying. The men in the lead were giant-level figures, the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain, the clan lord of Mo clan in the Divine Prefecture, and several other cultivators in the First Tribulation Plane. All of them had participated in the battle 30 years ago. If they did not kill Yi Futian, they would never have a day of peace. This time, each of them had their own assigned duties. This group was in charge of the Heavenly Mandate realm, while the others were responsible for attacking the Ziwei segmentum. The mountain master of celestial Worthy Mountain was almost alone in the world now. He had no one to worry about, as his clan was destroyed, and his only wish was to annihilate Futian and kill everyone in the Ziwei segmentum. The Mo clan was another major superpower in the Divine Prefecture, whose heritage was ancient. Many years ago, some of their people had come to the Divine Prefecture to suppress Futian and participated in several earlier attempts to assassinate Futian. Over 30 years ago, they were also a part of the army of suppression that lay siege to Ziwei. Among these forces, the Shen clan and the Sun God Mountain both had hostages held in Ziwei segmentum. Hence, these two forces dared not act as boldly as the others. But Celestial Worthy Mountain, like the Mo clan, had no such concerns due to its total destruction. The Mo clan, on the other hand, wanted to nip this growing ill in the bud. Therefore, these two giant principalities had joined hands in this attack on Heavenly Mandate Realm. They lowered their heads to look at the Heavenly Mandate Academy below and found that there were still cultivators there. Destroy Heavenly Mandate City, the mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain said coldly. Futian had destroyed Celestial Worthy Mountain without mercy. He didn't care about the threat spreading in the Divine Prefecture, the one that came directly from Futian. He no longer cared for anything. Celestial Worthy Mountain had been razed and was no more. No, but the clan lord of Mo flatly refused. Futian was not dead yet, and he didn't dare to do something irretrievable like this. Chapter 2597. Can he be killed? The mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain and the clan lord of Mo were of somewhat differing opinions regarding their tactics, but in the end, both agreed to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy first. Divine lights descended one after another as they looked in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain had an icy look in his eyes, filled with astonishing murderous intent. A rumbling sound of terror came out as he suddenly stomped and sent a force to the space below. Immediately, cracks appeared in the space. It then began to collapse and shatter. That terrifying heavenly might swept overwhelmingly in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was as if he wanted to flatten the Heavenly Mandate Academy with a one-foot stomp. Bang! There was a loud sound as the terrifying attack landed, but it did not flatten the Heavenly Mandate Academy as expected. A brilliant starry light screen was protecting the Heavenly Mandate Academy. That vast and endlessly magnificent academy seemed to have turned into an independent starry world of its own, guarded by the starry divine light, and was unbroken. Matrix. The mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain stared at the space below and was amazed that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was still capable of such a powerful matrix. Who was manning it? A figure appeared in the middle of the matrix, and it was the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Segmentum, Lord Qin. He was holding the scepter of the stars as he manned the matrix. He had successfully blocked this terrifying blow and kept the Heavenly Mandate Academy from imminent destruction. Both of these giant figureheads frowned. They were not able to break down that matrix. The aura from the mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain was even more frightening now. The vast sky above the Heavenly Mandate City was suppressed by terrifying coercion. He turned the palm of his hand to face the sky, and suddenly a terrifying divine seal appeared above the firmament, sheltering the sky and the sun. There were countless patterns on this divine seal as it shone with a golden divine light. It was extraordinarily brilliant and incredibly heavy. The entire Heavenly Mandate City, at this moment, felt a suffocating coercion that was so ponderous, as if a divine mountain was right on top of them. All the demonic beasts in Heavenly Mandate City prostrated on the ground, bowing their heads under that heavenly might. Be careful! Outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, many cultivators saw this divine seal covering the sky, as well as the surrounding area. Everyone fled madly to try to get away from this space. The Mo clan lord did not say anything when he saw this scene. The mountain master of celestial Worthy Mountain came with unprecedented rage, and his murderous intent was fervent. There was no way for him to stop his killing at a time like this. And it was absolutely within the capability of the celestial Worthy Seal to unleash this level of attack. Faced with this kind of destruction above the sky, in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the starry divine light became even more dazzling and sacred. Lord Chun raised the scepter of the stars in his hand towards the sky, and the divine light immediately gathered and turned into a Z-Way divine sword, puffing out unparalleled starry divine splendor. The rumbling sound of horror came out, and the celestial Worthy Seal above the firmament was attacking with apocalyptic force, descending with the heavenly might which covered this corner of the sky. The cultivators in the distance had a look of despair on their faces. That divine seal above their heads had already covered the entire firmament, and they were all underneath the seal. They appeared so extremely small compared to the seal that they were as insignificant as some sad insects. Boom! A loud bang was heard as this world became extremely suppressed. An aura of destruction swept out, tearing the space apart as a series of dark and terrifying fissures appeared. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was the center of this destructive storm that covered a vast expanse of space. Many people screamed as they were sucked into the fissures by the storm. Those with stronger cultivation managed to hold on more or less. After all, this was just the aftermath of an attack. The actual attack had been blocked, mostly by Lord Chin, and did not fall directly onto them. Otherwise, with a single blow, all of them would be dead right then and there. Even so, this horrific aftermath of the collision between the two attacks still flattened the boundless space, causing many innocent people to perish needlessly. In this devastating attack, the surrounding area of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was covered by a storm. Within that storm, a brilliant divine light suddenly fell from the firmament, dazzling and blinding like the break of dawn. All the cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City saw that light descending from the sky as if it was coming from outside the firmament. Naturally, both of them recognized this light, which was the divine light of space, the one that linked between Z-Way Segmentum and the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Someone was coming from Z-Way Segmentum and descending from the sky. The cultivators from the celestial Worthy Mountain and the Emo clan had seen this scene as well. They stared at the light and were puzzled. They had guessed that this divine light of space was coming down from Z-Way Segmentum. But at this moment, shouldn't the Z-Way Segmentum be under siege by the alliance of the 6 ancient god clans? Why would anyone be so bold as to come to Heavenly Mandate Realm at this time, to seek their death? When the devastating storm finally dissipated, a figure appeared there. The man was clad in white with a head of white hair, magnificent and exceptional. Who else could this be but Yi Futian? After repelling Wang Shao, he learned that this side was under attack, so he came directly from Z-Way Segmentum. This was also why he had evacuated all the ordinary disciples from Heavenly Mandate Academy, previously with only Lord Chin remaining. He had even gone so far as to disguise his true strength until now. The sweeping of the original realm also had a purpose in itself. It was to lure those from the divine prefecture to attack. Now that they were in the land of the original realm, they were in his wheelhouse. And the mountain master of celestial Worthy Mountain and the clan Lord of Emo were now in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Yi Futian, the mountain master of celestial Worthy Mountain and the clan Lord of Emo, looked extremely cold when they saw Yi Futian's appearance. The mountain master of celestial Worthy Mountain, especially whose murderous intent was ablaze and became even more terrifying, had vowed to kill Yi Futian. Now he dared to come from Z-Way and appear here. The will of Z-Way the Great was not at Heavenly Mandate Academy, and without it, what was Yi Futian going to use to protect himself? The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Realm also saw Yi Futian appear in the sky above the academy, and all of them started to worship. For the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Yi Futian was the god of Heavenly Mandate, reverently referred to by many as deity. These two top giants descended in heavenly mandate and killed many innocent people in one blow. Now Yi Futian was here. Many cultivators were red in the eyes with their fists tightly clenched. Deity, you would wash them in blood and avenge the innocent lives that were lost. Boom! The mountain master of celestial Worthy Mountain released his domain as soon as he could. In an instant, in the vast expanse of space, divine mountains appeared. The surrounding area was blocked off by mountain cliffs, and every mountain cliff was covered in runes of destruction. Boundless Domain had two superpowers, namely the Infinite Mountain and the Celestial Worthy Mountain. They were both named after the two divine mountains in Boundless Domain. It was said that Celestial Worthy Mountain was actually inherited from Wuliang the Great, but had later split off and set up its sect and became known today as the Celestial Worthy Mountain. However, the specifics back in ancient times were impossible to verify now. Still, it was indisputable that the two major forces bore similarities in certain aspects, such as their offensive techniques. The boundless realm shrouded half of Heavenly Mandate City, with countless cultivators trapped within it. One look up at the surrounding divine mountains that reach far into the firmament. The mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain could stand high above the sky, overlooking Yi Futian below. He said coldly, "You are an expert at Buddha celerity, and we can't do anything about you out there. But now you dare enter the realm of this great path. Today, the legend of the original realm will end here. Is that what you think?" Yi Futian looked at the mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain while moving ever higher into the sky. At the same time, the aura of the great path, likewise, was permeating from him and proceeded to cover the boundless space. It seemed as if he was setting up his own field of the great path, separating the battlefield from the rest of the Heavenly Mandate City in the void, to prevent others from being affected by the battle. Clan Lord of Mo also released a terrifying aura, but Lord Qin walked out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy just in time, as if there was some unsaid mutual understanding. He walked until he came directly opposite of the Clan Lord of Mo, as if he had absolute trust in Yi Futian's strength. The mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain, a supreme cultivator of the second tribulation plane, was now for Yi Futian to contend. There were several cultivators of the first tribulation plane in the sky above, whose sole attention was fixed on the battlefield. This time, Yi Futian did not use Buddha celerity, but fought with his own power. Could it be that he already could fight head-on with cultivators in the second tribulation plane? Rumble, a dull thud came out as an utmost pressure spread throughout this entire area. On the walls of those sacred mountains, runes flowed. In an instant, as if heaven and earth were collapsing, those mountains fell in the direction of Yi Futian, with a force that contained unimaginable power to immolate. Yi Futian did not move, however. He was standing there quietly as those ancient mountains fell with the terrifying power of the path and blasted on Yi Futian. Curiously, the mountains themselves pulverized as soon as they touched him. Not only was Yi Futian uninjured, but the divine mountains themselves collapsed as if they had impacted on an even stronger divine item. Deity Yi. The people of Heavenly Mandate City looked at the sky, and each one of them clenched their fists, looking extremely moved. There was a giant-level figure who blasted down a divine mountain that landed on Deity, yet it was not able to move Deity Ye's divine body of the great path. How domineering was this divine body! The mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain gave a cold snort. He raised his hand towards the sky, and suddenly the divine light flooded the space as the Celestial Worthy seal began to form with incredible dominance. It moved with monstrous power of might that could silence this corner of the sky. His eyes were icy, and his murderous intent was as strong as ever. Boom! The Celestial Worthy seal blasted down and submerged this corner of the sky. All existence within this space was suppressed, and the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm felt its unstoppable power. This divine seal's blast was as mighty and as unforgiving as if an entire heaven had come slamming down. A heavy and domineering destructive power of the Great Path was aiming directly at Yi Futian for the kill. Yi Futian moved his mind slightly, and suddenly the vast world was filled with monstrous sword will. It was as if the whole world had been transformed into swordsmanship that would shatter everything in its path. Yi Futian's body, too, had turned into swordsmanship with overwhelming sword will. When he saw the celestial worthy seal blasting down, he stepped forward with a finger pointing towards the sky. In that instant, the Great Path was one with him, as the power of the Great Path in the vast space converged and turned into a divine sword of destruction. The radiant destructive light penetrated the firmament and blasted towards the seal. The dazzling sword light made it difficult for anyone to open their eyes. After the divine sword landed, all anyone could see was that the boundless and overbearing seal that fell from the sky had pulverized and shattered under the sword. After it had been split, it then broke into pieces and disintegrated. The celestial worthy seal that had covered this corner of the sky was broken up by a single sword strike. This sight made the hearts of everyone in this space domain beat wildly, including the mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain and the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture who were in the void, including the clan lord of Mo clan, who was close by. They all seemed to feel an unusual aura. Yi Futian had shattered the Celestial Worthy Seal with a strike of his sword. What did it mean? It could only mean that Yi Futian's combat effectiveness had far surpassed the peak of the first tribulation plane. He was now at the level of the second tribulation plane. That white-haired figure stood high above the sky. His eyes, as sharp as a sword, shot a look at the mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain. He said indifferently, "You want to kill me? Do you think you could kill me?" Chapter 2598 Fall of a Giant. The master of Celestial Worthy Mountain stared at Yi Futian. How could a level 9 Renhuang possess such combat ability? He was well aware of how much destructive power his celestial worthy seal possessed. It contained his comprehension of the Great Path and his will. However, from Yi Futian's attack, he similarly sensed the power of the Great Path unique to Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian demonstrated swordsmanship, his swords destroyed the Great Path. It was as though his swords were destined to eradicate all the other great paths. Yi Futian did not seem to belong in the Renhuang Plain. Only cultivators who had undergone the divine tribulation of the Great Path could start their own way and possess their own will of the Great Path. Yet Yi Futian had already had it. So, exactly what plane was Yi Futian currently at? "Have you undergone the divine tribulation?" questioned the mountain master as he stared at Yi Futian. This possibility appeared to be the only logical reason. Otherwise, he could not explain why Yi Futian would possess such frightening combat ability. Cultivators who were at the Renhuang Plain could not possibly have such combat abilities. What do you think? Yi Futian did not respond to the question directly. In reality, he had undergone 2 divine tribulations. Nevertheless, the divine tribulations that he experienced were different from those the others experienced. Since Yi Futian, a level 9 Renhuang, had already gone through 2 divine tribulations, logically speaking, the divine tribulations that he experienced should be easier than that of others. However, in reality, the might of the tribulations that he experienced was not any weaker. He was baptized twice by the divine tribulations of the Great Path. Both his flesh and his bones were regenerated. He had a divine body and a strong physique to begin with. Therefore, he could often take attacks from cultivators who had been through 2 divine tribulations of the Great Path head-on because of these 2 reasons. Moreover, Yi Futian's divine body was already a body of the Great Path. His flesh was woven from the way. In terms of flesh, there were most likely very few people in the world who were stronger than Yi Futian. When the master of Celestial Worthy Mountain heard Yi Futian speaking with a nonchalant tone, he was certain that the latter had undergone the divine tribulation. Yi Futian used some special tricks to hide his cultivation, causing it to remain at the Runhuang Plain. He had fooled everyone in the Divine Prefecture. Even when you invaded the Divine Prefecture, you did not reveal your true ability. Have you been waiting for this day to come? The Mountain Master questioned. Back when Yi Futian infiltrated Haotian City of the Divine Prefecture, he utilized celerity to avoid head-on battles. All the targets that he killed were One Tribulation cultivators. He did not battle with any Two Tribulation cultivators directly. It could be said that Yi Futian had been hiding his true combat ability. I have too many powerful enemies in the Divine Prefecture. If I don't kill off a few, it would be a poor showing in this great battle against the forces of the Divine Prefecture. How will I be able to leave all of you in shock and awe? Said Yi Futian as he looked at the Mountain Master. Unfortunately, you will become a sacrifice in this battle. When the Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain heard Yi Futian's words, he first fell silent. Then his face revealed a smile. His smile grew wider and wider, and then he began laughing loudly. In the heavens above, the space shook violently. Terrifying pressure enveloped the vast space, suppressing the entire Heavenly Mandate City. Even though the city was protected by Yi Futian's domain, the laughter still caused the members of Heavenly Mandate City to have goosebumps. They felt a searing pain in their head. It was as though they were about to explode. They covered their ears with their hands as they looked up at the indomitable figure in the sky. The Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain seemed enraged by Yi Futian's arrogance. I dominated the boundless domain and have ruled over Celestial Worthy Mountain for many years. In the Divine Prefecture, few dare to claim that they can best me. Now, a junior of the original realm actually sees me as his prey. It is ridiculous, roared Celestial Worthy Mountain Master. His voice rolled over them like huge waves shaking the space. It was as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. The great path seemed to collapse all around them. Terrifying cracks in space consumed the power of the great path. Divine mountains came crashing down. It appeared as though the entire world was on the brink of destruction. The roaring laughter persisted, becoming sound waves of the great path. They shattered everything and even destroyed spiritual souls. Divine mountains came crashing down on Yi Futian, yet they still could not touch his divine body. However, his opponent did not just attack his flesh. He also attacked Yi Futian's spiritual soul, causing their surroundings to become ethereal. Celestial Worthy Mountain stood out in the Divine Prefecture and was the second divine holy land in the boundless domain where the ancient god clan Infinite Mountains resided. Celestial Worthy Mountain Master definitely lived up to his name. His ability was indisputable. He was a true giant-level figure. Right then, the other party's figure also disappeared. The cultivators of Heavenly Mandate City saw the figure of Celestial Worthy Mountain Master merge with his great path domain. He became a part of the divine mountain that enveloped the space. In the sky above, his face appeared. Maniacal laughter could be heard coming from all directions. The attack of the sound wave annihilated everything. Even the Mo clan leader and Lord Qin, who were engaged in a different fight, were affected by the laughter. Yi Futian, you claim that I can't kill you. Now I wish to ask, how do you intend to kill me? A domineering voice descended along with the sound wave attack, blasting on Yi Futian continuously. At this moment, the Mountain Master was the absolute ruler of this part of the sky. His existence was indisputable. This was his domain and his world. Yi Futian raised his head and cast a glance at the other party. Dazzling divine light radiated from his eyes. Suddenly, the surroundings were lit with the blazing light of Buddha. Yi Futian transformed into a Buddha. It was his Akalanatha battle form. He formed a Buddhist seal with his hands. The sound of Buddha reverberated in space as tens of thousands of Buddhist runes danced in the air. An absolute domain was formed around him. Regardless of physical attacks or spiritual soul attacks, They were all blocked outside his absolute domain. "A Buddha!" someone exclaimed. This was the first time the cultivators from Heavenly Mandate City witnessed Yi Futian in battle since he returned. The master of celestial Worthy Mountain transformed into a deity. On the other hand, Yi Futian transformed into a Buddha. He recited the Vajra spell, and his body was immovable like a mountain. The dual attack from the other party could not affect him at the slightest. "Today you must die here." The Buddha spoke of his determination to kill the mountain master. His voice was not loud, but his tone was certain and bore an air of superiority. His confidence bordered on arrogance. Yi Futian, who had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the Great Path, had absolute confidence that he would be able to kill the mountain master. "Is that so? We shall wait and see." As soon as the master of Celestial Worthy Mountain said this, his domain of the Great Path in the sky shone with brilliant light. A celestial worthy seal was coalesced. It floated in midair and enveloped the entire domain. Its attack range covered every single corner of the space. This attack enshrouded the entire area, covering the sun and the sky. It charged downwards directly. Rune lights flowed around the celestial worthy seal. Each streak of rune light contained overbearing might that could eradicate all of existence. The mountain master shifted his will, and the attack charged forth. Yi Futian could block his Great Path soundwave attack, but could he block this overbearing attack of the celestial worthy seal? The cultivators of Heavenly Mandate City felt as though the sky had been flooded with runes. All of them were in great terror as their bodies trembled. Some weaker cultivators felt weak in their knees. A battle of this level was too terrifying. Yi Futian and the Mountain Master could easily destroy a realm with their attacks. However, Yi Futian had also reached such a cultivation plane. Could Deity Yi, whom the Heavenly Mandate realm placed their faith in, block his opponent's attack? If he couldn't, Heavenly Mandate City would most likely be destroyed. Some cultivators thought that since Deity Yi chose to face his opponent head-on, he would certainly be confident that he could kill the other party. They held fast to their faith as they looked at the battlefield in the sky. The light of Buddha glowed brilliantly. 1,000 Buddhas took form and appeared beside Yi Futian. All of them recited Buddhist chants at the same time while they sent out palms of Mahavarakana. Concurrently, a majestic and divine ancient Buddha showed up. The palms of Mahavarakana, unleashed by the 1,000 Buddhas, gathered and combined into a gigantic palm of Mahavarakana. The palm charged towards the sky, colliding with the descending celestial worthy seal. The heavens and earth seemed to be collapsing. Cracks actually appeared on the celestial worthy seal. It was shattered from the shock waves. The palm of Mahavarakana continued to push upwards. It was extremely domineering. In the divine mountain domain of the Great Path, divine light shone, and another celestial worthy seal descended, suppressing the world. It crashed onto the palm of Mahavarakana, followed by a third and fourth seal. It was as though within the divine mountain domain, celestial worthy seals could be sent out endlessly until everything within the domain was destroyed. The sound of Buddha circled as Yi Futian recited the 6 syllables of truth. The power of Buddha immediately grew stronger. 1,000 Buddhas appeared in different locations. At the same time, they extended their arms and sent out palms of Mahavarakana, which blocked off the endless waves of celestial worthy seals. At the same time, Yi Futian's true figure emerged from the figure of the Buddha. Scorching light surged out from his body. Yi Futian extended his hands, and divine light circled him. Within the Great Path domain, countless divine swords appeared. These divine swords hummed as they radiated blinding divine halos. Path-destroying power emanated from each sword. They were gigantic and gave off a sense of power. They also contained destructive will that could tear the space apart. Avicii! Yi Futian looked up at the sky, and countless divine swords shot out simultaneously, ignoring the distance between him and his opponent. Bang! A divine sword slashed on a falling celestial worthy seal. It was then followed by a second sword and then a third. Countless divine swords sliced through the celestial worthy seals. At the same time, Yi Futian himself seemed to have transformed into a sword. He was indestructible and could pierce through all things. He was the embodiment of swordsmanship. Or it could be said that currently he was a divine sword. Buzz. A beam of light flashed as a divine sword traversed across space and penetrated through a celestial worthy seal. Then it struck the divine mountain domain, which was high in the sky. The sword stabbed into the region where the face of the mountain master was, causing a dull thud to sound in the great path domain. It was then followed by a second sword and then a third. Innumerable swords followed suit and struck on different parts of the divine mountain domain. The divine mountain domain was riddled with divine swords. Beams of destructive divine light radiated, causing fissures to appear on the divine mountain domain. Brilliant light shone through the cracks. The face of the master of celestial worthy mountain appeared on the wall of the domain. He revealed a terrified expression. He was no longer bearing an air of authority like he was before. Instead, he was in a panic now. Rumble, rumble. The cracks on the divine mountain domain propagated continuously, and the domain started crumbling. Countless fissures were illuminated at the same time. Then, an exceptionally dazzling divine light burst forth. The domain was completely crushed. It appeared as though the sky was shattered. Soon, the space above Heavenly Mandate City regained its peace. Clouds drifted idly in the sky. The cultivators could no longer sense the might pressuring down on them. The silhouette of the mountain master could not be found either. Yi Futian alone remained standing in midair. With his white hair and white robes, he appeared glorious. The master of celestial worthy mountain had perished. A cultivator who had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the great path had died at the hands of Yi Futian. The hearts of the other cultivators from the divine prefecture trembled violently. They couldn't help but escape. They dashed in different directions. However, beams of divine light instantly descended upon them despite their distance from Yi Futian. The divine lights sliced through them, causing them to pause in their tracks. After revealing his true ability, Yi Futian could kill 1 tribulation cultivators with a flick of his wrist. Chapter 2599. The disappearance of 2 major forces of the divine prefecture. After the Lord of Mo clan perished, the space above Heavenly Mandate City returned to its tranquility. The terrifying aura that pressured down on everyone dissipated. It was as though nothing had happened. Only the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate City knew that an intense battle had occurred here just now. Yi Futian first killed the master of Celestial Worthy Mountain. Then he annihilated the cultivators from the divine prefecture. Finally, he joined forces with Lord Qin to kill the Lord of Mo clan. All the cultivators from the divine prefecture who invaded the Heavenly Mandate realm had been eradicated in this battle. 2 giant-level figures had also perished here, not even mentioning the Heavenly Mandate realm. Even in the divine prefecture, it had been too long since 2 giant-level figures had perished on the same day. However, such a scene had occurred in the Heavenly Mandate realm today. In Heavenly Mandate City, everyone raised their heads to adore the silhouette of the white-haired youth. His temperament was unparalleled. Some senior members in the realm had been through other battles in the past. This was certainly not the first time cultivators from the divine prefecture invaded the Heavenly Mandate realm. They had encircled the realm once before this. Other than that, the Heavenly Mandate realm had also experienced being attacked by the Shen clan, Holy Land of Taichu, and top forces from the 9 realms. This piece of land had suffered many hardships. It had gone through a few reconstructions after being destroyed several times. Forces from almost all sides had invaded this realm before. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which had been attacked countless times, still remained standing now. This feeling was inexplicable. Some former members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were in their middle age or even old age now. They were overwhelmed with emotions as they looked at the charismatic figure in the sky. Amidst the silence, they whispered, "May the Heavenly Mandate realm prosper." May the Heavenly Mandate realm prosper. Many people followed suit and said this in a low voice. Some of them were so touched that they knelt on the floor and prostrated before Yi Futian. They earnestly hoped that the Heavenly Mandate realm would not go through any more hardship after this. Today, deity, Yi had slain 2 giant-level figures in the Heavenly Mandate realm and killed several Tribulation Plane cultivators. From today onwards, how many people from the Divine Prefecture would dare attack this realm? Lord Chen finished plundering the spoils from these cultivators. An intense wave of emotion welled up inside him. Before this, no one knew about Yi Futian's ability. Although Lord Chen speculated that Yi Futian could do battle with a giant-level figure, he never imagined that Yi Futian would be able to kill a 2 Tribulation existence. He lowered his head and glanced down at the countless worshipping figures in Heavenly Mandate City. He then looked up at the white-haired youth who was standing proudly in the sky. Although Yi Futian already had a glorious battle record, today he would be renowned just from this battle. The significance of this battle was different compared to those that came before. This was a battle that would truly make a name for Yi Futian. He had killed a 2 Tribulation cultivator. From this day forth, he would walk the path to the top. He was 1 step below the level of a great emperor. Killing and battling were 2 different things. As the heir of great Emperor Ziwei, he would lead the Ziwei segmentum towards a new, glorious future. He would also establish a new golden age for the original realm. Without the involvement of the great emperors in the future, the original realm would become another independent superpower apart from the Divine Prefecture, the empty Divine Realm, as well as the Dark World. Of course, only when Yi Futian truly claimed the title of emperor would the Ziwei segmentum be qualified to be an emperor-level force like the Divine Prefecture and the other forces. Would this day be far off? The changes of the world would begin from the original realm. Would this prophecy come true through Yi Futian? All the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture, including Wang Xiao from Tianyan City, wanted to be a hero of this chaotic world. They wanted to be the protagonist who brought about change in this era. However, there was only one main character. Who would this era belong to? The Mo clan from the Divine Prefecture was a glorious clan with ancient history. They had countless cultivators. In the main palace of the Mo clan, a group of elders was looking at the shattered crystal before them with astonished looks. Intense terror welled up inside of them as their hearts trembled uncontrollably. They did not believe what they had witnessed. "Clan Lord is dead," said a voice with some difficulty. It was not just the clan lord. All the cultivators the clan lord had brought had perished. It was over for the Mo clan. They were no longer a superpower. Right now, the other cultivators of the Mo clan still did not know about this. They were still busy with their own cultivation. Dong! Right then a bell rang. It seemed to be the death knell of the end days. All the cultivators of the Mo clan looked up towards the palace that towered into the clouds. Their hearts trembled violently. What had happened? Dong! 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 The bell continued to ring. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the direction of the bell. The bell rang 9 times consecutively. This was the death knell of destruction. What had happened exactly? In the sky above the palace, a group of elders appeared. They were all cultivators from the older generation of the Mo clan. They looked towards the lands of their clan. The space was silent. No one spoke. Even the children did not make noise. "Clan Lord has died," an elder said. This news came as a shock. The hearts of all the cultivators of the entire Mo clan were trembling. The clan Lord had perished. What exactly had happened? The clan lord and the 6 major ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture had headed out towards the original realm to participate in the battle to kill Yi Futian and destroy the Ziwei Segmentum. The clan lord had perished now. What did this mean? "This is impossible," said a cultivator. Some of them did not dare to believe that this was true. They doubted the elder's words. An elder said in a loud voice, "Clan Lord and Celestial Worthy Mountain Master headed over to attack the Heavenly Mandate Realm. They were ambushed by Yi Futian. Before Clan Lord perished, an elder sent back a message. Yi Futian can already kill 2 tribulation cultivators. They will most likely perish in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The elder ordered us to disband the clan if they and Clan Lord perished." This was truly a bolt out of the blue. Everyone went numb from the shock as they stood with blank expressions where they were. The clan lord and the elders had gone over to the Heavenly Mandate Realm to kill Yi Futian, yet they had instead been ambushed and slain. The Mo clan would be disbanded. "I object," someone roared. It was hard to accept this immediately. A top-level clan, which was known all over the Divine Prefecture, would be disbanded just like that. The elder who stood in the sky above the palace swept a glance at the other party and continued, "Clan Lord was killed. This means that Yi Futian's abilities are already unfathomable. If we attempt to seek revenge, the clan will be destroyed. For our safety, we can only disband." The elders sent back this message to ensure the safety of the Mo clan. The elder continued, "Back then, invading the original realm to get Yi Futian was the most fatal mistake our clan has made. We have also continued to make mistakes and did not manage to kill him in time to prevent future trouble. Since that is the case, the Mo clan will pay the price for all the wrongs we have committed." The elder's voice contained an intense sadness. From this day forth, the Mo clan would be history in the Divine Prefecture. As he said this, many people in the Mo clan fell to their knees. They felt an endless wave of sadness. Celestial Worthy Mountain was the divine mountain of the boundless domain. However, it had been torn apart. Only an old man with white hair remained standing at the top of the mountain. The old man was guarding the jade scrolls of life that belonged to the last few cultivators of Celestial Worthy Mountain. When he saw that the jade scrolls shattered into pieces one by one, he knelt on the ground and broke into tears. He wept and wailed, "Celestial Worthy Mountain has been eradicated." From this day forth, the name of Celestial Worthy Mountain was removed from the Divine Prefecture. It was truly gone. It was but history now. There was no hope of them being revived. The old man sat on the ground with his eyes shut. Snow gently fell on top of the mountain. The breathing of the old man slowly came to a halt as he lost his vital signs. Time seemed to have stopped here. Celestial Worthy Mountain of the Divine Prefecture was history. The news of 2 major forces being annihilated spread in the Divine Prefecture. Everyone was shocked by the news. The name of Yi Futian once again reverberated throughout the Divine Prefecture. This white-haired youth appeared to be a legend that could not be defeated. So, it seemed like he could already kill cultivators who had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the Great Path. The alliance of the 6 major ancient god clans stationed outside of the Ziwei Segmentum in the original realm also received news of what happened. They were taken aback by what they heard and were at a loss for words. Yi Futian had killed the master of Celestial Worthy Mountain and the lord of Mo clan. Just when they were encircling the Ziwei Segmentum, he slaughtered 2 giant-level figures. The news interrupted all their plans and shattered their confidence. All their plans stopped abruptly. They did not continue building the Sky Castle. The clan lords of the 6 major ancient god clans were stronger than the 2 giant-level figures who had fallen. Besides that, they came prepared this time. However, the tables had turned the moment Yi Futian possessed the ability to kill a giant-level figure. They were no longer safe here. The lord of Tianyan City remained silent after he heard the news. Wang Xiao, who was still injured, had also caught wind of the news. When Wang Xiao found out that Yi Futian could already kill giant-level figures, he remained as quiet as the dead. He, Wang Xiao, was the unrivaled. Yi Futian was once again a step ahead of him. All of them were under the impression that Wang Xiao would be able to eradicate the Ziwei segmentum with the help of imperial arms after he had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the Great Path. However, right now they lost that confidence. Yi Futian had already killed 2 tribulation existences. Even if Wang Xiao could break through to the next plane, what advantage would he have to enable him to penetrate through the defense of the Ziwei segmentum? Wang Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. He went into a daze as he looked at the deep and vast space before him. He came from an extraordinary background and obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. He could communicate with imperial arms and had matchless talent. However, in this era he encountered Yi Futian. Back then, with Wang Xiao's cultivation level, he had lost to Yi Futian. Even if he broke through to the next plane, could he defeat the current Yi Futian? Wang Xiao was not confident that he could do so. He was no longer the person he was before. Rather, his confidence had been shattered time and time again by Yi Futian. Was Wang Xiao the unrivaled? Hearing it now, even he felt that it was a mockery. Before his eyes was a person that he would never be able to surpass. The lord of Tianyan City walked up behind Wang Xiao. He looked at Wang Xiao's lonely silhouette and secretly sighed. Now he did not know what to say. Tianyan City had such a monstrous figure with exceptional talent. Why had he encountered Yi Futian? The lord of Tianyan City only had one thought in mind. He had to kill Yi Futian. As long as Yi Futian was dead, Wang Xiao would still be unrivaled. In the distance, figures traversed across space and approached them. The arriving cultivators were members of other ancient god clans. After they received the news, they rushed here immediately to meet up with the cultivators of Tianyan City. Yi Futian had killed cultivators who had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the Great Path. This meant that their plan could not be executed at all. It was once again a complete failure. They could not handle the Ziwei segmentum. Just then, down below, an illusory figure appeared. It was the figure of Yi Futian, and he was walking towards them. This caused the various cultivators to reveal strange looks. Their gazes were all fixed on the figure walking towards them. Chapter 2600 Banishment. An exterior incarnation, someone said. The cultivators of the ancient god clans looked towards Yi Futian. There was no aura on this figure. It appeared both real and ethereal, like it might dissipate into nothing at any moment. Although Yi Futian killed 2 giant-level figures, the heads of 6 major ancient god clans were here. Their abilities were more powerful than Celestial Worthy Mount Master and Emo Clan Lord. Moreover, Wang Xiao, who wielded imperial arms, was with them. Yi Futian would certainly not take the risk to come here in person. If he did so, he would just be handing them an opportunity to kill him. The illusory figure stopped before them. Although it was just an incarnation, it seemed real. The cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans stared at the figure. None of them said anything. Wang Xiao was also staring at the figure. Why had Yi Futian's exterior incarnation come here? To the 6 major ancient god clans and all the other forces, leave the original realm immediately. Also, without my permission, never step foot in the original realm again, said Yi Futian as he looked at the cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans. He was facing the heads of the 6 major ancient god clans. In the divine prefecture, the 6 of them were existences who stood at the peak. However, right now, Yi Futian's exterior incarnation was talking to them with a commanding tone. He wanted them to leave the original realm, and they were not allowed to enter the realm again without his permission. He was so domineering. The expressions of the giant-level figures of the 6 major ancient god clans were ugly. When had they ever been threatened in such a manner? "Are you here to negotiate?" asked the lord of Tianyan City with a voice as cold as ice as he stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian stated, "This is not a negotiation. I merely came to inform all of you. From this day forth, if any of you step into the original realm and are discovered by me, I will ensure that your ancient god clans will not have peace. Your disciples will not dare to take a step out of your bases." His tone was indifferent, but it contained an unquestionable threat. His words were domineering, and the 6 major ancient god clans depressingly realized that he could actually pull it off. With Yi Futian's current cultivation and ability, even though he could not slaughter his way into the bases of the ancient god clans, he could restrict their cultivators from coming out. He could also hunt them down one by one. Also, if another member of the Ziwei segmentum perishes due to the kill order or is killed by one of your members, I will pay you back 100-fold, continued Yi Futian. Starting from now, get lost. Leave the original realm and do not appear in my sight again. Yi Futian wanted the cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans to get out of the original realm. They were not to appear in his sight again. The conversation now was an utter humiliation to the 6 major ancient god clans. No one had ever dared to talk to them like this. However, today Yi Futian from the original realm had directly issued them an order. He wanted them to leave the realm. Otherwise, he would ensure that their ancient god clans would never have peace. They were furious. Terrifying pressure swept out from their figures and landed on Yi Futian's exterior incarnation. However, his incarnation did not seem affected by their auras at all. He continued, "Keep in mind that I am only giving you 1 day. After 1 day, I will carry out what I said. You will bear the consequences of your actions." As he said this, his exterior incarnation became a ball of light of the great path and disappeared without a trace. It was as though it had never appeared and no one had said anything. However, everything that had happened was already seared into the cultivators' minds of the 6 major ancient god clans. This was a disgrace. This was utter humiliation. Their ancient god clan reigned high and mighty. The domain chief's manner showed them face, and even the imperial palace had to be courteous towards them. However, today they had experienced an unprecedented humiliation. Yi Futian wanted them to get lost from the original realm. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences of their actions. Yi Futian also only gave them 1 day to do so. Standing high above them with his arrogant attitude, he gave them a direct order. Cold wills emanated from the 6 giant-level figures. Their wills enveloped the vast space. The pressure was terrifying. Since when have they ever suffered such humiliation? Yet that is precisely what happened here today. Most crucially, they were pondering Yi Futian's words and contemplating whether or not they would retreat. This was an even greater humiliation. Yi Futian's threat was also a truce. That meant that as long as they retreated from the original realm, both sides would have a ceasefire and not involve themselves in each other's business. However, if they did not retreat, that meant that they would continue to attempt to destroy the Ziwei segmentum and kill its cultivators. Yi Futian would similarly begin his massacre and slaughter everyone. Now that Yi Futian was giving them a choice, would they retreat? After feeling enraged, they calmed down. For figures at their level, their emotional states would not be affected for very long. Their main concern was still cost and benefit. "What do all of you think?" asked the lord of Tianyan City. How could he have imagined that the current head of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which he had destroyed with a wave of his hand, could already pose a threat to him? Before this, they believed that Yi Futian's cultivation was only sufficient to kill 1 tribulation cultivators. They had wanted to seal off the Ziwei segmentum and find a way inside. However, now that Yi Futian could kill 2 tribulation cultivators, could they seal off the Ziwei segmentum? If they stood guard in the 6 main directions, Yi Futian might ambush them at any given moment. Aside from the 6 giant-level figures, who else could stop Yi Futian? "It is indeed pointless to remain here," said the Jian clan ancient royal family head. "We should leave first. We can discuss how to kill Yi Futian later." "Agreed," added the Vajra region lord. "There is still plenty of time. When we find the chance, we can kill him then." As long as they killed Yi Futian, everything would end. Infinite Mountain's master quietly watched all of this. Before this, his uncle master had told him that Yi Futian might possess 2 tribulation compatibility. As expected, it was as his uncle master had speculated. This war was growing troublesome. It seemed as though they were in a stalemate. "If that is the case, then let's retreat," said the lord of the Futian clan. Before this, they had issued the kill order and rallied the forces of the entire divine prefecture to destroy the Ziwei segmentum and kill Yi Futian. However, now that they were outside of the Ziwei segmentum, they were retreating. The 6 major ancient god clans very quickly came into agreement to leave the Ziwei segmentum. Wang Xiao quietly watched from the side all this while. Was this the turning point of the war? The Ziwei segmentum, led by Yi Futian, no longer feared the ancient god clans. The 6 major ancient god clans retreated from this place. Very quickly, all of them disappeared from the starry sky. It was as though no one had ever appeared in this silent space. It felt like nothing had happened at all. After the various cultivators retreated, they summoned back their members in the original realm and returned to the divine prefecture together. They had all decided to give up the original realm. As ancient god clans, even if they gave up the original realm, it was not a significant loss to them. Yi Futian immediately knew when the 6 major ancient god clans retreated from the Ziwei segmentum. With a beam of swirling starlight, a group of cultivators, led by Yi Futian, appeared on the outskirts of the Ziwei segmentum. Lord Chen, Shi Qiyao, and the others were also present. Lord Chen said, "Palace Lord, you killed 2 giant-level figures in this battle and destroyed 2 peak forces of the divine prefecture. You have shocked the cultivators of the divine prefecture and threatened the 6 major ancient god clans to the point that they left. Are you planning to have some rest and recuperate after this?" Yi Futian nodded his head and said, "After this battle, the kill order will no longer pose a threat to us. No one from the divine prefecture will dare to mess with the Ziwei segmentum easily." It was time for the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum to head out again into the world. There was no point in them continuing to stay in the segmentum and be at a war of attrition with the 6 major ancient god clans. Lord Qin understood Yi Futian's intention. He nodded his head slightly and said, "I will prepare our men to once again head to the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans in the original realm and claim all of them as our own." In this battle, it was not just the various cultivators of the divine prefecture who were astonished. In the original realm, there is probably no one who dares to contend with us anymore. Yi Futian's first goal after coming out of seclusion was to reclaim the lands of the original realm. "I will leave it to you, Lord Qin," said Yi Futian. Then Lord Qin and the others left. After the various cultivators left, Hua Jiu and Shi Qiyao still remained. Shi Qiyao looked at Hua Jiu with her beautiful gaze. Yi Futian looked at her and said, "Goddess Qiyao, do you have something you wish to say?" Responded Shi Qiyao as she nodded her head. "You did not wish to continue this war of attrition with the 6 major ancient god clans because you believed in your own abilities. Given time, you can destroy the ancient god clans in the future. Hence, you merely banished them." Yi Futian did not say anything. Instead, he just looked at her. Shi Qiyao seemed to want to tell him something. "I just want to give you a reminder," said Shi Qiyao. "Before this, I have told you that the ancient god clans have rich inheritances. There is more to them than you can imagine. It is the same this time. The ancient god clans have had inheritances of great emperors for countless years. They have more than just a simple will of a great emperor. Whatever you can think up, they can also do the same. You must be careful in the future. Shi Qiao was born into an ancient god clan, so she was naturally most familiar with them. She was also the goddess of West Imperial Palace and an heir to a great emperor. She would certainly know more about these matters than others. I will, answered Yi Futian seriously as he nodded. He took Shi Qiao's words to heart. Before this, he attacked the Infinite Mountains as a test. On top of Infinite Mountain, he encountered an elder who used the will of the Divine Mountain to unleash extremely powerful might. Aside from that, he did not know what else was there within the Divine Mountain. In Haotian City, he had felt the will of Haotian. The great emperor had even spoken to him, and he had mocked the fallen old god. Nevertheless, had the old god truly fallen? There was most likely more to them than met the eye. Regardless, the Ziwei segmentum had won a great victory this time. The 6 major ancient god clans, as well as the forces of the Divine Prefecture, had given up on the original realm. They were banished and returned to the Divine Prefecture. 2 giant-level forces were also destroyed. News of this got out very quickly. One could imagine how shocking this news was. Yi Futian was truly like the sun in the sky. Everyone in the Divine Prefecture knew his name. Even youths were talking about him. As for the forces of the Divine Prefecture, they thought that the current original realm and Ziwei segmentum were already comparable to an ancient god clan. The Ziwei segmentum had 2 giant-level figures, Yi Futian and Lord Qin. They also had the inheritance of great Emperor Ziwei as well as various powerful cultivators. Their lineup was already no weaker than that of an ancient god clan. A new giant-level force was born in the original realm. They wanted to dominate the realm. In this chaotic world, could the Ziwei segmentum maintain its grasp on the original realm?